A lone warrior challenges an ancient dragon whose roar shakes the heavens themselves. The arrogant swordsman recalls his past victory, considering even the gods an insignificant obstacle. The determined hero decides to skip the boring introductions and take his fate into his own hands right away. Suddenly, the boy finds himself in the midst of chaos, where he must make a choice that will change everything. In a panic, the young man realizes that he almost missed the most important step in his new life. With boundless confidence, the young man tries to give himself the most absurd and great name. The system mercilessly destroys his dreams of a legendary title, returning the guy to harsh reality. A new power awakens within the adventurer as he rises from the digital ashes. The journey begins with the appearance of a mysterious old man who offers him his first task. The hero's optimism clashes with the old man's disdainful gaze, hinting at future difficulties. The guy's explosive nature does not allow him to tolerate humiliation, and he challenges the old man. To prove his strength, the young man receives his first, seemingly simple task to defeat the slugs. The hero looks with disdain at the cute-looking monsters, unaware of the hidden threat. Winter River, with complete confidence, takes out her first weapon from her inventory. The first blow brings only disappointment because the damage turns out to be negligible. In response to the attack, the harmless slug turns into an enraged monster. The slug's counterattack is 10 times more powerful, leaving the guy in shock. Realizing that he cannot win, the young man flees in terror. In despair, the hero opens the status window, trying to understand the reason for his failure. Finding himself trapped, the young man must quickly come up with a plan before other players appear. Reflecting on the weakness of the local guards, the young man sees them as a potential source of information. The first attempt to start a dialogue with the soldier fails, encountering a wall of cold indifference. The hero begins to suspect that everyone in this village is hostile to newcomers. Soldier Cairo offers valuable information for a price too high for a newbie, testing his mettle. Using clever blackmail, the guy hints that without him, the guard won't get a penny. The guard realizes that he is missing a unique chance to make money on the only newcomer in the village. Seeing that his ploy had worked, the young man triumphantly stops the bewildered soldier. With a devilish grin, the hero declares that he needs not just advice, but full-fledged training. Strength overwhelms the adventurer as he instantly masters new combat skills. Devastated and shocked, Cairo demands payment from the boy for the priceless knowledge. Penniless, the young man offers the soldier a dubious deal, promising to pay him back in the future. Cairo's anger flares at the thought of being deceived, but the boy remains icy calm. Having agreed to the contract, the guard sets harsh conditions, threatening the hero with reprisals for failure to pay the debt. With a charming smile, the young man ups the ante, demanding equipment in addition to training. Having achieved her goal, Winter River triumphantly tries on her new armor, completely transforming. New equipment significantly increases his stats, giving him a real chance of winning. The guy realizes that even the simplest equipment in this world has its own gradation of power. Armed and confident, the hero finally decides to take revenge on the hated slug. Suddenly, the village is flooded with other players, creating chaos and crowds in the streets. Realizing that his unique advantage will soon disappear, the adventurer rushes into battle. Armed to the teeth, the hero returns to the forest to finally take revenge on his offenders. The new skill deals devastating damage, turning helplessness into pure superiority. Even an enraged slug no longer poses a threat to a dexterous and strong adventurer. The final blow puts an end to this humiliating confrontation, bringing the first sweet victory. The young man revels in his new strength, feeling how pleasant it is to have an advantage over others. Easily destroying monsters, he quickly gains experience and reaches a new level. Meanwhile, other players are desperately complaining about the invincible slimes, unable to leave the village. Winter River returns triumphantly to the headman, throwing proof of her power at his feet. The old man reluctantly admits that this daring newcomer turned out to be much more capable than the others. Having completed the task, the guy contemptuously demands a more difficult mission, considering this a warm-up. The village chief challenges them with an impossible mission to slay 10 demonic gods. The guy is stunned by the absurdity of the task, which seems impossible to complete in such a short time. The old man mocks his doubts, skillfully playing on the young man's pride and vanity. Not wanting to look like a coward, Winter River eagerly takes on the suicide quest. As a guarantee, he demands a family heirloom from the old man, understanding the danger of the undertaking. The elder happily agrees, handing him an ancient scroll that could change the course of the game. The hero's true motives are revealed. He craves not fame, but untold wealth and a bad reputation. Having accepted the task, the young man receives a powerful artifact, the Scroll of the Wrath of the God of Fire. The first enemy on his way is an ordinary wolf whose strength is no match for his. The adventurer deals with the monster without the slightest difficulty, demonstrating his overwhelming superiority. Defeating the wolf gives him a new level, strengthening his self-confidence. However, joy quickly turns to disappointment when he finds only a measly handful of coins. Doubts overwhelm the adventurer, and he seriously considers abandoning this hopeless undertaking. A sudden system message bombards him with news of a gigantic fine for deleting his account. Realizing he's trapped, the boy casts aside his panic and accepts the challenge of a whole pack of wolves. With cold determination, the young man decides to act with restraint and methodically build up his power. Showing cunning, he lures one wolf out of the pack in order to deal with it alone. A lightning attack leaves the enemy no chance of escape. With a cruel grin, the young man enjoys his victory, realizing that there is no one to turn to for help. 2 hours later, under the cold moon, only the lonely silhouette of the victor remains among the fallen enemies. Having reached level 7, the young man is relieved to discover new equipment that will strengthen him slightly. But the peace doesn't last long, as the demonic Wolf King, a bronze-tier boss, appears before him. Having assessed the colossal difference in strength, the guy understands that his attacks are unlikely to penetrate the monster's defense. Casting aside his doubts, the hero decides to take a risk, because such a chance to use the first mover advantage only comes once. The ferocious boss rushes into the attack, intending to tear the impudent upstart to pieces. The first blow seems crushing, but reality turns out to be much more cruel. To his horror, the young man sees that he has only dealt 9 points of damage due to the wolf's incredible defense. The monster's counterbite takes away a significant portion of the adventurer's health, proving mortally dangerous. Instead of panicking, Winter River displays inhuman strength, stopping the beast with her bare hands. With complete dominance, he effortlessly takes down the boss, earning a new, unexpected title. Using a small wolf as a human shield, the hero enters into a tense confrontation with the enraged boss. Despite the insignificant damage, the young man continues his tactics, wearing down the monster and playing on its indecision. The boss's rage reaches its limit, but he is powerless against the young man's cold-blooded cruelty. After 2 hours of grueling battle, the wounded beast begins to change, accumulating dark energy. When the boss's health drops to half, he enters his second phase, becoming even more powerful. Horror grips the boy when he realizes that the rules of the game are much more complex and deadly than he thought. The new ability turns the monster into a killing machine, leaving the hero no chance. The battle becomes even more hopeless as the Wolf King's aura weakens the adventurer, depriving him of his advantages. In desperation, the boss sacrifices his kinsman, dealing a crushing blow to the hero's living shield. This cruel act plunges the monster into sadness, paralyzing him for 5 seconds and giving the boy his only chance for salvation. On the brink of death, with only a tiny amount of health left, the hero realizes that any mistake will be his last. Realizing that he cannot win head-on, the young man switches to exhausting tactics, provoking the beast into a long chase. The enraged monster pursues him, giving him no time to rest in this deadly game of cat and mouse. The battle of attrition drags on, and the adventurer doubts whether he has enough strength to last until the end. Every step he takes is calculated to the millimeter, because the slightest mistake will cost him his life. 5 hours later, the grueling chase continues, turning into a true test of will and endurance. Finally, the exhausted monster falls, and triumph brings the guy not only victory, but also an instant jump in levels. Without a second's hesitation, Winter River decides to announce her feat to the entire server, seeking universal glory. The news of the first boss kill shocks all players who still can't escape the starting location. Sudden fame brings a barrage of friend requests upon the young man, which he rejects with irritation. Barely catching his breath, the hero heads towards the defeated boss, anticipating a well-deserved reward. Suddenly, an angry voice is heard, and a mysterious necromancer appears in front of the astonished guy. With icy contempt, the powerful enemy sentences him to death, considering him an insignificant insect. The young man realizes that the real boss of this location has just revealed himself in all his dark glory. Despite the mortal threat, the adventurer maintains his composure because he has an ace up his sleeve. The hero is amused by the thought that such a powerful enemy is stuck in an ordinary village for newbies. The necromancer, confident of his victory, mocks the foolish adventurer, underestimating him. Feigning humility before death, the young man turns to his enemy with a final, unusual request. Intrigued, the arrogant necromancer condescendingly allows him to speak before his inevitable death. Hiding his true intentions, the boy asks only to look at the enemy's characteristics, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. The necromancer is enraged by the hero's insolence and decides to immediately grind him into dust. Breaking through the magical attack, the young man finds himself face to face with the enemy, mocking his self-confidence. The guy takes out his main trump card, an ancient scroll, warning that it is not too late to stop. Horror distorts the necromancer's face when he recognizes the legendary forbidden artifact in the hands of the newcomer. Sensing the enemy's fear, the adventurer, with a devilish grin, demands complete submission. Trying to hide his weakness, the necromancer bluffs, claiming that the scroll's curse will not harm him. He continues to provoke the young man, doubting that he has the courage to sacrifice himself. With cold determination, the hero accepts the challenge, preparing to activate the scroll and drag the enemy into oblivion with him. The necromancer's confidence evaporates, because in his weakened state, he may not survive such a powerful curse. In complete confusion, he tries to understand the boy's motives, seeing no logic in his suicidal act. By proposing a deal, the guy tries to outsmart the necromancer, inwardly admiring his intellect. Daniel explains that he cannot simply give away the treasures, citing the unbreakable rules of this world. The hero is confused by the fact that the non-player character talks about mechanics as if he were a living person. Having found a loophole in the rules, the necromancer invites the young man to become his apprentice and embrace the power of darkness. The offer to join the dark faction plunges the adventurer into real shock. By concealing his interest, the young man points out the shortcomings of such a union, testing the teacher's intentions. To convince him, Daniel swears by the god of contracts to make the guy the owner of a unique hidden class. The prospects that open up amaze the hero, because the proposed role exceeds all his wildest expectations. Thoughts of a new, ruthless, and incredibly strong image finally seduce the young man. By agreeing to the deal, he embarks on a dark path, forever becoming an enemy of the light factions. The darkness consumes the hero, regenerating him into something new and powerful, changing his very essence. The rewards for being the champion are overwhelming, but his new, terrifying appearance leaves him momentarily stunned. With a hint of panic in his voice, the young man timidly asks his new teacher if it is possible to turn everything back. Daniel reassures his student with a grin, promising that with time he will learn to control his dark aura. To help the newcomer adapt, the necromancer suggests hiding his true nature from prying eyes. Concealment magic envelops the adventurer, temporarily returning them to human form and masking their dark power. Suddenly, the boy realizes that his powerful teacher is far from being at the top of the hierarchy, and his future is uncertain. The mentor challenges him, hinting that one day the student will be able to surpass him and become one of the demonic gods. The first test of loyalty to the dark faction is a brutal task that requires him to prove his devotion. Underestimating his own talent, the hero doubts his abilities, but the teacher reminds him of his uniqueness. Daniel gives his student 3 days to complete the task while he recovers his strength. A sudden fear grips the boy when he realizes that he could have lost the opportunity to be resurrected. The mentor confirms his fears with a grin, because he is no longer under the protection of the goddess of life. Panic distorts the young man's face at the thought that his death in this world could be final. However, instead of the old protection, he received the patronage of an ancient demonic god with unknown properties. Having said goodbye to his teacher, the young man sets out on a journey full of determination and new ambitions. The hero can't believe his luck, as he has gained a hidden class and powerful equipment with incredible ease. New passive skills and a rare ring of dead spirits are a welcome bonus to his dark transformation. Lack of equipment forces the adventurer to immediately go hunting to test his new powers. Having easily dealt with the wolves, he immediately receives the first part of his new dark set. Pleased with his luck, the young man is already planning how to sell his excess equipment profitably in the village. His plans are rudely interrupted by another player, who unceremoniously pushes him away from his occupied seat. It turned out that an entire guild had taken over his hunting ground, leaving no chance for the loners. The group's leader contemptuously demands that the boy leave, since this territory now belongs to them. A flash of anger seizes the hero, because he was here first and does not intend to put up with such injustice. The brazen players surround him, mocking his helplessness and not intending to give in. Having decided to teach his offenders a lesson, the adventurer prepares not only to fight back, but to expose their lawlessness for all to see. Realizing that they are being filmed, the hooligans become enraged and decide to shut up the annoying loner by force. 2 swords cross on his chest, but their attacks only deal 1 point of damage, causing no harm. The counterattack of dark energy tears opponents to shreds, demonstrating a monstrous gap in power. The hero looks at his new stats in amazement, realizing that he has become incredibly strong for his level. The new discovery delights him. Now he can gain experience by mercilessly killing other players. The enraged crowd rushes at him, but in his eyes they are just faceless walking experience points. Like a dark whirlwind, the young man rushes through the ranks of enemies, leaving them no chance. Left alone with the last survivor, the guy notes with satisfaction the progress in his bloody mission. A crushing blow puts an end to this carnage, and a cruel smile plays on the face of the victor. Having preserved a recording of the massacre, the adventurer coldly declares that his opponents brought trouble upon themselves. Under cover of night, he returns to the village, intending to profitably dispose of the accumulated loot. Without wasting any time, the young man loudly offers equipment for sale, demanding payment in cash only. His appearance causes a sensation, as everyone recognizes him as the legendary Winter River, the first player to defeat the boss. A crowd of players organizes a real auction, vying with each other to offer fabulous sums for his trophies. With a sly smile, the young man announces that the winner is the one who offers the highest price. Suddenly, a representative of a large guild appears, offering to buy everything wholesale and inviting him to join. The hero politely declines, fully aware that joining the Light Guild would be suicide for him. Without backing down, the player offers to at least exchange contacts for future profitable deals. The deal is successfully completed, and Winter River not only receives money, but also makes a useful acquaintance. The satisfied buyer readily agrees to transfer the huge sum directly to his bank account. Taking off the virtual reality helmet, the guy returns to the real world with relief. Having sold his gaming equipment, he looks with satisfaction at his account, which has been replenished by 40,000. It's time for revenge. He uploads the video with a sly grin. Tension reigns in the guild office as an assistant reports Winter River's brazen antics to an enraged president. The challenge is thrown down. The loner not only mocks them, but also sets the scene for the decisive battle. In a fit of rage, the guild leader decides to gather all his forces in the newcomer's village to make a show of destroying the insolent man. An unheard-of reward is announced for the hero's head, 50,000 gold for each kill without any restrictions. The president explains that in this game, money is power, and he is not afraid to spend it to protect his reputation. The goal is to gather at least 100 players, because this daring loner should become a stepping stone on the path to glory. A huge army of players finally finds him, standing alone on a hill, calmly awaiting their arrival. For him, this crowd is not a threat, but only a huge amount of experience that is coming into his hands. Blinded by greed, the players rush to the attack, but the young man only grins, anticipating an easy victory. Like a dark reaper, he bursts into their ranks, and the first movement of his blade takes dozens of lives. The surviving players are horrified to realize that they are facing a real monster and fear losing their levels upon death. The group's leader tries to boost morale by promising compensation and reminding them of the rich spoils to be reaped from such a powerful enemy. The hero mockingly notes that while they dream about his equipment, he is simply farming invaluable experience on them. Mocking their pathetic tactics, he suggests they line up so he can pick them off one by one. Analyzing the composition of the enemy, the young man realizes that he is dealing with a crowd of mindless melee warriors. Even when he finds himself in a tight circle, he easily withstands their attacks, receiving only scratches. Boredom and disappointment are reflected on his face, because their pathetic blows are not even able to entertain him. After 20 minutes of grueling battle, his health finally gives out and the crowd begins to hope. Just when victory seems close, a golden glow envelops the boy. He levels up, completely healing. Panic reigns in the enemy camp, but their leader does not give up, convincing everyone that this was only a one-time reward for primacy. The guild leader figures out his trick and calls on everyone to attack to deplete his armor. The kill counter grows inexorably, bringing the hero closer to completing his dark mission. 15 minutes later, the last of the 100 enemies falls, and the task is considered complete. The young man notes with satisfaction that he has finally proven his loyalty to the dark faction. But his thirst for battle and experience does not subside. He's not going to miss such a chance for easy leveling. A new wave of enemies arrives on the battlefield, but their resolve is shattered by his invincible might. His health is running low again, and players blinded by greed are already preparing to divide up his gear. Once again, a golden glow envelops him, and the new level gives him back all the strength to continue the slaughter. With a mad grin, he taunts his enemies, hinting that their pitiful efforts won't even be enough to break his armor. Confusion and horror reign among the enemy. No one can understand how he manages to gain experience for killing players. He kills their fighting spirit with a caustic taunt, shaming them for their cowardice, which will be seen by the entire internet. The guild leader is in despair and can't believe that the reward for the first boss has given him such a monstrous advantage. Having admitted complete defeat, the commander gives the order to retreat, unable to resist this monster. With triumph in his voice, the young man bids farewell to the losers, promising that he will be the one to laugh last. The victory earned him 2 levels, but he understands that killing such weak players will no longer give him much experience. To his surprise, he finds that his evil level has remained at 0. It seems that factional warfare is not considered a sin. A sudden alarm interrupts his thoughts. His new teacher is on the verge of death. Realizing that he is trapped in the newcomer village, the adventurer desperately rushes to the mountains in search of a way out. Meanwhile, in the gorge, a powerful priest of light corners the weakened necromancer Daniel. The priest eagerly anticipates the reward for the necromancer's head, which will open the way for him to the highest ranks in the church. The priest of light revels in his triumph, having spent months tracking his prey. Even on the brink of death, Daniel does not lose his composure and boldly looks the enemy in the face. Winter River suddenly appears on the battlefield, surprised to meet the old man from the village. The elder turns out to be a powerful pyromancer, whose true power is hidden from the eyes of ordinary players. Sensing a dark aura, the priest looks at the boy with disdain, while he innocently denies his involvement in evil. The pyromancer sees them both as easy prey that will bring him glory and honor in the church. The appearance of the apprentice completely ruins the necromancer's chances of victory, dooming him to certain death. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Daniel offers his student the only escape plan. Looking reproachfully at the mentor, the young man suddenly hands him the very scroll he received from the headman. With feigned indignation, he declares that he will not risk his life without a worthy reward and quest. The necromancer, touched by his offer, gives him an official quest with a generous but as yet unknown reward. With complete confidence, the young man stands up to defend his unreliable teacher, preparing for battle. The pyromancer is furious that these two dared to ignore him and make plans right under his nose. Threatening with a scroll, the hero demands that the priest of light not move, otherwise he will not hold back. The old man panics and realizes that he himself gave this boy a weapon that could destroy him. With a devilish grin, the adventurer opens the scroll, declaring that it was created especially for the likes of the priest. A powerful spell unleashes a fire demon that descends upon the shocked pyromancer. Taking advantage of the moment, Daniel begins a teleportation ritual to escape the deadly trap. At this time, all players of the Light faction receive notification of Winter River's betrayal and declare a hunt for him. Having successfully escaped, the young man and his mentor find themselves on the Plain of Storms, where new dangers await them. The worldwide announcement of his betrayal makes him a prime target for all Light faction players. The thought of a generous reward for his head makes the guy realize that now everyone he meets will be his enemy. The consequences of his choice fall upon him: quest failure, loss of reputation and levels, and a huge debt. Dropped to the first level and with empty pockets, he only smirks, because his main trump card is himself. Approaching his mentor, the young man resolutely demands the promised reward for his risky rescue. Daniel calms his student with a slight grin, promising that he will not hurt the one who saved his life. Golden energy envelops the hero as he receives his reward, an incredible amount of experience and a rare talent. In an instant, he rushes through the levels, becoming stronger than ever before. The adventurer is overwhelmed with delight, because he has not only regained his strength, but also received a legendary talent. The new skill grants him inhuman speed and guaranteed critical hits. The young man admires the new talent, because its main strength is not in damage, but in a humiliating blow directly to the enemy's face. Daniel explains that this skill was lost for centuries, and he only kept it, unable to use it. The hero is concerned that the talent does not receive bonuses from weapons, but the mentor dispels his doubts. It turns out that the power of the Devil's Trample depends not on the equipment, but on the strength of spirit of its owner. The insatiable adventurer asks with a smile if the teacher has any other generous rewards. With a light heart, he admits that he does not consider his losses a defeat, but only an incentive for rapid growth. Daniel decides to take the student to a safe place protected by the dark gods. They set out on a journey to find a shelter where the young man can train in peace and become stronger. An hour later, they reach their destination, the gloomy and lifeless Badlands. After giving the student the medicine, the necromancer sends him to hunt local monsters so that he can quickly level up. Having received the priceless medicine, the young man thanks his mentor for such a generous gift. A new mission is not long in coming. He must single-handedly exterminate 500 demonic lizards. The monster's stats are impressive. They're even much stronger than the wolf boss he fought for so long. Despite the danger, the hero is confident of his victory, because now he has become immeasurably stronger. Dark energy envelops him as he prepares to unleash the full force of his newfound power upon his enemies. Like a shadow, he takes off, closing the distance with his first victim in the blink of an eye. The very first blow is devastating, demonstrating a colossal difference in strength. The skill Mad Kill turns him into a killing machine, dealing thousands of points of damage. Even strong scales do not save the lizard from its merciless attacks, which tear it to pieces. With a devilish grin, he looks at his defeated enemy, realizing that the monster was simply unlucky enough to become his opponent. His first victory only gives him a meager 500 experience points, which seems like a mockery given his strength. The death of a fellow pack member attracts the attention of the entire pack, and now he is surrounded by dozens of enraged monsters. As if dancing, he glides between enemies, maintaining his distance and preventing them from surrounding him. Just a couple of minutes later, the battlefield is littered with lizard corpses, and he stands unharmed in the midst of this chaos. An unexpected call from an old acquaintance interrupts his triumph, reminding him of the outside world. While all the forums are buzzing about how to kill him, the hero calmly collects loot from defeated enemies. Even after mass extermination of monsters, the reward turns out to be ridiculously meager. Suddenly, he receives a strange and tempting offer to sell his unique character. A cunning plan flashes through his head, but he immediately remembers that dying in the dark faction will result in the account being deleted. The sum of 20,000 stuns him, forcing him to seriously consider this risky proposal. The temptation of immeasurable wealth fights within him with greed, because even 20 million seems too little to him. With cold determination, he rejects the deal, reminding him that for him, defeat means more than just a game. His interlocutor warns him of a constant threat, as the entire server will hunt him for such a reward. But the young man only grins because his self-confidence is unshakable. He knows that his strength is worth this price. Having seized the initiative, the hero offers a lucrative deal, instantly turning a potential enemy into a business partner. Having set his terms, he negotiates the safe transfer of the goods, demanding payment in advance and trusting no one. Without wasting a second, the adventurer returns to his bloody mission, continuing to mercilessly exterminate monsters. Every movement of his blade brings death, and the battlefield is littered with corpses as he methodically moves towards his goal. A stream of golden energy marks the achievement of a new peak, and he triumphantly greets the 15th level. A sudden transformation envelops him in darkness, awakening an ancient power and granting him a new, deadly talent. A new divine talent grants him near immortality, allowing him to regenerate health even in the thick of battle. The deal is completed successfully, and the guy, having received his money, points the buyer to a cache of equipment. By completing the deal, he's reminded of future opportunities, strengthening his business ties with a powerful guild. An hour later, the tireless warrior continues his mission, slowly but surely approaching the cherished goal. The long-awaited reward finally drops from the monster, but joy is mixed with disappointment from the low probability of extraction. The new equipment, bronze sand boots, proves to be a modest but useful addition to his arsenal. A slight disappointment mars his triumph, as he still has some growing to do before he can use the new armor. A friendly message from the real world reminds him that even in the pursuit of power, he must not forget about himself. In a luxurious office overlooking the city at night, the humiliated guild president admits his fatal mistake. Taking the blame, the leader of the heroic community listens to the reproaches, realizing that his miscalculation cost them too much. Behind a mask of calm, the guild leader hides a cold rage, absolving his subordinate of blame for the recent failure. As soon as the door closes, his face contorts with humiliation and he is left alone with his dark thoughts. With his eyes blazing, the president declares a personal vendetta, vowing that the hunt for Winter River will never end. Unaware of the storm brewing in the real world, the lone warrior continues his tireless journey across the barren lands. A crushing kick demonstrates his new strength, which seems capable of splitting rocks themselves. His attention is drawn to a young lizard whose cunning hints that the battle will be far from fair. From the depths of the gorge emerges the true master of these lands, the king of demonic lizards, exuding an aura of death. A shadow of arrogance appears on the hero's face, because for him, this bronze boss is just another step to the top. His body is enveloped in dark energy, and he unleashes his signature move on the monster, paralyzing it for a split second. But triumph is marred by searing pain. The boss's poisonous skin becomes a deadly reminder of his carelessness. A healing potion instantly restores his strength, allowing him to recklessly launch into the most dangerous attacks. As if playing with fire, he dodges the deadly jaws, delivering precise and accurate blows. His sword, shrouded in darkness, pierces the monster's flesh again and again, bringing him closer to certain death. The final blow puts an end to this battle, and he looks at the fallen beast in triumph. The boss's body disintegrates, leaving behind a cloud of digital particles in the anticipation of victory. The long-awaited reward exceeds all expectations. A whole rain of silver coins showers him. Among the treasures, he finds strong armor and a powerful staff, each of which has unique properties. Disappointment is mixed with excitement, since most of the trophies are still beyond his level, and the staff is completely useless. Without wasting any time, he contacts his business partner, offering him a new batch of valuable equipment. Like an experienced salesman, he convinces the buyer of the value of the goods, asking him to name a fair price himself. The terms of the deal are accepted, and he, without wasting any time, demands immediate payment and the dispatch of a messenger for the goods. 100,000 earned in a couple of days only strengthens his belief in the limitless potential of this virtual world. The mission is almost complete, and he decides to finish off the last monsters to report to his mentor. Like a machine, he continues to exterminate lizards, and each kill brings him closer to a new peak. The long-awaited 16th level is finally reached, and he triumphantly tries on his new boots. Now he is fully equipped, and his self-confidence grows with every minute he spends in this world. Returning to reality, he feels hungry and decides to rest a little before new achievements. A message from an old friend makes him smile. It seems his gaming fame has reached the real world. An unexpected meeting with a childhood friend brings with it not only memories, but also a tempting offer. The secret is out. His friend is offering him not just a job, but a dizzying career as a professional player. A friend offers him a unique chance to join a professional studio that is preparing to blow up the world of eternity. To his surprise, the guy calmly refuses, preferring his own path to the top. Trying to convince him otherwise, his friend describes all the benefits of a stable job, a high salary, insurance, and a pension. Even the promise of earnings exceeding 10,000 cannot shake his determination. With an awkward smile, the young man explains that it's not about money. He simply prefers to work alone. A sudden revelation strikes his friend. He realizes that he has long been immersed in this virtual world. The hero speaks with delight about eternity, calling it a second world, so realistic and skillful it is. When asked about his game name, he only smiles mysteriously, preferring to keep his identity a secret for now. With a sly grin, he thinks that revealing his name now would be tantamount to suicide. The friend, sensing that he is hiding something, begins to suspect that he is being followed in the game, but is immediately distracted by something else. Leaning closer, the friend shares the main secret. Rumors of a secret area for the most powerful players. The secret turns out to be even deeper. You can get there not through luck, but only through true talent. The source of this valuable information is his work at a professional studio that is determined to make a splash in the game. Reality calls, and the friends say goodbye, agreeing to meet in the virtual world later. Returning to the game, he appears before his mentor, who is surprised by his lightning-fast completion of the task. With feigned disgust at the endless grind, the young man impatiently demands his well-deserved reward. Daniel reassures him with a fatherly smile, promising that he will never hurt his students. The generosity of the reward is staggering. The huge amount of experience and the rarest ring of storage exceed all his expectations. A stream of golden energy once again lifts him to new heights, instantly raising him to level 17. He looks with delight at the new silver ring, which is not only valuable but also incredibly useful for any player. Wanting to learn more about the world, the young man asks his mentor about talents and their origin. Daniel is surprised by his curiosity, since most players don't even think about it at such an early stage. He explains that talents are not a gift from above, but a reward for passing a special test in a secret space. A whole hour to choose from seems like a generous offer, but most of the talents turn out to be completely useless. As an example, he cites the legendary talent Heart of the Sword, which increases damage by a whopping 80%. When the student suggests that it is an S-rank talent, the mentor only smiles condescendingly. With reverence in his voice, he reveals the truth. Sword Heart is a talent of the highest SS rank. It turns out that in this world there is a whole hierarchy of ranks, and those who hold the highest ranks can be counted on the fingers of one hand. With a slight grin, Daniel reminds his student that his own S-rank talent is also incredibly rare. When asked how to become as strong as the inhabitants of this world, the mentor gives a simple but profound answer. Strength is more important than level. Daniel promises to reveal all the secrets as soon as the student is strong enough to accept them. The time has come for the most important thing: receiving the promised protection of the demonic gods. Delight and impatience overwhelm the young man, because he is about to learn the secret that will replace his resurrection. The necromancer begins the ritual, calling upon the great demonic god and vouching for the loyalty of his apprentice. Dark energy envelops the hero, transforming him and granting him a new, previously unseen ability. To his surprise, instead of immortality, he receives only the ominous title of Fallen for betraying the light. But disappointment turns to triumph when he realizes that this title will double his health and turn him into a real boss. An explanation of the game mechanics reveals a cruel truth. The immortality of players upsets the balance of this world. To even the playing field, dark faction bosses like him become stronger with each death at the hands of players. With a devilish grin on his face, he admits that he is shocked, because now he is not just a player, but a real threat to the entire server. Now healed, Daniel decides they no longer need to hide and leads the apprentice to their new hideout. With a mysterious smile, he hints that his role in this world is much more significant than it seems at first glance. They climb up a sheer cliff face, and a system notification informs them of their arrival in the City of Darkness. As if on command, the great gates swing open, welcoming the return of their long-absent leader. The truth is revealed. His humble mentor turns out to be the powerful ruler of an entire city. Thoughts are swarming in the young man's head because he does not understand how the boss of the Dark Gold level could found a first-level city. It turns out that settlements in this world are divided into 6 levels, and conquering the main city is the key to world domination. The undead army greets their lord with reverence, rejoicing at his long-awaited return. Among the guards, he notices a powerful undead knight, a gold-tier boss who turns out to be the deputy chief. Bowing respectfully, the deputy greets his master, demonstrating absolute loyalty and devotion. Anxiety grips the young man, as he realizes that even with such powerful allies, their city remains vulnerable. The city's ruler shows respect to his subjects, thanking them for their loyal service and assistance. Daniel proudly introduces his new apprentice, officially inducting him into the highest circles of the City of Darkness. The powerful undead knight immediately senses the boy's immense potential, recognizing his dangerous and evil aura. The thought of the legendary strength of the Dark Swordsman gives the hero confidence, because in history, there has never been a weak one. Left alone with his mentor, the young man prepares for a serious conversation about the future and the dangers. The city's location in the heart of enemy territory makes the adventurers seriously concerned about their survival. Daniel declares with cold determination that death is but a small price to pay for unlimited power. Fear for his life wars within him with the realization that even the dark faction has its outcasts and internal strife. He recalls his past gaming experience with irony, realizing that he once again found himself among a tribe of rowdies and outcasts. Daniel explains that in this world, living beings instinctively fear the undead, making them outcasts. He is ready to drag the student into hell with him, but first he wants to give him all the benefits of his position. A global war between factions is looming, and now is only the calm before the storm. As the city's leader, he has vast resources and intends to invest them all in training his successor. The mentor's sincere concern amazes the young man, and he begins to doubt whether he is a simple NPC. Unable to simply give him equipment, Daniel offers him a new, dangerous mission. The disciple was surprised because he thought that living beings attacked by demonic energy would become part of the dark faction. It turns out that such creatures lose their minds and attack everyone indiscriminately, posing a threat to all living things. The mentor reminds him of the Dark Swordsman's bad reputation and warns him against attracting unnecessary attention. The new mission is to exterminate 500 demonic rats, and the hero, full of determination, sets out to find their lair. In search of information, the young man turns to a random skeleton soldier, unaware of the awkward situation. To his surprise, the skeleton turns out to be a girl who is outraged by such familiar treatment. Realizing his mistake, he sheepishly apologizes and, after paying a compliment, receives the information he needs. Personal and completely inappropriate details from a new acquaintance leave him speechless. Having found the lair, he freezes in amazement before the countless horde of rats with glowing eyes. The monster's stats are impressive. Each mouse is a formidable opponent in its own right. Fear grips him, as he understands that one attack will provoke the entire pack against him. But instead of the expected aggression, the rats suddenly begin to run away in panic, sensing his aura. He realizes with surprise and delight that his evil aura acts as a repellent to monsters. Not wanting to let easy prey go, he gives chase, preparing to unleash his most powerful blow on them. A powerful blow shakes the earth, and like a predator, he rushes towards his fleeing prey. With a grin on his face, he turns the hunt into a bloodbath, because the fleeing enemies pose no threat to him. An hour later, the tireless warrior continues his grind, and each kill only fuels his thirst for battle. 2 hours later, among the mountains of corpses, he finally finds his first rare reward. Disappointment hits him again, as the new bracers require level 20 to use. A sudden system message interrupts his thoughts, announcing the first player to receive a talent. This news takes him by surprise. He didn't expect that anyone could overtake him in this race for power. The mass extermination of rats does not go unnoticed, and his actions awaken the wrath of a powerful boss. From the depths of the earth emerges the demonic Mouse King, a silver-tier boss with monstrous stats. Despite the terrifying numbers, he maintains his composure, as his own level and skills are hidden from the enemy's eyes. Determination burns in his eyes. He will not allow anyone to steal his glory as the first silver-tier boss killer. The giant mouse rushes forward with a deafening squeal, intending to crush the insolent creature. The new talent, Devil's Trample, proves its effectiveness once again, momentarily paralyzing a powerful enemy. Even with double health, he understands that without constant healing, he cannot withstand such power. His sword, shrouded in darkness, strikes the boss again and again, dealing colossal damage. An hour later, the grueling battle continues, with both opponents at the limit of their strength. He knows that the worst is yet to come, as the bosses activate their hidden talents in a rage. A deafening roar shakes the gorge. The Mouse King goes berserk, calling on his horde to help. Hundreds of rats begin to crawl out of every crack, turning the one-on-one battle into a real battlefield. But instead of the expected attack, the summoned flock freezes in place as if waiting for something. His evil aura is so powerful that even a silver-tier boss flees in terror. Rage and passion overwhelm the hero. He will not allow his prey to simply leave and deprive him of his glory. By clinging to the tail of the fleeing monster, he does not give it a single chance of salvation. A hail of crushing blows falls on the boss's back, and each hit brings him closer to victory. Pursuing his prey, he rushes along the gorge, not paying attention to the enemy's rapidly depleting health. Suddenly, he feels a powerful surge of energy coming from the very heart of this cursed place. Before his eyes appears a giant purple diamond, exuding incredible strength and power. The energy of the crystal flows into him, filling every cell of his body and awakening hidden potential. The system message shocks him. All his stats are temporarily increased by 1,000%. The new stats turn him into a true god. Now he's not just a fallen, but a bronze-tier boss. With a maddened rage in his eyes, he pounces on the enemy, his enhanced blade bringing certain death. Victory brings him not only tons of experience, but also an instant jump to level 19. The reward for being the first is beyond all expectations, reputation, stats, and a rare S-rank item. The new artifact, the Power of Goodness, proves to be a true treasure, capable of enhancing his skills. He is filled with delight, as he can now make his already powerful abilities even more deadly. Not wanting to hide in the shadows, he decides to announce his triumph to the entire server with a devilish grin. The news of his feat shocks all players, who cannot believe in the existence of such a monster. He looks at the defeated boss with satisfaction, anticipating what kind of prey this glorious hunt has brought him. A sudden system notification interrupts his triumph. In 3 minutes, the test of his talent will begin. Excitement and anticipation flash in his eyes as he prepares for any challenge this world throws at him. With a sly grin, he decides to use the remaining time to prepare for the main test. He knows that items can't be used in the talent test, but no one talked about skills. Without thinking, he activates the Power of Goodness, intending to use its power to enhance his talents. His choice falls on the most valuable and unique skill, Dark Sword Skill. In an instant, his passive skill evolves into killing art, becoming even more deadly. He is filled with delight, because now his attack has doubled, and he is no longer tied to one type of weapon. Before the test, he decides to take his prize, a lilac diamond that gave him incredible power. It turns out that this gem has a limited number of uses and temporarily enhances hidden power. To his surprise, he receives not the entire diamond, but only a fragment of it, since he was not its original owner. A clever thought occurs to him. If he could use the diamond's power in the test, his chances of success would skyrocket. The countdown has begun, and he eagerly awaits the start of the test that will determine his fate. Like a flash, he is transported to a mysterious forest, where he must face an unknown enemy. The first opponent is a harmless-looking rabbit, and he has only 10 minutes to win. The enemy's stats are laughable. He's weaker than even the first slime he encountered. Despite being reset to level 1, he retained all of his titles and unallocated stat points. With a devilish grin, he pours all his points into the attack, intending not just to win, but to destroy the enemy. The second opponent turns out to be much more serious, a skeleton, whose strength promises a more worthy fight. The system levels their odds, and he understands that each test will become more difficult. Clenching his fists, he prepares for battle, because the outcome of the battle will determine the talent rank he will receive. Excitement and anticipation flash in his eyes as he eagerly awaits what talent awaits him at the end of this journey. The third opponent is a demonic wolf whose strength will prove whether he is worthy of a B rank. With a grin on his face, he accepts the challenge, because for him, this monster is just another step to the top. His fists strike the enemy with incredible force, proving his overwhelming superiority. The fourth enemy, an armored warrior, becomes the final obstacle to reaching S rank. In an instant, he dispatches him, easily fulfilling the requirements for achieving the highest rank. Excitement burns in his eyes, and he eagerly awaits the next challenge, hoping for an SS rank. But he is in for a disappointment. The system only offers him a promotion to S rank, with no chance of more. The fifth enemy turns out to be a powerful dark gold tier boss, Young Tiger. A sudden revelation strikes him. He understands that this test determines not the maximum but the minimum rank of talent. The system evens their chances again, raising his level to 40 and giving him a ghost of a hope of victory. A battle with a tiger turns into a real test of strength, where every move could be your last. Like a tamer, he seizes the moment and subdues the ferocious beast, not allowing it to escape. A powerful knee strike knocks the boss out, proving that brute force doesn't always decide the outcome of a battle. Defeating the tiger opens the way for him to reach SS rank, but the test is far from over. An explosion of digital energy marks his triumph, and he receives well-deserved stat points. With a devilish grin, he pours all the points he has gained into the attack, preparing to meet the final enemy. What appears before him is not just a boss, but a true deity. The water Kilin, exuding an aura of primordial power. Shock and disbelief are reflected on his face, because he did not expect the test to be so difficult. The system intervenes again, raising its level to 50th and returning it to its original state. With a new level comes new power. But will it be enough to defeat a divine-ranked creature? A new 600 attack and a 100% boost from his talent give him confidence in an easy victory. The boss's stats are astounding. Even at level 1, he possesses power that exceeds all imaginable limits. His appearance in the talent test is an event that could even affect the real world. Fear grips him, as he understands that even at level 50, his chances of winning are slim. The most frightening is the last talent, which hints at unknown and deadly curses. The boss's first attack, a powerful stream of water, hits him, forcing him to retreat. Even after dodging, he feels pain pierce his body from contact with divine energy. Shock and disbelief are reflected on his face, as he cannot believe the colossal damage from a normal attack. The second hit sends him flying back, and he looks at his rapidly depleting health bar in horror. As if toying with him, Kilin prepares its next move, gathering a sphere of pure water energy in its mouth. Despair overwhelms him, as he understands that defeat is inevitable, and he can only rely on S-rank talent. But instead of giving up, he challenges fate itself, looking into the eyes of a divine being. With a cheeky grin, he reminds Kilin that not only gods but also humans have innate control over the elements. His words cause the divine beast to burst into a fit of rage, and its hatred towards him increases 1,000-fold. Fear pierces him, because he understands that the next blow will be his last. At this critical moment, a new hidden power of the Dark Swordsman awakens within him. An uncontrollable flow of dark energy explodes from within, and he struggles to control this destructive power. For a normal player, this skill would be suicide, but for him, it becomes a divine gift. Realizing he only has one life, he accepts his fate and prepares to start over if he fails. Enveloped in dark flames, he is reborn, ready to challenge the god and prove that even a mortal can surpass the immortals. The surprised Kilin wonders where a mortal could get such powerful dark power. The shock on the hero's face turns to a devilish grin as he offers a deal. Defeat in exchange for knowledge. Scornfully rejecting his offer, the divine beast prepares for the decisive attack. A new surge of strength allows him to use Devil's Trample again, stunning the enemy for a moment. A hail of crushing blows falls upon Kilin, and he is surprised to recognize the talent lost in time. With a mocking voice, the young man reminds him that not only gods but also people have hidden abilities. In response to his insolence, Kilin activates its forbidden power, turning the battlefield into a raging ocean. Fear grips him, as he realizes that now he will have to fight not only the boss, but also an entire army of sea monsters. Not wanting to drag out the battle, he rushes to attack, but is immediately caught by one of the creatures. The sea snake's venomous bite is the final straw. His health is now draining with every second. Despite the mortal danger, he maintains his composure, confident that his regeneration will save him. As if playing with him, the sea creatures only lightly nibble him without causing serious damage. In a fit of rage, he rushes at Kilin, desperately trying to end this grueling battle. Jumping onto the back of the divine beast, he begins to beat it with his bare hands, driving it into a frenzy. With a mad grin, he reminds him that Kilin is a symbol of good luck, and he should be happy to see them again. Rage and humiliation overwhelm the divine being, who cannot believe such insolence from a mortal. He just smirks, because his clever tactic worked. He simply distracted the enemy while his skills recharged. Suddenly a voice comes from the heavens, calling Kilin to calmness and wisdom. Shock and bewilderment are reflected on his face, because he understands that higher powers are watching their battle. Ignoring divine intervention, he decides to continue the fight, as his goal is victory at any cost. Like a shadow, he glides through the water, dodging attacks and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He manages to interrupt one of Kilin's spells, but this is not enough for victory. A giant wave, like a shark, crashes down on him and he knows this is the end. The blast of water throws him back, and he barely stays on his feet, ready for the last fight. But instead of death, triumph awaits him. He wins, and as a reward, he receives 10 characteristic points. A mysterious voice from heaven praises him, but warns him that he has taken the wrong path. With a devilish grin, he replies that the light faction is not suitable for him because he was born for darkness. The voice predicts their future meeting, but he hopes that it will be a meeting of allies, not enemies. The test is over, and now he must make the most important choice in his life. Choose his talent. Disappointment overshadows his victory as he realizes that he never got a chance to obtain an SS rank talent. He finds himself in a crystal cave where he must choose his talent from hundreds of glowing spheres. The very first talent, Solid Rock, turns out to be a powerful passive skill that increases defense by 20%. But he understands that real strength is not in defense, but in the ability to withstand blows and strike back. He rejects this path with a grin, because for him, the best defense is an attack. He knows that without a powerful attack, even the strongest tank is doomed to defeat in a protracted battle. His choice is obvious. He prefers extreme damage, which will perfectly complement his hidden skill. The abundance of talents is blinding, and he understands that a whole hour will not be enough to study them all. As he flies past the spheres, he catches glimpses of other talents, each unique in its own way. Disappointment and anger overwhelm him, as all the talents around him turn out to be only A rank. In desperation, he rushes deeper into the cave, refusing to believe that he won't even be given a chance to obtain an S-rank talent. Time passes, and he still can't find anything worthy among the endless sea of A-rank talents. Suddenly, one of the spheres flashes with a bright light, and he realizes with surprise that he has found something special. He gains control of the S-rank talent Immortal, which grants him incredible regenerative abilities. The excitement turns to mild disappointment, as this talent perfectly complements his death force, but does not increase his damage. Realizing that he might not find anything better, he decides to hold on to this talent for now, continuing his search. The minutes fly by, and he dives deeper and deeper into the crystal cave, not losing hope for a better find. And then, among hundreds of identical spheres, he sees it. The one and only S-rank talent sphere. With a sinking heart, he extends his hand to her, realizing that his entire future destiny depends on this choice. The new talent, Madness, is a double-edged sword, reducing defense but granting a massive attack boost in return. Without a second's hesitation, he accepts his choice, because for him, risk is his middle name, and madness is a way of life. Dark energy envelops him, and he triumphantly embraces his new special talent, Madness. He says goodbye to the cave with a slight sadness, regretting only that he never saw the legendary SS rank talent. A sudden system message stuns him. He becomes the second player on the server to receive the talent, but the real shock is yet to come. His talent, Madness, evolves to the incredible SS rank, Domination. The test is over, and he prepares to return to the real world, full of excitement and anticipation. Returning to the gorge, he hears the frightened squeaks of the rats, who are still afraid of his dark aura. He eagerly opens the status window to take a look at his new, improved talent. Domination ends up being a pure and simple 50% attack increase, with no negative effects. With a devilish grin, he realizes that his new talent is much stronger than even the legendary Swordheart. In a fit of euphoria, he thanks the system for such a generous gift and immediately remembers the forgotten loot from the boss. A golden glow illuminates the cave, and he looks with delight at the mountain of equipment dropped by the boss. Meanwhile, the first player to receive the talent is bragging about his achievement on the forum, unaware of the real monster. Back in reality, he reads with a grin the rave reviews that only an A-rank talent received. He thinks with disdain that speed is nothing in the face of absolute crushing force. Full and satisfied, he prepares to return to the game to continue his journey to the top. Returning to the gorge, he notes with satisfaction that the mission of clearing the area of rats has finally been completed. The reward for killing the boss turns out to be truly royal: 3 silver rank items and a mountain of coins. Disappointment overtakes him again, because he lacks several levels to use the new equipment. Not wanting to wait any longer, he decides to immediately try out his new divine talent in action. With one blow, enhanced by domination, he deals monstrous damage, wiping out an entire crowd of monsters. His new power amazes even himself, and he finds it hard to believe his own potential. With a devilish grin, he decides to announce his new achievement to the entire server, wanting to sow chaos. The news of the SS rank talent shocks everyone, and the players cannot believe such injustice. Rumors of his incredible luck and strength spread across the continent, causing envy and bewilderment. An old acquaintance, the dragon, congratulates him. but there is a slight shadow of suspicion in his words. Modestly accepting the congratulations, he jokes that he was just lucky, but the dragon is not so simple. Having decided to share the secret, he understands that not only will it not harm him, but it will also help strengthen his position. The secret turns out to be simple. The chance of obtaining a high-ranking talent depends on the strength of skills and class growth stars. But even knowing this, getting an SS class talent is almost impossible due to the incredible difficulty and requirements. Most players, even the richest and most persistent, eventually settle on S-rank talents. The sudden arrival of 100,000 yuan into his account leaves him completely perplexed. Gratitude for the valuable information is mixed with admiration. His interlocutor turns out to be an incredibly experienced player. He decides to cheat a little by downplaying his true abilities and only talking about 4 growth stars. But his lie has unexpected consequences. The dragon announces to the entire server about the creation of a new guild. An advertisement to the whole world costs a fortune, and he understands that his interlocutor is a real rich man. With a devilish grin, he realizes that his humble lie about the 4 stars was the reason for such generosity. At this time, the dragon and his people are discussing the growth stars, believing that 4 stars are just an attempt to save face. The condescending smile on his face suggests that he did not believe in the modesty of his new acquaintance. News of 4 rising stars at Winter River spreads among his people, causing shock and disbelief. For them, 4 stars is an unattainable peak, and they cannot believe that someone could achieve this. The dragon understands that raising growth stars is the key to success, and the difference in power will only grow. Not wanting to be left behind, he decides to focus on his unique class and asks for help in gathering information. The mission is complete, and the hero, having reached level 20, can finally wear the armor dropped by the Lizard King. Returning to his mentor, he shocks him with his incredibly increased attack power. Smiling modestly, he hides his true talent, because it is more advantageous for him to have everyone think that he was just lucky. Daniel looks in amazement at the student whose strength has surpassed his wildest expectations. Without insisting on revealing the secret, he offers him to choose any equipment as a reward. Shock and disbelief are reflected on the young man's face, because he did not expect such generosity from his mentor. He accepts the gift with gratitude in his voice, realizing that his teacher is truly putting all his resources into it. Holding the new weapon sheepishly in his hands, he asks for one last favor, to lower the level requirements. With a satisfied grin, the mentor hands his student a weapon that perfectly suits his fighting style. The reward for completing the mission turns out to be generous: a ton of experience and a mysterious gift sphere. A flow of golden energy lifts him to a new level, bringing him one step closer to the top. The sphere turns out to be not just a gift, but a sign of care from the teacher, capable of reducing equipment requirements. Burning with impatience, he prepares to use the artifact to finally take control of his new power. The choice is obvious. He decides to use the sphere on the most powerful weapon, the Mouse King's sword. The level requirements instantly drop, and he triumphantly takes up the blade that was recently inaccessible to him. But his ambitions know no bounds, and he decides to use another, more valuable artifact to improve his new weapon. Daniel looks at the blessing sphere in shock, not understanding where his student got such a rare treasure. With his mentor's approval, he activates the sphere without hesitation, preparing to transform his sword into a true work of art. Like an alchemist, he envelops his sword in a golden glow, preparing to transform it into something entirely new. His sword evolves to gold rank, gaining not only an attack boost, but also the precious lifesteal effect. Delight fills him, because now he holds in his hands a weapon worthy of a true king. Adding up all the bonuses, he realizes that his attack has reached a completely new transcendental level. The new title of Dark Master and the title of Silver Tier Boss become the crowning achievement of his meteoric rise. He looks at his new stats with a devilish grin, doubting anyone could survive his blow. The Dark Master title grants him a monstrous health boost that will increase with each new level. Modestly accepting praise from his mentor, he understands that all his achievements are the result of his own efforts and talent. Despite his incredible attacking power, Daniel points out his main weakness: low defense. Not content to rest on his laurels, he looks forward to his next mission, ready for new challenges. A new threat looms over the City of Darkness. Insidious adventurers from the Light faction are already close. Daniel gives his apprentice an order to track down and destroy his enemies, proving his loyalty. The young man accepts the mission with delight in his eyes, because killing players is the fastest way to level up. In preparation for battle, he asks his mentor for a couple of elixirs to give him an advantage in combat. But the freebie is over. Now you have to pay for the precious potions, albeit with a generous teacher discount. He gratefully accepts his purchase, realizing that these elixirs could save his life. The price is exorbitant, even with a discount. The elixir of life costs a fortune, which seems like a real robbery to him. With a heavy heart, he spends almost all of his savings, realizing that without these potions he cannot survive. Having gathered everything he needs, he sets out on his first real mission as the Dark Master. But an unpleasant surprise awaits him. On his way, he meets not just a player, but a rider on a mighty dragon. The dragon, perplexed, asks his master what has caught his attention. The rider senses a powerful dark aura, but writes it off as an illusion, as such powerful demons don't live here. Not wanting to be distracted from his mission, he orders the dragon to continue on its way, leaving his doubts behind. He looks with envy at the retreating dragon, dreaming of the day when he himself will be able to ride such a creature. Suddenly, he finds himself being tracked. The master of deception, an aspiring thief, is close. The thief looks at his target in horror, realizing that Winter River is not just a player, but a true silver-tier boss. He watches his victim's reaction with a grin, anticipating what decision he will make. Coming out of the shadows, he asks with contempt why this stupid adventurer is pursuing him. The thief is speechless, as he cannot believe that players can have such different and powerful titles. He desperately tries to find a logical explanation, but all the facts point to the fact that this is not an NPC, but a real monster player. A determined thief tries to understand his target's intentions, not knowing what awaits him. Blinded by greed, he remembers the fabulous reward for his head, which would drive anyone crazy. With contempt in his voice, the hero challenges, and his blade instantly ends the insolent man's life. Respawning in the city, the thief looks at the system message in horror, not believing the monstrous damage. Shock and disbelief give way to the realization that this was not a special attack, but just an ordinary blow. Realizing that he cannot cope alone, he decides to send the coordinates of his target to all his allies. The news of a player with over 10,000 attack shocks the entire guild, as it seems impossible. Meanwhile, the hero decides not to linger in place, because he knows that soon an entire army will come for him. Fear pierces him, because he understands that even with his strength, he will not be able to resist the forbidden curses. 10 minutes later, he is already far from the battlefield, but the shadow of impending danger follows him relentlessly. An entire army of players surrounds him, but he only grins, anticipating an easy victory. He looks at the crowd with cold confidence, realizing that for them, who have not yet received their talents, he is invincible. Meanwhile, the guild leader, Sharp Blade, arrives on the scene to personally deal with the insolent man. Burning with shame, the thief points to the site of his recent and humiliating defeat. In a rage, the leader orders a search, as the reward for capturing the only player with a hidden class is too high. A new message with precise coordinates forces him to immediately change his plans and give chase. Like hounds, they rush through the forest, driven by a thirst for revenge and a fabulous reward. Arriving at the scene, they find only traces of his recent presence. He has slipped away again. The guild leader is overcome with rage and humiliation as he realizes he is being led by the nose. He looks around in bewilderment, not understanding how there could be so many players on such a huge map. The guild leader is furious that the mobilization of tens of thousands of players was useless against one. The new message with coordinates turns out to be a trap again, and he realizes that their opponent is a real cheater. Despair overcomes him and he decides to retreat, but first he wants to use his last trump card. Even after sacrificing hundreds of his men, he cannot come to terms with the thought of defeat. Meanwhile, the hero, reveling in his power, reaches level 22, as killing players is the fastest way to the top. The kill count reaches 500 and he notes with satisfaction that the mission is finally complete. A sudden system notification interrupts his triumph, and the Light faction prepares a full-scale offensive. The mass deaths of players at the walls of the City of Darkness have attracted the attention of the entire server, and now war is inevitable. He looks anxiously at the horizon, realizing that the first battle for the city in the game's history is coming. This event will be a true test of strength for all guilds, as not only glory but also power is at stake. A new system notification shocks him, and during the battle he will be temporarily stripped of his boss status. Despair overcomes him, because he understands that without his advantages he will not be able to withstand an entire army. Returning to his mentor, he shares his concerns, and the mentor completely agrees with him. Daniel is surprised that his student has become so deeply involved in the affairs of this world, something he never expected. The mentor's strange words once again make him doubt whether he is a simple NPC. With fatherly concern, Daniel promises to help him overcome his limitations and be saved when the time comes. He explains that he is not afraid of death, because it will not be the end for him, but a kind of liberation. The mysterious words about the mission make the young man think, but he understands that he is not yet ready for this truth. With cold determination, the mentor tells him not to worry, because in the future he will understand everything. Despite all the worries and doubts, They decide to face the coming battle head-on, solving problems as they arise. Having reported on the completed mission, he eagerly awaits his reward from his mentor. Having humbly asked for only a pair of suitable shoes, he has no idea what a generous gift awaits him. The reward exceeds all expectations, experience, reputation, and silver rank speed boots. He is filled with delight because he has received another piece of rare equipment that will strengthen him. Now that he has reached the required level, he can finally don the full set of Mouse King armor. Even though most of his equipment is still bronze ranked, he is ready for new achievements. Daniel reminds him that talent alone is not enough. Sooner or later, he will have to learn the basics. He gives the student a letter of recommendation, sending him on a quest to find the mysterious undead swordsman. Gratefully accepting the new mission, the young man feels a thirst for new knowledge and power ignite within him. But before setting off on his journey, he asks his mentor the most important question: where to look for these ghost swamps? Having received instructions, he sets out on his journey because in this game there are no maps, and every step is an exploration of the unknown. Mysterious will-o'-the-wisps and an ominous atmosphere tell him that he has finally reached the ghost swamps. Rotting corpses rise from the murky water, exuding an aura of hatred for all living things. He realizes that these monsters are much stronger than they seem, because he can't even determine their level. Not wanting to engage in battle with the whole crowd, he decides to lure one of them out to test his strength. His sword, shrouded in darkness, falls upon the enemy, inflicting colossal, almost fatal damage. But the counterattack turns out to be surprisingly weak, and he realizes that his new armor is a real fortress. With a grin on his face, he realizes that these rotting corpses pose no threat to him. In an instant, he deals with an entire crowd, receiving a huge amount of experience as a reward. He quickly calculates that to reach the next level, he only needs to destroy 300 of these walking bags of experience. Like a predator, he pounces on a new crowd of monsters, because for him, they are just an easy way to level up. Half an hour later, the battlefield is littered with corpses, and he, surrounded by a golden glow, reaches level 23. Tired of the endless grind, he decides to finally find the one he came here for, the undead swordsman. Despite the marks left behind, the vast and confusing location forces him to wander in search of his goal. A sudden revelation strikes him. He realizes that he has misinterpreted the mission description. Not wanting to waste any more time, he shouts into the void, hoping that the mysterious swordsman will hear his call. An elegant figure with a purple sword appears from the mist, and he knows he has found his target. An icy gaze and a cold question make him freeze. This swordsman is clearly not happy with the uninvited guests. In an instant, he appears right in front of him, and the young man is shocked and cannot understand how he moved so quickly. Fear and admiration are mixed in his gaze, because he understands that in front of him is an incredibly strong and dangerous opponent. Handing over the letter, he explains that all the instructions are inside and hopes for understanding. Like a ghost, the swordsman glides towards him, and the young man barely dodges his lightning-fast attack. In an instant, the letter is in his hands, and he runs his eyes over the lines with cold calm. A smile touches his lips when he realizes that in front of him is not just a player, but a dark swordsman. He agrees to train him, but sets a condition. First, the young man must complete several of his tasks. The words about the rules of this place confuse him again, and he cannot understand how an NPC can be bound by them. Thoughts of the destruction of the world and the unpredictability of NPCs make him question the nature of this game. He decides to take a risk and asks a direct question about the rules, trying to understand what is really going on. The swordsman explains that the rules are an unbreakable law that even the great demon gods obey. A thought strikes his mind, and he asks with horror if he has ever tried to break these rules. The swordsman interrupts him, saying that it is too early to talk about such things since he is still too weak. To prove his strength, the young man must pass a new test, kill several rotting corpses. The new task turns out to be much more difficult than he expected. He has to destroy a whole 1,000 monsters. The swordsman acknowledges his attack power, but points out his main weakness: lack of training and experience. After telling him to go, he promises to wait for his call when he is ready to continue his training. Left alone, the young man cannot shake off the feeling that his new mentor is an extremely strange and mysterious person. Time is running out, and he knows he must become stronger as quickly as possible to be ready for the coming siege. With cold determination, he casts aside sleep and fatigue, setting out on his longest and bloodiest hunt. A loud roar attracts his attention, and he sees a new, even larger crowd of rotting corpses. Like a berserker, he bursts into their ranks, and every movement of his blade brings him closer to his cherished goal. The kill counter grows inexorably, and every movement of his blade brings death to an entire crowd of monsters. After several hours of continuous battle, he's already halfway to his goal, and his excitement only increases. Even in the heat of battle, he never misses an opportunity to profit. A new staff would be an excellent item to sell. 5 hours later, the last of the 1,000 enemies falls, and he triumphantly completes his grueling ordeal. He looks at his progress with satisfaction, as he is only 5% away from the next level. Suddenly, the concealment magic cast by Daniel wears off, and his true form is revealed in all its dark glory. Dark energy envelops him, and he looks in surprise at his hands, covered in ominous patterns. With a slight grin, he takes on his new demonic appearance, for this is the true essence of the Dark Swordsman. Oblivious to his transformation, he proudly reports on his completed mission, ready for a new reward. The swordsman, impressed by his strength, recognizes him as worthy and grants him the right to become his disciple. A golden glow envelops him, and he reaches level 26, becoming even stronger. The swordsman humbly accepts the gratitude, inviting him to consider himself his unofficial teacher. He warns that one should not expect much, because a weak student will not be able to comprehend great techniques. With a devilish grin, he prepares to choose his new skill from hundreds of options. The abundance and variety of skills amazes him, and he can hardly believe such generosity from his new mentor. All the skills offered are unique and high level, learned by Cheryl himself. The very first skill, Sinister Decision, turns out to be incredibly powerful, but requires a huge level and a fortune. Disappointment overwhelms him, as he realizes that most of these divine skills are beyond his means yet. In desperation, he searches for anything affordable, but even the most basic skills require exorbitant sums of money. Finally, he finds what he was looking for. Undead Grip, a powerful and accessible skill that will become his new trump card. The second skill, Necro Sweep, proves to be no less useful, dealing massive damage and slowing the enemy. With a satisfied grin, he realizes that these two skills will become his main weapons at the initial stage of the game. The training is complete, and the swordsman promises to show him new techniques as soon as he becomes stronger. Burning with impatience, he asks when he will finally be able to consider himself strong enough. The swordsman explains that true power will come to him when the dark swordsman's power begins to overflow within him. He remembers his dark reincarnation and realizes that to do so, he needs to reach level 50 again. Bowing respectfully, he says goodbye to his teacher, ready for new achievements and a long journey. Returning to reality, he realizes that he has gotten carried away and decides to rest a little because even heroes need sleep. A morning call from a friend interrupts his rest, and he struggles to understand what is happening. A friend reminds him of yesterday's big announcement, which he seems to have missed in the heat of his virtual battles. A friend talks about generous rewards for participating in the siege, which can even include gold equipment. Shock and disbelief are reflected on his face because he cannot believe such generosity from the developers. It turns out that this information is inside information obtained through closed channels, and the system did not announce it. Freedom from non-disclosure agreements allows his friend to share secrets without any consequences. Despite the tempting offer, he only sleepily hums into the phone, showing no particular interest. A sudden revelation hits him, and he can hardly believe that he almost missed such an incredible opportunity. With shining eyes, he declares that he has a brilliant plan that will bring them both untold riches. Without revealing all his cards, he only promises to treat his friend as soon as everything works out, and playfully says goodbye. Having shaken off sleep, he immediately returns to the game, full of determination and ready for new achievements. Without wasting a minute, he rushes to find his mentor to discuss his daring strategy with him. He proudly announces to his teacher a brilliant plan that will help them in the coming battle. Daniel agrees to listen with interest to his daring student's strategy. The young man explains that adventurers, although part of the Light faction, do not like to obey anyone's orders. He proposes to use their underestimation and disdain for adventurers to lure some of them to his side. The behavior of the NPCs from the first village only pushes players to start playing against the main plot. Daniel, however, is not so simple and points out that joining the Dark faction is not so easy. Ignoring the difficulties, the guy insists that the main thing is to offer them an incredibly tempting reward. With a devilish grin, he suggests another, more daring and radical way to attract allies. The reward for first place in the siege must be so great that players will not be able to resist the temptation. His final trump card, only the winner will have a chance to join the powerful Dark faction. Daniel explains that his power is actually much higher than the Dark Gold level than he could have ever imagined. Shock and disbelief are reflected on the young man's face, as he realizes that his mentor has reached the legendary level of spirit. It turns out that adventurers cannot simply turn to the dark side due to an unbreakable contract with the goddess of life. With a sly grin, he points out a loophole. The contract does not prohibit receiving faction membership as a reward. Daniel agrees with a devilish smile, promising that the winner will receive more than just an introduction. With triumph in his voice, the young man confirms that his plan is not just a trick, but a true work of art. With a slight sadness, he thinks that his cunning is not deceit, but just a way to survive in this cruel world. Recognizing the genius of his plan, Daniel proudly acknowledges him as his best student. A system notification announces the start of recruitment for the Dark Faction, and the news spreads throughout the server. Leaderboards and generous rewards for city sieges become the main topic of discussion among all players. The reward for first place is truly royal, joining the Dark Faction and receiving a secret class. With a devilish grin, he posts the announcement, anticipating the chaos it will cause among the players. To avoid attracting unnecessary attention, he asks his mentor to renew the concealment magic on him. Daniel readily agrees, since with his current strength, showing himself to powerful enemies would be pure suicide. A new, enhanced magic envelops him, returning him to his human form and hiding his dark essence for a whole month. He looks at his hands in surprise, realizing that the spell's duration has increased due to the increased power of his mentor. With a satisfied grin, Daniel explains that his wounds have healed and his strength has increased, which has affected the magic. Having reported on his training with the swordsman, the young man eagerly awaits new instructions from his main mentor. Daniel's words about the swordsman not intending to return to the light make him think about his past. He realizes that Cheryl is not just a powerful NPC, but a key figure in this story who will become his new teacher. Daniel predicts that even after his death, their paths will cross again, because their destinies are connected. A thought strikes his mind, and he realizes that his mentor is not just an NPC, but a being capable of resurrection. But Daniel just brushes it off, saying that becoming a necromancer is not something you can just dream about. With excitement in his eyes, the young man understands that his abilities will become the main test for everyone in the coming siege. The new mission, Bring Turmoil, turns out to be not just a task, but personal responsibility for the fate of the city. With a heavy heart, he accepts his role, promising not to disappoint his mentor or dishonor the name of the Dark Swordsman. A system notification informs him of his arrival in the Radiant Forest, the place where he will face the enemy. Hiding in the shadows, he sees his first target, a camp of elite warriors of the Light Faction. The Star and Moon soldiers are much stronger than he expected, and he can't even determine their level. Like a predator, he chooses his first victim, deciding to start with lone patrolmen so as not to attract unnecessary attention. The first attack is successful, Undead Grasp momentarily paralyzing the enemy, giving them a chance. The Necro Swing hits the soldier with monstrous force, dealing almost 25,000 damage and raising the alarm. The wounded warrior calls for help in panic, and the young man understands that his time is running out. With fury in his eyes, he launches a final attack, intending to finish off his victim before reinforcements arrive. He looks at his defeated enemy with satisfaction, realizing that his new skills and combination are simply invincible. But his triumph is short-lived. A whole squad of elite warriors comes running to his cries for help. Realizing that he can't handle it alone, he decides to retreat, because the real boss may be hiding in the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, the soldiers are searching in panic for their general, not knowing that he has gone to play with his concubine. He looks at his confused enemies with disdain, realizing that for him, they are just a bunch of brainless ants. But even ants can be dangerous. By activating star formation, they increase their strength and prepare to attack. Every blow he strikes is deadly, and he easily dispatches elite warriors, gaining tons of experience. As if dancing, he glides between enemies, and his blade, shrouded in darkness, knows no mistake. 10 minutes later, the battlefield is littered with corpses, and he realizes with surprise that there weren't that many enemies after all. A powerful figure with a giant axe appears from the depths of the forest, and he understands that the worst is yet to come. The general's long-awaited return interrupts his thoughts, and he prepares to meet the real boss. General Kinton, a silver-ranked boss, proves to be not only strong, but also an incredibly resilient opponent. He is alarmed to find that his intelligence skills are becoming less and less effective against such powerful enemies. The general, recognizing his strength, offers him to surrender, but the young man only looks at him in bewilderment. Blinded by greed, Kinton dreams of a bounty on his head that would grant him a unique combat class and untold riches. With a mocking voice, the hero doubts his masculine strength, and this mockery drives the general into indescribable rage. The first blow is devastating, but the suppression effect does not work due to the difference in levels. The axe's counterblow sends him flying back, and he stares in horror at his rapidly diminishing health bar. He understands that brute force won't help here. He needs cunning and strategy to defeat such an enemy. Like a shadow, he dodges each attack, using agility and speed to survive. The general is impressed by his reception, and a bloodthirsty grin appears on his face. He has found a worthy opponent. The battle turns into a deadly dance, where every move is honed to perfection, and the price of a mistake is life. Hiding behind a tree, the concubine watches the battle in horror, unable to believe what is happening. His health is failing, and he understands that he needs to act quickly while he still has strength. It's time for his main trump card, a healing potion that will instantly restore his strength. Taking advantage of the moment, he uses Undead Grasp, paralyzing the general for a split second and preparing for the final attack. A crushing blow from Devil's Trample falls upon the general, dealing massive damage. Rage distorts Quentin's face, as he can't believe some brat would dare treat him like that. The speed granted by his talent allows him to instantly break the distance and disappear from sight. Burning with shame, the general admits that he has missed his target, and the concubine looks at him with alarm. As if playing with him, the hero returns, full of determination and ready for a real fight. He understands that the potion's recovery effect is his main trump card, which will allow him to withstand any blow. With a furious roar, the general rushes into the attack, unable to bear such humiliation. 2 minutes later, the battle continues, and both opponents are already at the limit of their strength. Suddenly, his fist, shrouded in darkness, slams into the general's face, forcing him to retreat. Hiding behind a tree, he watches with a grin as his health rapidly recovers while the enemy comes to his senses. The general is furious that his enemy does not fight openly, but uses underhanded tricks. The concubine, seeing his condition, suggests retreat, but pride does not allow him to admit defeat. He understands that this is not a place worth wasting his time, but the thirst for revenge proves stronger. As if mockingly, the hero appears from the shadows, ready to continue his deadly game. With a mocking voice, he accuses the general of cowardice, because he was already ready to run away. Fury and humiliation overwhelm Quentin, who cannot believe such impudence from the brat. With a cold grin, the young man reminds him that it is he who is always running away, not fighting. Shrouded in darkness, he launches a final, decisive attack, declaring that today one of them will die. With a berserker roar, the general swings his axe, preparing to meet the enemy face to face. A powerful whirlwind of steel falls upon the hero, and he can hardly withstand the hail of crushing blows. His regenerative abilities are astounding, as he can restore health faster than the enemy can deal damage. Like a shadow, he dodges another attack, waiting for the general to run out of his deadly skill. Breathing heavily, Quentin realizes that he is exhausted, while his opponent is still full of strength. Taking advantage of the moment, the young man launches a counterattack, intending to end this grueling battle. The general, in despair, cannot believe that this brat seems to have endless stamina. With a mocking voice, he replies that he didn't even know such a parameter as endurance existed. The final crushing blow puts an end to this battle, and he looks at the defeated enemy in triumph. Victory brings him not only tons of experience and a new level, but also the completion of an important task. He approaches the general's body with impatience, anticipating the generous reward this glorious hunt has brought him. Among the trophies, he finds not only powerful equipment, but also 2 precious gold coins. Rock armor proves to be a true treasure, granting not only protection, but also a huge amount of health. The Thunder Axe, although inferior to his sword, is still a powerful silver rank weapon. With a grin, he realizes that the new equipment doesn't suit him and decides to sell it at a profit. Without wasting any time, he contacts his business partner, offering him a new batch of exclusive goods. The dragon is perplexed, because the strongest player on the server is only level 23, and the weapon requires level 35. He understands that he must get rid of the equipment as quickly as possible, because after death, he will lose everything. The bidding goes quickly, and he easily sells the unwanted junk for a whopping 200,000. The deal is completed, and he, having received his money, looks with a smirk at the honesty of his buyer. Left alone, he notices the frightened concubine, who had been hiding in the shadows all this time. He walks up to her with a devilish grin, as he's always been curious about how realistic the NPCs in this game are. Like a predator, he stalks his prey, but his diabolical plans are interrupted by an unexpected system message. It turns out that any violent actions will be considered brutal behavior and will result in a hunt by all factions. He realizes with disappointment that the developers will not allow him to do something disgusting in the game. Instead of killing her, he decides to use her as a messenger, conveying a daring message to the Light faction through her. After watching her go, he realizes that it is time to return to his mentor and report on his successes. Having reported on the completed mission, he eagerly awaits his reward, ready for new achievements. With a cheeky smile, he asks his mentor for another gift sphere to strengthen his new armor. Daniel readily agrees, as there is nothing more important to him than helping his talented student. Without thinking, he uses the sphere on the rock armor, transforming it into something entirely new. He triumphantly tries on his new, improved armor, which not only shines, but also grants him incredible strength. A new system notification gives him access to the Dark Faction's power rankings. He eagerly searches for his name on the list of the most powerful beings in this world. To his surprise, he finds himself in the impossible 9,999,966th place, which only makes him laugh. Daniel explains that he has every chance of getting into the top 10 in the future because he is a dark swordsman. It turns out that the previous dark swordsman was one of the 10 demonic gods whose name thundered throughout the world. When asked about his fate, the mentor only remains mysteriously silent, promising that he will find out everything in the future. The plan proves incredibly effective, with over 200,000 players already ready to defend the City of Darkness. With confidence in his voice, he states that players, unlike NPCs, are not bound by moral standards and only seek profit. Daniel agrees with a grin, realizing that at this rate they have every chance of saving the city. With icy calm, he hints that the real threat is not the players, but they, and the young man understands with horror who he is talking about. Fear grips him, because he understands that the main problem is not the players, but the plot of the game itself. Daniel entrusts him with training the skeleton warriors, as he is stronger than them and can teach them new techniques. Returning to reality, he decides to rest a bit and order some food to take his mind off the virtual battles. A friend suggests meeting for some spicy soup, and he happily agrees to the unhealthy but delicious food. While eating, his friend notices his thoughtfulness and offers to help, since everything is going well for him in the game. When asked about his level, he casually replies that he is already somewhere around 20-something. This news shocks his friend because it means that he is already at the top of the ranking leaders. The friend proudly declares that he himself is no slouch, level 19 and 39th position in the ranking. Having finally decided to reveal his secret, he makes his friend promise not to tell anyone. With cold confidence, he speaks 3 words that will change their friendship forever. Shock and disbelief give way to understanding. Now all of his friend's oddities make sense. Hardly believing his ears, he asks again if it is really that legendary player in front of him. Realizing the full danger of the situation, he promises to keep his secret so as not to bring even more problems upon him. Returning to the game, he immediately receives an alarming notification. The attack on the city will begin 4 days earlier. Panic grips him, because this means that the battle for the city will take place tomorrow and he is completely unprepared. He can't believe that the developers could change the event date because it violates all the rules. Realizing that there is no time to think, he rushes to the training ground, ready for battle. By order of the ruler, he is tasked with training the skeleton warriors in new combat skills. Having gathered an army of the undead, he wonders how he, the player, can teach the NPCs anything. A sudden revelation strikes him, and he realizes that he can teach them his own deadly skills. Having gathered his army, he prepares to demonstrate to them the most effective and humiliating technique. Like a meteor, he falls to the ground, his body enveloped in dark energy. He explains that the main purpose of this technique is not just to inflict damage, but to crush the enemy's will. With a devilish grin, he imagines an entire army of skeletons using this technique against players. One of the skeletons, who missed the demonstration, timidly asks to see it again. With a slight grin, he repeats his signature move, and the earth shakes from its power. The training bears fruit, and some of the skeletons successfully master a new, deadly skill. He understands that even weak copies of his talent can become a decisive factor in the coming battle. Like a seasoned commander, he gives orders, and his undead army readily accepts the new tactics. The mission is accomplished, and without wasting a second, he rushes to his mentor for a well-deserved reward. Having reported on the completed mission, he eagerly awaits his reward, ready for new achievements. Daniel, impressed by his speed, decides not to put off the reward for later because the battle is already tomorrow. The reward turns out to be a mysterious and powerful artifact, a moon fragment of unknown rank. Shock and disbelief are reflected on his face because he realizes that this fragment is the key to immortality. The mentor explains that the rank is unknown because this artifact is only available for easy missions. He accepts this priceless gift with gratitude, realizing that his teacher believes in him like no one else. With a mysterious smile, Daniel talks about the fate that brought them together in this cruel world. It turns out he used this shard to escape powerful enemies, and his meeting with the student was not an accident. With concern in his voice, the young man asks why the mentor decided to give him such a priceless treasure. With a heavy heart, Daniel explains that his mission is complete, and he prefers to hand over the shard to him rather than give it to the enemy. Burning with curiosity, he asks his mentor the most important question: who he really is. Daniel only smiles mysteriously, promising that the truth will be revealed when the student becomes strong enough. As he leaves, he gives him one last piece of advice. In the coming battle, his main goal is to survive at any cost. Realizing that it's time to prepare, he decides to leave the game and get some rest before the big day. With a scream, he returns to reality, full of determination and ready for war. Returning to the game, he sees that his plan worked, but the system has imposed harsh penalties on him for failure. His appearance causes a real sensation among the players, who were eagerly awaiting their leader. The crowd greets him as a hero, and he struggles through the ranks of adoring fans. Ignoring the commotion, he heads to the wall to check his readiness for defense. Having found his mentor, he readily reports his arrival, and Daniel nods in greeting. The battle for the city has officially begun, but a system notification prevents him from joining the fight ahead of time. The first wave of attackers is led by challenger Xia Zuo, a bronze-ranked boss full of determination and fury. With a wild screech, the army of skeletons rushes into the attack, ready to tear apart anyone who stands in their way. In an instant, they activate their new skill, Human Trample, leaving their enemies in shock and terror. Light faction players can't believe what's happening. The skeletons are not only strong, but also use dirty tricks. Daniel looks with pride at his student who came up with such a cunning and effective plan. Panic reigns in the enemy camp, and the players retreat in terror, unable to resist this new, unprecedented threat. Even pretender Xia Zuo cannot contain his rage as his army suffers massive losses. Meanwhile, the defenders hired by the Dark faction take up their positions, preparing to repel the attack. He looks at the defenders' ratings with interest, realizing that the battle has only just begun, and the most interesting is yet to come. Sensing something was wrong, he decides to play it safe and do something just in case. Approaching a random archer, he asks to lend him a spare weapon for the upcoming battle. Having easily agreed on a price, he receives an old wooden bow and a quiver with 10 arrows. The deal is completed, and he becomes the owner of the simplest but perhaps most important weapon. Even though changing weapons reduces his attack power, he realizes it is a necessary sacrifice. The very first shot from the bow proves fatal, and he easily kills one of the leaders of the enemy army. Panic reigns in the enemy camp because they cannot believe that their deputy leader was killed with one shot. Even the archer who lent him the weapon was shocked by the damage, as it was just an ordinary bow. With a satisfied grin, he pulls back the bowstring, preparing for the next shot, which will earn him even more points. A second shot and another enemy falls dead, proving that it's not the weapon that matters, but the one holding it. The ally is shocked by the incredible power of the hero, who destroyed the tank with one shot. The guy smirks smugly, realizing his boundless talent as an archer. The young man prepares to unleash a barrage of 3 arrows at his enemies simultaneously. The young man cold-bloodedly shoots his own allies for points. A mysterious stranger watches the protagonist's betrayal with a grin. The enemy general, in a rage, threatens the guy, demanding that he stop the attack. The hero ignores the threat, focusing entirely on destroying enemies. After 20 minutes, the enemy leader is on the verge of complete defeat. After defeating the boss, warriors rush in chaos to collect the precious loot. Basani leads the rankings by a huge margin, proving his superiority. The fearsome Angus Thunderaxe prepares to unleash his full fury upon the enemy. The mighty warrior Angus roars as he leads his invincible Thunder Legion into battle. 2 vast armies clash in a mortal battle for the future of the City of Light. On the orders of the commander, the sky darkens from thousands of arrows bringing death to the enemies. A mysterious commander orders his undead army to launch a decisive offensive. The terrifying skeleton general enters the fray, striking chilling fear into the hearts of the defenders. The warriors retreat in panic before the crushing power of the giant skeleton. Angus curses the undead in a rage, unable to resist their insidious attacks. In a blinding flash, General Skeleton deals the warrior a fatal blow. The soldiers cry out in despair, seeing the inglorious death of their invincible master. Without a leader, the warriors rush in chaos to collect the heads of fallen enemies. The joy of victory gives way to horror at the sight of a system window about a new, even stronger wave. The protagonist is alarmed when he learns the name of the new boss, which foreshadows serious trouble. While the young man tries to unravel the identity of the enemy, his allies perish in a tornado of steel. Cairo's furious soldier, revealed to be the player, Winter River enters the battle, displaying his might. One of the fighters is shocked to recognize the powerful boss as his longtime debtor. Cairo easily deflects the attacks, showing the gap in power between him and the others. The new boss destroys General Skeleton with one blow, leaving everyone in amazement. Winter River fearlessly leads the surviving warriors in a suicidal charge against the undead hordes. The guy realizes that the time has come for him to enter the battle and show his true strength. The mentor gives his final instructions to his student, urging him to remain calm in battle. Sleepless feels a surge of power as he prepares to face the new boss, Dark Master Pharmala. Greedy players anticipate an easy victory and untold riches for Winter River's head. The guy realizes the complexity of the situation because the system forces him to survive for a whole 20 minutes. The hero engages in a fierce battle with the assassin, parrying deadly blows. A young man puts a bounty on Winter River's head, pitting all the players against each other. The young man grins maliciously, having figured out the insidious plan of his enemies who sent spies to him. Surrounded by thousands of enemies, the hero receives an incredible boost from the system. Sleepless realizes that his strength grows with each new opponent, and he fearlessly rushes into battle. With one crushing blow, the guy destroys a crowd of enemies, achieving a triumphant victory. The players are perplexed by the incredible power of the Winter River, which surpasses all imaginable limits. Sleepless slashes at his enemies in a rage, gaining points for each new victory. A young man with a devilish grin rushes through the crowd, leaving behind mountains of corpses. Suddenly, an old acquaintance emerges from the crowd, burning with a thirst for revenge. The guy contemptuously recognizes him as the same loser from the newcomer's village. The offended player angrily accuses the hero of a long-standing deception and demands retribution. The young man, with a cold grin, suggests that his opponent take the money and get out of here as quickly as possible. The warrior retreats in horror, because his most powerful blow did practically no damage to the hero. Sleepless looks at his almost full health bar with mockery, enjoying his invulnerability. Mad with rage, Cairo launches a final attack, putting all his strength into the blow. The guy unleashes a barrage of blows on Cairo, dealing colossal damage. Observers are horrified to realize that this is a suicidal battle of attrition. After 2 minutes, Sleepless uses dark magic, immobilizing the enemy. Cairo screams in rage, not believing he was defeated so easily. The young man kills another player in cold blood without even looking in his direction. Surrounded by a golden glow, the hero reaches a new level right in the midst of battle. The opponents exchange barbs, their mutual hatred reaching its limit. The young man crushes Cairo with a powerful kick, interrupting his attack. Their battle turns into a mad dance of death, full of fury and cruelty. Anticipating a protracted battle, the guy prudently drinks a health potion. Furious soldier Cairo goes berserk, engulfing himself in flames. Sleepless, with a cold grin, summons his army of undead, preparing for defense. Players watch in complete confusion as unprecedented tactics are unleashed, shattering all their understanding of the game. Hidden behind an impenetrable wall of skeletons, the young man looks mockingly at his helpless enemy. The hero coolly waits until his opponent's rage has exhausted itself, leaving him easy prey. The guy continues to put pressure on Cairo, turning his formidable strength into pitiful impotence. The warrior, maddened by rage, orders his allies to retreat so as not to strengthen his enemy. Greedy players decide to disobey the order, hoping to snatch the hero's head and become fabulously rich. The young man calmly counts down the last seconds of the enemy's reinforcement, anticipating triumph. In a desperate attempt to break through, Cairo unleashes all his might on the wall of skeletons. Desperately counting down the seconds, Cairo cuts through the wall of skeletons in a last-ditch effort to reach the enemy. Having broken through, the warrior swings at the hero in rage, but the time for his power-up is already running out. Sleepless interrupts the attack with a powerful blow, paralyzing the enemy and depriving them of their last hope. The defeated Cairo lies at the feet of the victor, humiliatedly begging for mercy. The young man mercilessly finishes off the enemy, achieving a crushing victory over the boss of the third wave. The allies look on in awe at the hero's triumph, unable to believe his incredible power. The young man stands over the precious loot, his very appearance discouraging anyone from taking it. The guy decides to hide the trophies for now because there are still 13 minutes of mortal combat ahead. The hero turns to the frozen crowd, seeing in them only a pack of experience for his leveling up. The mentor watches his student with anticipation, knowing that he will become a legend even before his return. The mentor notices with a grin on the wall another persistent ghost, thirsty for glory. After 4 minutes, the players scatter in panic, realizing that they are only feeding the invincible monster with their deaths. A smug Chungfeng Wutong enters the battlefield, eager to collect the bounty on the hero's head. The new enemy's stats prove his incredible strength, as he is the swordsman of the raging flame. Sleepless looks with cold contempt at yet another holder of a secret class who has stood in his way. Driven by the thirst for a unique reward, Wutong is willing to do anything to defeat another chosen one. The swordsman activates the skill of rage, putting everything on the line for one crushing blow. The guy understands that the enemy has gone all in and is preparing to take on the full force of his desperate attack. The flaming sword strike takes away a huge portion of the hero's health, revealing his vulnerability for the first time. The onlooking players are delighted by the appearance of another master, waiting for the right moment to steal the kill. The hero unleashes a crushing devilish trample on the enemy, trampling him into the ground. The defeated swordsman realizes in horror that he has been completely immobilized for 2 whole seconds. In a desperate attempt to survive, Wutong activates his divine protection, enveloping himself in protective flames. Without giving the enemy a second to breathe, the young man goes into a frenzied killing spree, delivering a flurry of blows. Wootung despairs, immobilized by undead grasp once again, unable to understand how his enemy could have so many control abilities. On the verge of total defeat, the swordsman, in a panic, calls for help from the mysterious Tanya. Suddenly, his wounds heal, and his health bar is fully restored thanks to a powerful heal. The divine priestess Tanyu appears on the battlefield, looking reproachfully at her hapless ally. Sleepless realizes with annoyance that he is confronted by yet another holder of the rarest secret class. Encouraged by the healing, Wootung orders all healers to focus on him to give the others a chance to finish the hero off. In desperation, the players conspire to wear down the hero, making it impossible for him to reach the city alive. Having gained near immortality under the protection of the healers, Wootung confidently challenges Sleepless. A guy with a predatory grin accepts the challenge, ready to wipe out the enemy along with his naive healers. Enraged by the hero's cowardly tactics, the swordsman furiously gives chase, demanding a fair fight. The mentor watches the attrition tactics with approval, foreseeing the enemy's inevitable defeat. After 2 minutes of pursuit, Wootung's level and strength drop to a critical point. Having exhausted his opponent to the limit, the young man delivers a crushing blow, putting an end to this confrontation. Without wasting a second, the hero immediately deals with the priestess, depriving the enemies of their last hope. Surrounded by a pillar of golden light, the winner triumphantly reaches the coveted 30th level. The young man is surprised to realize how many true masters of their craft there are in this region. System windows announce the arrival of 2 monstrous bosses at once, plunging everyone into a state of chilling terror. Players panic as they realize the event is over for them, as forces beyond their comprehension enter the arena. The mentor, in a rage, orders his student to retreat, because the next battle will be fatal for him. Seeing his name at the top of the rankings, the guy decides to return to the city and wait out the approaching storm. The hero's path is blocked by Sleepless, who admits with a predatory grin that defeating the young man turned out to be no easy task. The young man recognizes him as the second-ranked player and angrily demands that he get out of the way or say goodbye to his levels. The mysterious enemy mockingly blocks his path, clearly not intending to retreat without a fight. The hero's eyes widen in horror when he realizes what his opponent is holding in his hands. Sleepless delightedly shows off the scroll of the forbidden spell, doubting that the boy will be able to survive it. The skies open up under a holy storm, ready to rain down 2 million in pure damage on the city. The holy storm sows death and destruction, condemning everyone to a painful death. The sleepless man ecstatically anticipates victory, confident that the secret class is already in his hands. The sudden appearance of the mentor ruins all of Sleepless' plans, condemning him to just retribution. The traitor is in complete shock and cannot believe that his ultimate weapon was stopped so easily. The young man calmly explains that even the forbidden spell could not kill him. The mentor wisely advises saving the priceless artifact for a truly hopeless situation. The mentor's powerful allies arrive on the battlefield, their strength and grandeur mesmerizing. The guy realizes with trepidation that the difference in strength between him and the real masters is simply enormous. The loyal skeleton knight offers the hero a rest, taking the full brunt of the attack on himself and his master. The mentor orders the student to hide, preparing to face the new threat head-on with his allies. The guy is surprised to realize that the loyalty of the dark faction turned out to be stronger than that of the light one. The young man and his faithful knight prepare for battle, completely trusting their mentor. Brandy angrily orders the student to retreat, begging him to listen for once. The hero resolutely refuses to run, realizing that this is the only chance to finish off the enemy forever. The mentor reluctantly agrees to the fight, and he and his student decide to separate the powerful opponents. The enemy leaders accept the challenge with disdain, distributing targets for the upcoming massacre. The Ice Legion, at the command of their master, unleashes a deadly storm upon the battlefield. Players are pierced by icy terror as a hail of razor-sharp ice shards rains down on them. One of the adventurers flees the battlefield in panic, realizing the futility of resistance. Brandy orders his warriors to retreat into the city and take up defensive positions. Seeing the enemy retreat, the Ice Mage furiously orders his assistant to give chase. The trap snaps shut, but the hail of arrows bounces powerlessly off the invisible barrier protecting the bosses. The defenders watch in horror as their attacks fail to inflict any damage on their enemies, realizing their helplessness. The mentor strikes a devastating blow from the shadows, trying to catch the powerful mage off guard. The old man easily blocks the attack, looking with disdain at the undead's pitiful attempts to defeat him. The hero orders his loyal knight to launch a frontal attack, preparing a deadly support strike. The undead knight Cantor rushes towards the enemy at breakneck speed, ready to sweep away everything in his path. The mighty warrior erects an impenetrable wall of ice, blocking the path of the furious attacker. The hero's crushing blow is blocked, dealing only 1 point of damage to the enemy. The woman, with a haughty smirk, humiliates the young man, calling him too weak to break through her defenses. A loyal knight distracts a powerful witch, boldly challenging her to a duel. Cantor fearlessly rushes into the attack, bringing down the full force of his spear on the enemy. The hero realizes in horror that even his strongest ally was powerless against this ice sorceress. The woman looks down at the fallen enemy with disdain, mocking their pathetic attempts at resistance. Despite his wounds, the indomitable knight rises to his feet again, enraging the powerful witch. The enraged sorceress unleashes a barrage of deadly ice shards on the pesky enemy. With cold cruelty, she fulfills his wish, piercing the knight's body with razor-sharp spikes. The young man suddenly appears behind her and strikes, but the witch only smirks, confident in her defense. Dark energy flashes in the guy's eyes as he puts all his pent-up rage into the blow. A minute ago, the hero was desperately hitting the ice wall, realizing the futility of his attempts. Looking at the self-sacrifice of his allies, the young man feels an unbearable burden of guilt for their possible death. The guy's gaze fills with rage, because it was because of his weakness that they all found themselves on the brink of death. In despair, he refuses to accept defeat, because his only life and all his achievements are at stake. In this battle for life and death, the young man decides to take one last desperate step. A lilac diamond flashes in his hand, containing the last hope for salvation. Unleashing his hidden potential, the hero transforms into an avatar of destruction, shrouded in roaring purple energy. The observers look at the monstrous force in awe, unable to understand the source of its power. The witch's self-confident grin turns into panic at the sight of his incredible transformation. Sleepless raises his sword for a crushing blow, ready to crush the arrogant sorceress into dust. He unleashes a barrage of blows on the enemy, each of which carries incredible destructive power. The loyal skeleton knight looks at his master with admiration, ready to carry out any of his orders. Obeying his master's will, Cantor throws his spear with incredible force at an unsuspecting target. A deadly spear pierces the witch, and in agony, she cries out for help to her stunned master. The light mage is furious and can't believe that some boy could bring his assistant to such a deplorable state. Consumed with anger, the old man rushes forward, creating a vortex of light to protect his comrade. The young man looks coldly at the fallen sorceress as she comes to her senses, ready to deliver the finishing blow. A new attack, Undead Grip, binds the witch again, plunging her into an abyss of chilling horror. The witch desperately begs Brandy to save her from the demon god, but he realizes it is too late. The powerful mage burns in a pillar of sacred flame, his screams of agony echoing across the battlefield. With ruthless determination, the boy delivers the final blow, forever erasing the shadow of a powerful enemy from the face of the earth. Surrounded by a golden glow of triumph, the hero reaches a new peak of his power, reaching level 33. The young man, without hesitation, decides to announce his incredible achievement to the entire continent, thirsting for fame. Allies and enemies alike discuss his impossible victory in amazement, tormented by envy and conjecture. The final boss becomes enraged as he watches the guy shamelessly loot his fallen ally. The indestructible flame shield envelops the mage, making him completely invulnerable to any physical attacks. Time is running out, and the boy, in desperation, rushes into attack while his enhancement is still in effect. A cold horror grips the hero when he realizes that even his ultimate power is powerless against this defense. The mentor suddenly appears and orders the student to retreat, seeing the complete hopelessness of his situation. Surrounded by healing energy, the mentor struggles to recover his strength after a difficult battle. Maddened with rage, the fire mage pronounces a death sentence on everyone, promising to incinerate them to ashes. A sea of all-consuming flame descends upon the battlefield, bringing death and destruction to all living things. Agony and death screams fill the air as the fire mercilessly consumes warriors and undead. Surrounded by flames, the hero painfully realizes that his power has run out at the most inopportune moment. The boy drinks the potion in despair, realizing the futility of his efforts against the overwhelming power of the enemy. The mentor orders the student to run, ready to sacrifice himself to save him from the fiery hell. Refusing to abandon his teacher, the young man proposes a risky plan of attack from two sides as a last hope. The fire mage watches their touching drama with disdain, reveling in his superiority. With a sadistic grin, he creates a giant fire tornado to finish off the pathetic ants in one fell swoop. Faithful Knight Cantor takes the full force of the blow, his body torn apart by the monstrous damage. As he burns alive, the devoted servant cries out to his master, reminding him of the great destiny that awaits him. In a last desperate attempt to save the teacher, the young man hands him a priceless artifact. With bitterness in his voice, the mentor rejects help, accepting his dark fate. The fire dragon descends upon the necromancer, bringing with it inevitable death. The fire mage revels in his superiority, but even on the brink of death, the teacher does not lose his pride. Helplessness and despair grip the boy as he watches his mentor's death throes. Clinging to his last hope, the young man frantically rummages through his inventory. A sudden discovery, a skill book for defeating a boss, becomes his only chance for salvation. Without wasting a second, the hero learns a new skill without hesitation, putting all his hopes into it. The new skill reveals the enemy's monstrous characteristics, leaving the young man shocked by the difference in strength. Amidst the terrifying numbers, the system suddenly reveals a vulnerability, igniting a spark of hope in the boy's heart. The only vulnerability of the powerful magician is his senile infirmity and low endurance. Inspired by the discovery, the boy suggests to the teacher to wear down the enemy from a distance, exploiting his weakness. Believing in his student's plan, the mentor, with renewed hope, calls upon his entire army of skeletons to attack. Legions of undead descend upon the mage, trying to break through his all-consuming fiery whirlwind. The old man easily incinerates his attackers, mocking their pathetic attempts to defeat him. With a contemptuous grin, the magician declares that no pile of bones can stop him, despite his old age. The mentor bitterly admits that the enemy's endurance alone will not be enough to achieve victory. The necromancer prepares for self-sacrifice, realizing that he is the main target, and his death will stop the enemy. The young man desperately tries to stop the teacher, shouting that their only hope is to survive at any cost. Suddenly, the mentor reveals his final trump card, hinting at another wave, shocking the student. The mage, maddened by rage, unleashes a fiery tornado on his mentor, leaving him no chance of salvation. Having fulfilled his duty, the necromancer, with a sense of mission accomplished, hands over the further fate of the battle to the apprentice. Suddenly, a mysterious knight appears, whose fierce hatred for the fire mage promises him a quick and painful death. An unbreakable barrier protects the hero and his teacher, reflecting the all-consuming flames and granting them precious moments. Necromancer Daniel receives a mysterious blessing. His strength increases hundreds of times, enveloping him in an aura of divine power. A flame of vengeance flares in the teacher's eyes, and he sentences his sworn enemy to death. Brandy stares in complete bewilderment at the incredible transformation, unable to comprehend the source of this monstrous power. The mentor, with a mysterious smile, promises his student a new meeting, hinting at his true, hidden essence. Suddenly, the divine power leaves the necromancer, leaving him completely defenseless in the face of an enraged enemy. Feeling the approach of imminent death, the teacher desperately begs the boy to run without looking back. The holy knight Herbert notes with admiration the incredible power of the final blow that shook the heavens. The hero realizes in horror that he is facing a hidden story boss whose power is beyond his comprehension. Even the all-seeing skill, insightful vision, is powerless to reveal the characteristics of this monster. With a devilish grin, Herbert anticipates an easy victory, considering the meeting with the swordsman and necromancer a real gift from fate. The mentor furiously accuses the Church of Light of collecting the remains of necromancers, predicting a coming catastrophe. The knight denies the accusations with cold contempt, enveloping his spear in sacred flame. Herbert, with feigned regret, offers the boy the last word, admiring his loyalty to the doomed faction. Without waiting for an answer, the holy knight unleashes the full force of his divine wrath on the youth. At the last moment, the mentor takes the blow himself, saving his student at the cost of his own life. Overwhelmed by the undead swordsman's incredible power, Herbert furiously tries to unravel the mystery of his past life. Vanishing in a flash of violet flame, the mentor leaves his student with a final prophecy about their coming meeting. On the scorched earth, the holy knight discovers a mysterious dark sphere. Herbert clutches the dark artifact in his hand, his gaze filled with cold determination and a thirst for power. The knight, maddened with rage, orders the bounty on the dark swordsman's head to be increased, demanding that he be delivered dead or alive. A system notification reverberates throughout the world, announcing the crushing victory of the Light faction and the fall of the City of Darkness. Frightened to death, the players decide to flee without looking back, realizing that further participation in this madness threatens them with the loss of everything. One adventurer sees tragedy as a chance for glory, rushing to upload a video of the epic battle that will blow up the newsfeed. The savior reveals that he has been hiding in the shadows all this time at Daniel's request, waiting for the right moment to save his disciple. The boy, in despair, grabs his savior, unable to understand why he did not come to the aid of his doomed mentor. With a heavy heart, the mysterious ally explains that the necromancer's final blow was an act of self-sacrifice. The savior reveals the bitter truth. He could not save both of them, because the necromancers are the church's main target, and Herbert is just their puppet. A mysterious stranger offers the young man to become his new teacher. Driven by grief and a thirst for revenge, the boy accepts a new mission. A teacher and his new student set out on a journey full of dangers and an unknown future. Despite the defeat, the system generously rewards the hero for his valor, granting him the legendary hidden class Dark Swordsman. Surrounded by a pillar of golden light, the young man reaches level 36, his strength growing along with his determination. A sudden system announcement places an incredible reward on the hero's head. Crowds of players look with greed in their eyes at the tempting reward, turning from allies into ruthless hunters. The boy realizes with horror that killing Brandy did not solve his problems, but only fanned the flames of a worldwide hunt for him. The young man's face contorts with rage, and he swears that the next time they meet, he will crush the smug Herbert into dust. To prepare for the coming battles, the hero decides to immediately check and improve his equipment. The first thing the guy does is examine the trophies he received after defeating the powerful warrior Cairo. With a satisfied grin, the young man thanks his defeated enemy for the generous gift, which will significantly increase his strength. He decides to sell his heroic ring and sword, which he no longer needs, leaving himself only the new boots. The young man eagerly moves on to the rewards for defending the city, anticipating even more valuable treasures. The legendary wind ring, with incredible characteristics, exceeds all his wildest expectations. The hero's eyes light up with delight, as the new artifact perfectly complements his Mouse King sword. The young man happily replaces the old Necro ring with a new one, and then moves on to inspecting the bracers. The gold rank black scale bracers prove to be another priceless treasure, greatly increasing his defense. Donning his new gear, the boy feels an incredible surge of strength, ready to challenge the whole world. The young man, with a mad grin, enjoys his incredible power. His attack has exceeded all imaginable limits. The boy resolutely rejects the change of class, not wanting to betray the path that made him so strong. The system offers generous compensation for loyalty, giving him a choice between powerful skills or equipment. Realizing that skills are more valuable than temporary equipment, the hero makes a fateful choice in favor of a new power. For his achievements, he receives the legendary S-Class skill Battlefield, capable of turning the tide of any battle. Amazed by the power of the new skill, he studies it without hesitation, preparing for new challenges in the fiery lands. With a map in hand and a new purpose in his heart, the young man sets out on a dangerous journey to fulfill his teacher's task. The system announces his arrival in the floating mountains, an ominous location permeated with the smell of sulfur and danger. Cold sweat breaks out on his forehead as he realizes that the treasure is hidden at the very top of the deadly volcano. From the red-hot depths of the earth rises a giant lava golem, ready to incinerate anyone who dares to encroach on its treasures. Standing steadfast in the face of the giant monster, the hero prepares for battle, his resolve stronger than stone. Having studied the enemy's characteristics, the guy realizes that in front of him is not just a mountain of muscle, but a real impenetrable tank. With a devilish grin, the young man activates his battlefield, seeing the hulking monster as the perfect target for training. Shrouded in a purple aura, he unleashes a barrage of blows on the enemy, each one shaking the ground. The lava monster panics and goes into a defensive stance, its stone skin growing even stronger under the onslaught of vicious attacks. With a mocking voice, the hero scoffs at the monster's cowardly tactics, promising to tear him to pieces. With one crushing blow, he breaks through the defense and destroys the enemy, receiving a well-deserved reward. Realizing that to reach the next level, he will have to exterminate hundreds more of these monsters, he decides to go higher. The higher he climbs, the more unbearable the heat becomes, but his determination only grows stronger with each step. At the top of the cliff, he is met by a flock of fire monkeys, their evil eyes watching his every move. The hero encounters a new kind of monster, the toothy fire monkey whose impudence knows no bounds. The guy is perplexed to realize that these vile creatures are mocking him, one of the strongest players. The leader of the pack mockingly calls him over, preparing to teach the impudent fellow a harsh lesson. The entire pack bursts into laughter, insulting his appearance and questioning his strength. The monkeys look at the weakling with disdain, not understanding how he managed to get to their lair at all. The young man's face is distorted with rage, his patience snapping under the hail of endless humiliations. He rushes into the thick of his enemies, ready to grind these stinking monkeys into dust. With a mad gleam in his eyes, he pronounces the death sentence on them, promising a cruel and painful reprisal. Activating Battlefield, he unleashes a barrage of blows on his enemies, reveling in their dying cries. Despite his power, he takes serious damage, underestimating the fury and strength of the desperate pack. With a contemptuous grin, The hero declares that their pathetic attacks are not capable of causing him even the slightest pain. He gives them one last chance to atone, his voice ringing out like a sentence, leaving no doubt about his intentions. The leader, terrified to death, humbly begs for mercy, ready to do anything to save his worthless life. With a cold grin, the boy orders the monkey to show him the way, and his plan for revenge begins to come to fruition. A sudden system notification unlocks his access to top-tier talent, elevating him to a new level of power. Realizing his unique superiority, he feels a surge of incredible strength and self-confidence. He returns to the pack, his aura pressing on them with unbearable force, causing them to tremble in terror. With one crushing blow, he ends the life of the monster that mocked him. 2 minutes later, the monkey returns, dragging the headless body of his fellow monkey, his eyes full of fear. Grabbing the fallen enemy by the head, the hero leads his new slaves to their next target with cold determination. A furious roar shakes the mountains when the enraged king learns of the death of his kin. The hero comes face to face with the powerful king of the toothy fire monkeys, a gold-tier boss. He soberly assesses his chances, realizing that without his ultimate enhancement, he will not be able to defeat this monster. A devoted slave, terrified, tries to warn his king of the attacker's incredible strength. With one movement, the hero silences the traitor, his eyes burning with cold fury and determination. The king, maddened with rage, unleashes the full force of his gigantic fists on him. He dodges the crushing blow, the ground beneath his feet cracking with incredible force. With lightning speed, he strikes back, putting all his accumulated power into it. The king sneered at his pathetic attack, activating his special ability. Looking with admiration at the enemy's strength, the boy offers him a deal, promising the safety of his clan. With a devilish grin, the hero realizes that he has found the king's weak spot: his immoderate pride. He continues his taunts, slowly but surely making a hole in the enraged monster's defenses. The king bursts into laughter, confident that the pathetic little man cannot harm him. The boy is perplexed when he realizes that his domination talent completely neutralizes the enemy's mental attacks. With a mocking voice, he continues to humiliate the king, hitting him where it hurts most: loneliness. Enraged beyond measure, the king charges forward, his rage clouding his judgment and leaving him vulnerable. At the last moment, the hero activates Wind Guard, realizing that he will not be able to dodge the crushing blow. Looking with disdain at the damage he had received, he calls the king a weakling, advising him to go home and drink some milk. He continues to shower the monster with insults, driving him to a white heat and complete frenzy. Each humiliation makes the king 300% more vulnerable, turning him from a formidable predator into easy prey. With a predatory grin, the young man enjoys a complete moral victory, having broken the enemy's will even before the battle began. With one crushing blow, he ends the king's life, absorbing his monstrous strength and experience. The new title of King of Ridicule becomes the crowning achievement of his triumph, the perfect tool for future psychological duels. Watching the enemy's body melt in the flames, the hero feels a surge of new strength, reaching level 37. Amidst the golden radiance, he finds priceless treasures, a fiery helmet and dagger worthy of a conqueror of the king. The guy soberly assesses the loot, realizing that true strength lies not in the glitter of gold, but in fidelity to one's path. Without stopping for a second, the young man rushes up the slope of the volcano towards the unbearable heat. Gritting his teeth, he fights the scorching heat, his death power giving him a tiny chance to survive this hell. At the top, instead of countless treasures, only a pitiful wooden stick awaits him, mocking his titanic efforts. He ends up with a useless piece of wood in his hands, and the guy tries to figure out if this cruel joke was part of the test. Disappointed but unbroken, the hero decides to return and complete the quest, leaving his empty hopes behind. Suddenly, his body is enveloped in purple flames, awakening the dark swordsman's dormant potential. He feels a mysterious connection with something powerful, and a hunch arises in his heart that this is the real treasure. Guided by an unknown force, he follows the call, covering hundreds of meters, his determination growing stronger with every step. He stops a step short of his goal, his heart pounding in anticipation of an incredible discovery. There is only bare ground before him, and he is perplexed and trying to understand where that which so beckoned him is hidden. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet opens up, revealing an entrance to a hidden location: the Tower of the God of Suppression. A cold horror grips him as he realizes that this place is a battlefield for the strongest warriors. Having overcome his fear, he jumps into the abyss without hesitation, ready to risk everything for a great goal. He falls into a fiery trap and his body is pierced by monstrous pain, but he survives thanks to his incredible resilience. Surrounded by a healing aura, the hero realizes with relief that only the wind guard saved him from certain death. Having regained his strength, he moves forward with caution because his only defense has not yet recharged. Suddenly, a fiery whirlwind blocks his path, and he curses the fire demon god's treachery and rage. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he endures another blow, his body burning, but his resolve only growing stronger. He feels a mysterious call, realizing that the treasure he is looking for is somewhere very close. 5 minutes later, he continues on his way, his body covered in wounds, but his spirit unbroken. He realizes with relief that not every step in this cursed place activates deadly traps. But his joy was short-lived. Another careless step, and he again finds himself in fiery captivity. After half an hour of grueling travel, he finally reaches his goal, exhausted but not defeated. He stumbles against an invisible wall, and a chilling horror grips him as he realizes he is trapped. In bewilderment, he runs into an invisible wall, desperately trying to unravel the secret of this mystical barrier. Suddenly, a blinding light flashes before him, and the legendary moon shard appears out of nowhere. With trepidation, he touches the shining sphere, and the invisible barrier collapses, opening the way forward for him. A powerful artifact rests in his hand, and he realizes that the barrier was created by its other owner. The walls, scarred with sword marks, silently tell of the incredible battle that took place here many centuries ago. At the end of his journey, a shocking discovery awaits him: the lifeless body of the Soul Reaper Karl, one of the most powerful demon gods. A chilling horror pierces him as he realizes that even such a powerful being could fall in this cursed place. With frustration, he realizes that he cannot even touch the fallen god's equipment. His power still protects the remains. Suddenly, he feels a familiar call. Another entity like him is somewhere ahead. Guided by a mysterious purple aura, he continues his journey, delving deeper and deeper into the secrets of this ominous tower. He steps on a carpet of bones, and a cold horror grips him at the sight of countless fallen warriors. With every step he takes, he becomes increasingly aware of how deadly this tower is, and how slim the chances of survival are. Suddenly, purple chains entangle him, their icy touch draining the life force from him. Gritting his teeth in pain, he feels that the source of this deadly aura is very close. He follows the call, his heart pounding in anticipation of meeting whoever is behind this deadly trap. A powerful skeletal warrior appears before him, his armor emitting the same ominous aura as his own. He realizes that before him stands the former dark swordsman, whose soul still yearns for battle. A crazy thought flashes through his mind that he can simply take the legendary armor from the body of a fallen warrior. With trepidation, he extends his hand, vowing to continue the legacy of his fallen brother and carry out his will. Suddenly, his hand passes through the armor, and he realizes in shock that in front of him is only a disembodied ghost. The ghost speaks to him, its voice an echo from the past, full of strength and wisdom. He introduces himself as the remnant of the soul of Luo Yi, the first dark swordsman whose legacy he now carries on. Confused, the hero tries to justify himself, but the ghost reminds him with a grin that the dead don't care. Luo Yi challenges him to prove his right to the legendary armor in a mortal battle. With a heavy heart, the young man accepts the task, cursing the greed of the gaming system that gives nothing for free. Before him stands the dark swordsman Luo Yi in all his might, a gold-tier boss eager for battle. He prepares to fight, but the ghost suddenly stops him, pointing out a glaring discrepancy. The guy is shocked to realize that his opponent is using a skill available only to level 50 swordsmen. Luo Yi pretends not to remember anything due to his ghostly nature, but the hero senses a catch. Not wanting to be deceived, he immediately activates Battlefield, leveling their odds in this unfair duel. The ghost admires the boy's incredible skills, trying to unravel the secret of their origin. With pride in his voice, the guy declares his innate talent, which he developed in complete solitude. He charges forward, his blade wreathed in purple flame, each blow carrying fury and power. Entering a frenzied killing spree, he unleashes a barrage of blows on the ghost, which it easily parries. Luo Yi easily analyzes his fighting style, noting that his strength lies not in his equipment, but in his perfect technique. With burning eyes, the young man shouts about his duty: to revive the former glory of the dark swordsman. The ghost decides to up the ante, his aura changing, becoming much more powerful and dangerous. He delivers a crushing blow, his new power catching the boy off guard, leaving no chance to dodge. At the last moment, he manages to activate Wind Guard, but even it does not save him from serious injury. Realizing that his life is on the line, he desperately drinks the potion, restoring his health to continue this deadly battle. Luo Yi explains with disdain that the previous dark swordsman was 1,000 times stronger than his pathetic parody. He unleashes his full might upon the youth, his blade shrouded in a purple vortex of pure destructive energy. In one hit, it takes away a huge chunk of his health, showing the gap in their power levels. In a panic, the boy drinks the potion, horrified to realize that even after being strengthened, he is still too weak. He understands that his speed is insignificant compared to the ghost, and he is not even able to reflect its attacks. In a desperate attempt to turn the tide of battle, he uses evil steps, increasing his speed several times. He strikes with all his strength in hopes of slowing down the otherwise invulnerable opponent. He is relieved to see that his attack has worked, and the ghost has finally slowed down, giving him a chance. Without wasting a second, he uses undead capture to completely immobilize and control the enemy. Luo Yi acknowledges his cunning with an approving smirk, impressed by his ability to use his skills. He realizes that all of the ghost's skills are predictable and decides to move to a safe distance to wait out the control. Luo Yi unleashes a barrage of air blades at him, leaving no chance for evasion. At the last second, he dodges, and the deadly blades crash into the wall behind him. Cold sweat runs down his face, and he realizes in horror that he was on the brink of death. Without giving him a break, the ghost deals another crushing blow, taking away a huge portion of his health. With a devilish grin, Luo Yi mockingly asks what he plans to do in such a hopeless situation. Gritting his teeth in pain, the boy eagerly awaits the recharge of his only salvation, the Steps of Evil. He uses his signature move again, delivering a crushing blow and crushing the will of the powerful ghost. Luo Yi tries to strike back, but his movements are constrained, and he can only helplessly watch his death approaching. Without wasting a second, the hero uses undead capture, completely subjugating the will of the legendary Dark Swordsman. He unleashes a furious strike on the immobilized ghost, pouring all his remaining strength into it. He realizes that his control is about to end and he needs to retreat before it's too late. Suddenly, Luo Yi gains incredible resistance to control, his eyes lighting up with rage. He strikes back, and the young man is pierced by terrible pain. His life hangs by a thread. He looks at his health bar in shock, unable to believe that he survived that fatal blow. Suddenly, the ghost power is exhausted. Its level drops by 10 points, depriving it of its former might. The guy is relieved to realize that their strength is now equal, and he has a real chance of winning. Their blades cross again. Now it is a battle of equals, where everything will be decided not by strength, but by skill and will. With a predatory grin, he rushes into the attack, confident that the weakened ghost will no longer be able to stop him. He unleashes all his might on Luo Yi, and the purple flames decide the outcome of this epic battle. Enveloped in the purple glow of victory, he gains 1,000,000 experience points, his strength growing exponentially. Luo Yi applauds his triumph with an approving smile, admiring his perfect balance of courage and strategy. With eyes shining with joy, the hero announces his victory, filled with pride for the task he has accomplished. The ghost keeps his promise, and the long-awaited reward appears before the young man. The legendary dark armor. He receives divine equipment forged from dragon scales and gems, capable of becoming stronger. A flame of delight flashes in his eyes. He understands that he has gotten his hands on a real treasure. He is amazed to realize that this armor can be improved. Its potential is as limitless as his own ambitions. With awe, he realizes that the gold level is only the beginning, and this armor can reach unimaginable heights of power. A special skill that unleashes the dragon's soul hidden within the armor, striking terror into the hearts of enemies. He looks at the description of the new skill in awe, amazed by its incredible power and destructive potential. With mad delight, he shouts his admiration, because this armor is perfection itself, created for him. He dons the armor and it fits him like a glove, like a second skin made for battle. Luo Yi is relieved to see that the armor has found its true owner, ready to continue his work. Suddenly his gaze falls on the sword, and he, unable to contain his greed, tries to take it. The ghost looks at his impudence in bewilderment, not understanding how he dared to encroach on his weapon as well. Luo Yi explains that the sword has weakened with age, but allows him to take it in exchange for one favor. He asks to return the jade pendant to the mysterious girl, his voice filled with tenderness and longing. Suddenly, a system window flashes in front of him, offering a new side quest related to this pendant. He considers the offer, as side quests are optional but can reveal important secrets of the world. Enticed by the reward, Luo Yi's own sword, he accepts the quest without hesitation, not knowing who awaits him. The confused ghost tries to deny his connection with the mysterious stranger, but his voice trembles with excitement. He admits that the girl skillfully hides her identity, and even he is unable to find out her real name. Suddenly, a thought dawns on him. Her rare weapon indicates that she belongs to the legendary Sword Pavilion. Luo Yi reveals that the Sword Pavilion is hidden in Qingfeng City to conceal the power struggle between the princes. With a satisfied grin, the hero realizes that even an ordinary conversation can provide invaluable information about the quest. Suddenly, he is overcome with anxiety. As a member of the Dark Faction, he will not be able to penetrate the enemy city unnoticed. The ghost offers his help with a grin, enveloping himself in a purple aura of power. He decides to teach the young man the art of hiding his aura, passing on to him part of his ancient power. Without hesitation, the boy accepts the gift, and his mind is filled with new knowledge, opening up limitless possibilities. He is delighted to realize the full power of the art of cunning, which will allow him to become invisible to his enemies. Feeling his time running out, the ghost urges the young man with his final questions before he disappears forever. The boy shows him the mysterious moon shard, trying to unravel the secret of its origin. Luo Yi is shocked to recognize the artifact, his voice trembling with excitement as he asks where he got it. He realizes that the boy is connected to them, and his face contorts with a mixture of fear and awe. In a panic, the hero tries to hold on to the disappearing ghost, begging him to reveal the secret of his enigmatic being. With his last breath, Luo Yi tells of the mysterious creature that killed him and countless warriors. The shocking truth about Daniel's incredible strength hits the boy, forcing him to look at his teacher in a new way. He is tormented by doubts. If Daniel killed Luo Yi, why didn't he kill him, but instead became his mentor? With a heavy heart, he lets go of his questions, trusting that the future itself will put everything in its place. Before leaving the tower, he returns to the remains of the fallen demon god to fulfill his duty. He looks at the ghostly sword with awe, feeling its incredible power and thirst for blood. The legendary blood sword, weakened by time but still holding divine power within. Clutching the powerful weapon in his hands, he feels his own power merge with the blade, creating something new. With a mad grin, he realizes that this sword is not just a weapon, but the key to his future greatness. He looks at his new arsenal with pride, realizing that all his suffering and risks were not in vain. Suddenly, he is overcome by the feeling that he is not alone, and he looks around in bewilderment. His gaze falls on the 5th floor, and he sees a mysterious turquoise flame, indicating the presence of living beings. A raging flame erupts from the depths of the tower, its powerful energy causing the hero to tremble with terror. He understands that he cannot stay here, because this force is capable of incinerating him in an instant. With a heavy heart, he decides to retreat, realizing that his victory today is only the beginning of a long and dangerous journey. Half an hour later, exhausted but satisfied, the hero finally emerges from the mouth of the volcano. He decides to mark the place on the map to return here later, but his plans are interrupted by an unexpected encounter. A giant lava python appears before him, its eyes burning with hellish fire, ready to incinerate the intruder. With a devilish grin, the young man realizes that before him is the ruler of these lands, and his thirst for battle flares up with renewed vigor. He looks at his stats with confidence, knowing that his strength far exceeds that of this monster. Without wasting a second, he rushes into the attack, his blade whistling through the air, leaving a purple trail behind it. He unleashes his full might on the python, the devil's trample shaking the ground and causing monstrous damage. With a cry of victory, he delivers the final blow, and the giant monster crumbles to dust, illuminating everything around with a flash of light. With pride in his voice, he wonders if there is anything in this world that can frighten him. After 2 nights spent in the tower, he finally returns to the real world, ready for new challenges. With a sense of duty fulfilled, he returns to the teacher, his fatigue mixed with pride for the path he has traveled. The mentor greets him with a calm smile, knowing that he has passed this deadly test with honor. A system notification confirms his success, generously rewarding him for his courage and perseverance. Surrounded by a pillar of golden light, he reaches level 39, his strength growing along with his confidence. The teacher admits with a sly grin that this was all part of his plan to speed up the student's growth. He informs his mentor of a new task received from the ghost, unaware of the storm it will cause. He shows him a jade pendant, simple but at the same time holding a deep secret. The teacher's face distorts with horror when he recognizes the pendant as a relic of the legendary sword pavilion. With a sinking heart, the hero realizes that his mentor knows more about the pendant than he is saying. After a long silence, the teacher confesses with a heavy sigh that he was once a disciple of the sword pavilion. A shocking thought flashed through his mind. Cheryl had been connected to the sword pavilion even before his death. The teacher reveals to him an ancient tradition. Every girl in the pavilion wears such a pendant as a symbol of her status. He says with sadness in his voice that giving the pendant to a man means confessing your love to him, breaking all the rules. The guy is amazed to realize that the mysterious stranger was in love with Luo Yi and this was their tragic story. The mentor's gaze becomes icy. He understands that the owner of this pendant is not a commoner, but a person of high rank. The hero's heart sinks with anxiety. He understands that returning the pendant could turn out to be a deadly mission. The teacher declares with fatal determination that this is their destiny, and he is ready to go this way to the end. He draws his sword, also from the pavilion, and announces that tomorrow they will set out on a dangerous journey together. The mentor advises him to rest, since the grueling hike to Lava Ridge has taken all his strength. With a sense of accomplishment and anxiety for the future, he decides to switch off and plunge into a saving sleep. The next day, he plunges into eternity again, ready for new dangers and adventures. Together with the teacher, they set out on a long and risky journey into enemy lands. He decides to ask his mentor about his strange disappearances, hoping to get at least some explanation. The teacher, with a mysterious smile, calls this a privilege granted by the god of time and space himself. Suddenly, they arrive in the City of Radiance, and the boy is perplexed and tries to understand how they ended up here. With horror, he recognizes this place as the captured City of Darkness, now under the control of the Light faction. The city walls are swarming with enemy soldiers, their spears glinting in the sun, ready to pierce any stranger. The mentor explains that the only way to Qingfeng is through a teleport hidden in this captured city. He asks the student if he can hide his aura, because the success of their deadly mission depends on it. The boy activates the art of cunning, enveloping himself in an impenetrable veil, ready to become invisible in the enemy camp. Using the art of cunning, he transforms himself into a bald newcomer with a ridiculous name, causing confusion in his mentor. The teacher laughs and approves of his disguise, confident that low-level soldiers will not be able to recognize him. Under a hail of ridicule and surprised glances, he feels deceived, but continues to play his role. They approach the teleport, and the guy, hiding under the guise of a merchant, pays for passage to the city of Qingfeng. Shrouded in a turquoise glow, they are transported to a new location, where an adventure full of dangers awaits them. They arrive in Qingfeng City, the stronghold of the Light faction, where every step they take could be their last. He realizes with dismay that the sword pavilion is not marked on the map, and finding it will be no easy task. The teacher suggests acting under cover of night to avoid attracting unnecessary attention in this hostile city. The guy decides not to waste time and goes to replenish his supplies, depleted in the battle on Lava Ridge. They enter an alchemist's shop, where they are greeted by a good-natured merchant, unaware of the true nature of his customers. With ostentatious wealth, he asks the merchant for the best potions, confident that his fortune will allow him to do everything. He looks at the price in shock, realizing that even his countless treasures are just dust compared to real prices. Confused, he asks for something more affordable, and the merchant offers him standard healing potions. The teacher remarks with a grin that there are real masters hidden in this city, since such rare goods are available here. Suddenly, their attention is drawn to a vile bandit who is harassing a defenseless girl right on the street. The thought of easy money and the opportunity to become a hero in the eyes of others flashes through the hero's head. He intervenes, and the system offers him a new quest: to drive away the bandit and earn coolness points. The bandit bursts into laughter, mocking his bald head and ridiculous appearance, and stripping him of his glasses. The hero's face contorts with rage, and his terrifying appearance frightens the bandit, returning 1 point of coolness to him. Maddened by fear and rage, the bandit threatens him, not understanding who he is dealing with or what fate awaits him. With feigned arrogance, he declares that his true name is unworthy of the ears of a simple bandit. He decides to teach the impudent man a lesson by using his power to look into his worthless soul. Before him appears the infamous Bei Fu, a dark gold-level boss and former disciple of the Sword Pavilion. In horror, he realizes that a simple task of 0 difficulty turned out to be a trap with a boss of incredible power. His feigned confidence makes the bandit doubt, and he gets another 5 coolness points. The teacher decides to intervene, his aura pressing on the bandit, causing him to tremble with fear. Scared to death, the bandit and the girl feel an incredible power emanating from the mysterious stranger. Humiliated and crushed, Bei Fu flees, promising to return with reinforcements and avenge his humiliation. The rescued girl looks at him with admiration, but the hero, fearing problems, decides to quickly leave. She desperately begs him to tell her his real name, her heart full of gratitude and budding love. He proudly shouts out the name of his fallen teacher, receiving a generous reward and coolness points for this. He decides to go to an auction to sell his unwanted items and prepare for the upcoming journey. Under cover of night, they approach the mysterious building, ready to penetrate into the heart of enemy territory. Using magic, they pass through the wall, finding themselves inside the legendary Sword Pavilion. He looks at the majestic Chinese architecture in amazement, not expecting to see such a thing in the city of Qingfeng. The teacher suggests that they split up, He will go to the forging pool and the student will be sent to the sword storage. Anxiety arises in his heart at the thought of separation. He is afraid of being left alone in this deadly, dangerous place. The mentor, with a serious expression, pronounces a name that strikes terror into the hearts of warriors, the God of the Sword. He listens to the teacher with disbelief, doubting that an S-level task could be so simple. With a heavy heart, he says goodbye to his mentor, realizing that he must be extremely careful not to catch the eye of the NPC. A few minutes later, he finds himself before the majestic vault of swords, his heart pounding with fear and anticipation. With bated breath, he ponders his fate, wondering if instant death awaits him behind these doors. He decides to be honest, realizing that the all-seeing sword god already knows of his arrival and intentions. Suddenly, his disguise crumbles, a powerful aura blocking his art of cunning, leaving him defenseless. Instead of a formidable warrior, he is met by a beautiful girl, immersed in reading. Her calmness confuses him. In complete shock, he cannot believe his eyes. The legendary sword god turned out to be a fragile and graceful girl. He is perplexed and tries to understand where she knows him from because he hears about her for the first time from his mentor. With a slight smile, she admits that she knows him and that in the City of Darkness, she was the next target after Cheryl. His mind is exploding with guesses. He begins to see a connection between the Light faction, the Necromancers, and the mysterious power of the Pavilion. He is surprised to see her reading a romantic novel, and his idea of the sword god is completely shattered. He gets down to business, showing her a jade pendant and asking if she knows its owner. Her eyes widen in horror as she recognizes the pendant as a relic she thought was lost forever. With trepidation, she accepts the pendant from his hands, her heart filling with a mixture of joy and unbearable pain. With a trembling voice, she asks where he got it from, afraid to hear the truth that she already knows. Suddenly, hope flashes in her eyes, and in a breaking voice, she asks if her lover is still alive. She realizes with bitterness that he is dead. Otherwise, he would not have been able to pass on his legacy as a dark warrior to him. He confirms her guess by telling her about meeting the remnant of Luo Yi's soul in the Cursed Tower. He tries to leave, but suddenly feels the cold touch of steel on his neck. His way is blocked. With icy calm, she declares that since he came, he must leave something in return, and her eyes burn with a dangerous fire. With a devilish grin, he accepts her challenge, realizing that a battle with the sword god is the perfect way to test his new power. With a sly smile, she accepts his offer, warning that the price for her services will be high. In a panic, he tries to make a deal. One blow, and if he survives, she will let him go in peace. She rejects his offer, explaining that it is her duty as a member of the Light faction to not let her enemies go. He appeals to her conscience, assuring her that he has no evil intentions, and asks her not to make him suffer. She looks at him in bewilderment, not understanding what strange illness he means. Suddenly, she bursts out laughing, realizing that if his goal is only to get the pendant back, then there is no point in killing him. With a devilish grin, she offers him a deal, a fight on equal terms, where his life will be on the line. Reluctantly, he accepts her challenge, realizing that this is the only way to get out of here alive. They find themselves in an arena where they must fight to the death, in a battle of equals. With a cold determination in her eyes, she prepares for battle, her aura blazing, foreshadowing a brutal and uncompromising fight. He looks at her aura with awe, realizing that before him is a super powerful skill that can decide the outcome of the battle. She rises into the air, her sword blazing, ready to unleash all its divine fury upon him. In a desperate attempt to defend himself, he uses Undead Grasp, attempting to rip the sword from her hands. He activates Evil Steps, his body engulfed in purple flames, ready for a lightning attack. With a slight smile, she acknowledges his skill, noting that his movements have become refined and deadly. He activates the battlefield, leveling the playing field and preparing for a decisive showdown on equal terms. Suddenly, her blade pierces his shoulder and he cries out in pain, not expecting such speed and accuracy. With a devilish grin, he catches her sword, his eyes shining with excitement. He enjoys this deadly game. They engage in a frantic dance of blades, their blows shaking the ground, each trying to find a hole in the other's defense. He unleashes a terrifying presence, his aura pressing down on her with unbearable force, striking terror into her heart. A ghostly dragon bursts out from his armor, dealing devastating damage and striking terror into her heart. He rushes in to attack, knowing this is his only chance to strike while she is slowed and vulnerable. She easily blocks his attack using Interrupt Strike, and he looks on in shock at her incredible skill. She tosses him aside, her sword glowing with divine light, ready to deliver the finishing blow. She unleashes all her might on him, and the fiery blade flies towards him, bringing with it certain death. He takes the blow and his body is pierced by monstrous pain, but he endures it. His will is stronger than steel. She looks at him in confusion, not understanding how her attack did so little damage, and begins to doubt. With a heavy heart, she acknowledges his superiority, admiring his incredible talent and strength of spirit. Surrounded by a pillar of golden light, he reaches level 40, his triumph marking the end of this epic battle. He looks at her in bewilderment, not understanding why she gave up, because she still had a lot of strength to continue the fight. She admits that the battle was just a formality, because her goal was to return the pendant, not to kill him. She lets him go with a slight sadness, marveling at the strange system that forces NPCs to follow the rules of the game. She throws him a cryptic warning. With his departure, a prologue of chaos will begin, and the world will plunge into war. Confused, he tries to understand her words, but she only silently leaves, leaving him with questions. She reveals to him the bitter truth. The enmity between the factions is just a game, and his actions are just a trick of fate. Alarmed by her words, he decides to leave this place as soon as possible before it is too late. He returns to the teacher, noticing his unusually good mood, and his heart fills with suspicion. With a devilish grin, the mentor announces that they are returning, his eyes glowing with anticipation of something sinister. 2 hours later, in the Swamp of Ghosts, the teacher thanks him, and the boy is perplexed and does not understand why. He reveals his insidious plan. By returning the sword, he's no longer a disciple of the pavilion and can easily join the dark faction. Confused, he tries to understand why his teacher, a former member of the light faction, has not yet joined the darkness. With cold determination, the mentor explains that he is now free from his vows and is ready to settle old scores. A sudden system notification announces the start of a global event. Eternity, the first expansion, Light versus Darkness. Players around the world stare at their screens in shock, realizing that a war of epic proportions awaits them. With horror, he realizes that it was his action that became the catalyst for this war, setting off the prelude to chaos. The armies of darkness, led by immortal bosses, are preparing to attack the main cities of the light factions. Vampires, undead, and sinners. All the forces of hell unite to bring eternal night upon the world. Amidst the chaos and panic, he decides to help his mentor in the attack on Sea Heart City. Meanwhile, players in another corner of the world are horrified to learn that their former ally has become a powerful gold boss. He receives an S-rank mission to lead an army as a boss and capture Snowtown, with the price of failure being death. With a slight smile, the teacher wishes him luck, confident that his fearless student will return victorious. With a devilish grin, he bids farewell to his mentor, looking forward to revealing the full power of the Golden Boss to the players of Snowtown. Having reached level 40, he can finally put on his new equipment and become even stronger. With a self-confident smile, he expects to see himself at the top, but he is in for a cruel disappointment. He looks at his ranking in shock, unable to believe that there are so many incredibly cool players in the forces of darkness. The next day, he excitedly discusses his new position with a friend, anticipating the battles to come. His friend warns him of danger. The entire romance region is gathering in Snowtown to collect the reward for his head. At the same time, a group of players recognizes their sworn enemy with horror and decides to flee. But their leader, blinded by the thirst for revenge and glory, decides to challenge the powerful boss. Inspired by his speech, they prepare for battle, confident that their tactics and strength will help them defeat the invincible enemy. With perfect coordination, they rush into the attack, their refined tactics leaving him no chance. He easily repels their coordinated attack, his blade moving with inhuman speed and precision. His shadow assassin paralyzes them, and they realize in horror that they have been trapped by a deadly predator. With a contemptuous grin, he declares that any tactics are powerless in the face of absolute, overwhelming force. Sudden system notifications about the sale of his things at auction leave him shocked by the incredible sum. Activating the currency exchange system opens up new horizons for him, allowing him to turn in-game gold into real money. With a devilish grin, he decides to play for high stakes, converting part of his fortune into real currency. He decides to go hunting to level up and prepare for the upcoming siege of Snowtown. He enters the Silent Wasteland, a sinister location teeming with bloodthirsty monsters and deadly dangers. From the shadows, Dark Panther, an elite monster whose speed and bloodlust are unmatched, lunges at him. He looks at the elite monster's stats with concern, realizing that its power is much higher than expected. With a defiant gleam in his eyes, he rushes into battle, confident that his own stats are still superior to the monster's. One day later, he emerges victorious from the battle, having reached level 41, his power growing by leaps and bounds. A sudden system notification about the increased difficulty of the task throws him into confusion. He learns that the difficulty has increased to SS, and now he must fight a mysterious dark gold level boss. He thinks with anxiety that he must not face anything he cannot overcome. Otherwise, he will face inevitable death. Relieved, he thanks his friend for the information, promising to be extremely careful in Snowtown. Having received an order from the system, he immediately goes to the Ghost Swamps, where the Army of Darkness awaits him. Before him appears Cheryl with a massive army of Death Knights, their eyes glowing with a cold, sinister light. Among them stands the Death Knight, his stats hidden, his aura radiating an overwhelming unknown power. He realizes in horror that even his all-seeing eye cannot determine the level of these Death Knights. Their power is beyond measure. With disdain, the mentor explains that these knights are only weak souls who have failed to regain their sanity after death. A water imp appears before them, a pitiful monster that Cheryl uses to demonstrate her power. With a sly grin, the young man asks his mentor for a couple of Death Knights, hoping to strengthen his army. The teacher mockingly rejects his request, reminding him of the rules that do not allow him to interfere. Undeterred, he asks with a smile about other ways to protect himself, looking for loopholes in the rules of the game. Cheryl hands him a powerful artifact, the Demon Lord Summoning Scroll, which can change the course of any battle. A flame of delight flashes in his eyes. He understands that with this item he is not afraid even of a first-level city. But the teacher warns of danger. Calling upon powerful beings without respect is tantamount to suicide. He tells him a terrible story about a fool who paid with his life for his impudence in summoning the Demon Lord. With concern in his voice, he promises to be careful, realizing that this scroll is a double-edged sword. With a cheeky grin, he asks for something else safe, trying to wheedle more artifacts out of his mentor. The teacher angrily rejects his insolence, accusing him of trying to rob his savior. Pretending that nothing has happened, the mentor announces that it is time for them to set out. They join the vast army of darkness, their flags fluttering in the wind, heralding the coming battle. Surrounded by warriors, he asks the teacher about his opinion on the forces of darkness, trying to understand their true essence. The mentor contemptuously calls them rebels trying to overthrow the legitimate authorities. The boy, perplexed, tries to object because the undead and demons have always been considered symbols of evil. The teacher bitterly explains that the line between good and evil is blurred, and history is written by the victors. He reveals to him the bitter truth. Among the demon lords, there are those who were betrayed by humanity. He understands that the teacher's words are the key to understanding the main storyline and the upcoming trials. They arrive at the Evergreen Plains, their path leading through unknown lands full of dangers. The mentor creates a powerful rift in space, opening the way for them to another kingdom. He explains that this barrier divides the continent into parts, and only the strongest can cross it. Beyond this barrier, a new human kingdom awaits them, alien and hostile, where every step could be their last. They enter the Romance region, and the system warns of a double penalty for death in these lands. He realizes with a grin that for him, an immortal player with one life, this penalty does not matter. The teacher offers his help as a guide because he knows these lands like the back of his hand. They arrive in the snowy mountains and are met with a view of their destination, a snow-covered city awaiting its conqueror. With his eyes glowing with anticipation, he vows that he will capture this city, no matter what the cost. Looking down on the snow-covered city, he challenges its inhabitants, promising them a quick and painful death. The teacher wishes him luck, arranging a meeting at the Demon Lord's treasury after his triumphant victory. Greed flashes in his eyes at the mention of the treasury, and he eagerly inquires about its contents. The mentor tells of untold riches hidden within, rare items, skills, and even certificates for hidden classes. Blinded by the thirst for profit, he says goodbye to his teacher, dreaming of the millions he can get for the priceless treasures. He orders his army to set up camp, ready at any moment to repel an enemy attack and defend their positions. While he still has time, he decides to go hunting to level up and become even stronger before the decisive battle. In the snowy forest, he encounters a new enemy, the snow bear monster whose rage knows no bounds. He notes with alarm the monster's incredible strength, realizing that its high stats are due to its second reincarnation. Without wasting a second, the bear rushes into the attack, its roar shaking the mountains, and its claws ready to tear apart anyone in its path. He unleashes evil's stride on the monster, his blow carrying all the fury and power of a dark warrior. A ghostly dragon bursts out of his armor, dealing a crushing blow and pulverizing the bear. He is surprised to discover that common monsters can drop rare and powerful skills. A sudden system notification interrupts his triumph, calling him to immediately return and protect his army. He encounters a group of players, their blades crossing, foreshadowing a brutal and bloody battle. With a slight grin, he notices that the system automatically translates the unfamiliar language of the romance region for him. Players look at the meager damage in horror, unable to believe its incredible protection and doubting its very nature. He unleashes the all-crushing power, and purple energy rains down upon his enemies, bringing death and destruction. In horror, they realize that in front of them is not just a melee fighter, but the owner of a powerful AoE skill. He looks at the pitiful survivors with a contemptuous grin, disappointed by their weakness and lack of worthy resistance. He faces a new opponent whose speed and blade skill put him on edge. The assassin notes the hero's incredible strength with admiration, realizing that he has a worthy opponent before him. The players look on in disbelief at the Ghost King's miss, but their leader sees it as a chance to win. He realizes that he is facing one of the top players on their server, and his excitement flares up with renewed vigor. Their blades intersect in a deadly dance, each blow carrying incredible power and a thirst for victory. The players are thrilled to see their Ghost King surpass Jiang Han Shui in speed, and their hopes are ignited. Chanting the name of their god, they believe in his victory, unaware that they have become only pawns in someone else's game. With a devilish grin, he decides to play with their feelings, giving them false hope of salvation. He imagines how, at the very climax, he will crush their hope into dust, reveling in their despair. With cold cruelty, he prepares to deliver the finishing blow, his eyes burning with anticipation of their pain and disappointment. With a casual smile, he stabs the assassin, apologizing for his trembling hand and enjoying his death throes. He absorbs the experience of the fallen enemy, reaching level 42, and watches as the other players flee in terror. In a panic, they scream about his monstrous power, unable to believe that someone could gain experience for killing players. He decides to go deep into enemy territory to level up and prepare for the upcoming siege. 2 days later, the system announces the start of the main SS rank quest, Siege and Capture. He receives strict orders to attack in at least 5 waves, otherwise his army will be seriously weakened. He realizes with alarm that the system has imposed serious restrictions, and he will have to face incredibly powerful opponents. He gives the order to the first wave to prepare for the attack, his voice filled with cold determination and anticipation of battle. Bronze Boss Guj volunteers to lead the first attack, his eyes burning with a thirst for blood and glory. The Army of Darkness, led by a level 20 boss, begins the first wave of attack, their roar shaking the snow-capped mountains. With a contemptuous grin, the defenders rush into battle, confident of an easy victory over the pathetic 20-level weakling. But their joy was short-lived, and he realized with annoyance that he had underestimated the enemy, whose levels turned out to be much higher. Without wasting a second, he gives the order to begin the second wave, his voice filled with cold determination. The Army of Darkness, led by the 25-level boss Seth, rushes into attack, bringing death and destruction with them. The defenders panic and scream about the increasing level of the undead, their confidence giving way to fear and despair. He gives the order to start the third wave. His ruthlessness knows no bounds. He's ready to wipe this city into dust. Exhausted and almost without mana, the defenders look on in horror at the endless hordes of the damned undead. The system gives them a 5-minute break, and he chuckles at how realistic the game is. He learns that millions are watching his battle live, and his heart fills with pride and determination. 5 minutes later, the fourth wave, led by the level 40 boss Blood Axe, descends upon the city. The defenders are terrified to realize they cannot cope with the fourth wave. Their morale is broken and hope is fading. In panic, they flee, realizing that even their strongest warriors are powerless against this army. But a brave archer stands in their way, her voice filled with unwavering determination, ready to fight to the end. He looks at her incredible damage in admiration, wondering if she is a player or an NPC who dared to challenge the darkness. The city guard enters the fray, their desperate bravery the last hope of this doomed city. 20 minutes later, the Blood Axe army was completely routed, but the price of this victory was too high. With a devilish grin, he steps onto the battlefield, ready to personally lead the 5th decisive wave of attack. With a roar, he leads his army into battle, his goal being to capture the enemy commander and crush their will to resist. At the sight of his name, the defenders panic, remembering the videos of his bloody massacres, and start to flee. The archer looks at the cowardly traitors with fury, not understanding what broke their fighting spirit and forced them to flee. With courage in her voice, she urges the warriors not to be afraid, because he is just a lonely golden boss. Inspired by her words and the promise of a generous reward, the players launch a suicidal attack. Harold Stormsword, blinded by his thirst for glory, rushes at him first, his blade thirsty for blood. With one blow of Evil's step, he crushes the insolent man into dust, leaving him no chance. He activates War Domain, his aura enveloping the battlefield, strengthening allies and weakening enemies. The players watch in horror as his army grows stronger, while they themselves become mere cannon fodder in this bloody massacre. He cuts through the crowd, his blood sword singing a song of death as it consumes the souls of his fallen enemies. With horror, they realize that his weapon not only kills, but also sucks the life force out of them. With a devilish grin, he relishes in their fear, his thirst for blood making him like a true demon lord. He bursts into the ranks of the enemy, his cries sounding like a sentence, leaving them no chance of salvation. Iceblade Lant, the golden boss and son of the Snow City's leader, bursts onto the battlefield, thirsting for the traitor's blood. He feels the enemy's protective aura and his heart tightens with a sense of foreboding. This battle will not be easy. An ice spear pierces him, dealing massive damage and slowing him down, removing his speed advantage. He notes with alarm the incredible strength of his opponent, realizing that his mount gives him a huge advantage. The players greet their golden boss with delight, confident that today they will wipe the arrogance of the eastern region off the face of the earth. A flame of envy and rage flares in his eyes. He swears that this impudent man will die for his insolence. With a mocking voice, Lant taunts him, humiliating him for not having a mount. In response, he unleashes terrifying presence, and a gigantic ghostly dragon strikes terror into the enemy's heart. Lant dismisses it as a cheap trick, but his eyes flash with fear at the sheer force of it. He uses Undead Grasp on the mount, immobilizing it and taking away Lant's main advantage. The hero coldly orders the rider to dismount, issuing a daring challenge. The guy delivers a crushing blow, causing the opponent to stagger. The young man realizes that his enemy has turned out to be an unexpectedly tough nut to crack. The rider realizes that surrounded by monsters, his spear becomes useless. The young man, with a grin, sets his creepy minions on the enemy. The aristocrat's pride is hurt. He does not believe in the insolence of a simple warrior. The enemy desperately tries to fight off the vile undead, but the forces are unequal. The defeated knight looks helplessly at the vile creature before dying. The hero receives a well-deserved reward, becoming even more powerful after victory. The girl suddenly appeared in tears and swears to avenge her brother. A female archer, blinded by a thirst for revenge, rushes into battle, but is held back by the cold calculation of an ally. A new system notification befalls the hero, foreshadowing the appearance of even more deadly enemies. The boy looks at the city walls, realizing that behind them the last elite line of defense awaits him. Left alone, the young man recalls past battles, and this only strengthens his resolve. The young man calls out to his fallen comrades, promising that their sacrifice will be the beginning of his great ascent. A fiery arrow flies towards the hero as a mockery of his courage in the face of imminent death. The heroine, driven by grief and hatred, personally leads the attack on her brother's killer. A deadly rain of thousands of arrows falls upon the warrior and his army, leaving no chance for salvation. The hero is furious when he realizes that the enemy's barrage will destroy his army before the real battle even begins. In a desperate attempt to turn the tide of the battle, the boy rushes forward to become a living target. The enemies scream in panic as they see the guy soar into the sky at incredible speed. The giant dragon summoned by the hero unleashes all its primal fury on the enemy line. A young man rushes into the thick of battle, his blade sowing death and destruction. The girl watches in horror as her elite warriors fall one after another at the hands of a single young man. Having restored his health, the hero realizes that hidden threats are preventing him from reaching his full potential. The guy cleverly uses his minions to distract enemies and buy precious time. The activated skill radically changes the balance of power, giving allies a huge advantage. The heroine looks with disgust at the vile monster who dared to block her path. The archer decides to deal with the annoying undead first, putting off revenge on the main enemy for later. The unexpected blow takes the warrior by surprise, leaving him vulnerable and helpless for a moment. The sudden appearance of the Ghost King takes the hero by surprise, inflicting painful and significant damage on him. The young man uses a shadow skill to evade a deadly attack and disappear from sight. The crowd of onlookers gloat, believing that the overconfident upstart has finally been defeated. The guy is desperate and realizes that with half his health, he won't be able to defeat two powerful bosses. The influential old man looks at what is happening with regret, disappointed in his protege. Subordinates suggest getting rid of the young man who has not lived up to the expectations placed on him. Despite the hopelessness of the situation, the old man still secretly hopes for an incredible miracle. The young man proves he was written off too early by taking out an elite guard with one blow. Another enemy attack hits its target, taking away the last remnants of the warrior's strength. Wounded but not broken, the hero stands before two bosses, ready for his final battle. The heroine looks at the traitor in shock, unable to believe his treachery. One of the bosses orders his men to retreat in order to personally avenge his brother. The warriors, hungry for glory, pounce on the guy in a crowd, wanting to be the first to receive the reward. The young man scatters his opponents in a deadly whirlwind, clearing a path for himself to retreat. Using a stunning move, the young man immobilizes the enemy and rushes to the second floor. The sudden appearance of a warrior on the floor sows panic among unsuspecting enemies. The guy jumps out of the window, disappearing from sight again and leaving his pursuers perplexed. While the enemies search for him in vain in the rooms, the hero is already rushing along the rooftops, staying one step ahead. The pursuers notice with annoyance that their target has slipped away again and is heading towards another building. The enemies cannot believe his escape, because the punishment for failing the mission is too severe. After 20 minutes of futile searching, the patrolmen confirm that the fugitive has disappeared without a trace. One of the pursuers, in despair, suggests that their target simply vanished into thin air. The disguised hero approaches the enemy, pretending to be a frightened townsman and luring him into a trap. The unsuspecting warrior receives a crushing blow from the supposed simpleton, not believing his eyes. Behind the mask of a harmless resident lurked a ruthless killer who brought instant death. The guy gloats because his stealth skill not only changed his appearance, but also completely healed him. One by one, enemies fall by his hand, unable to withstand his sudden and deadly attacks. The young man mockingly addresses the remaining enemies, revealing his deception and enraging them. The young man confidently declares that the pathetic players are no threat to him, because his target is the boss. Like a ghost, he rushes through the ranks of enemies who are horrified by his fully restored health. The archer screams the hero's name in rage, her face distorted with hatred for her brother's killer. Having cleared his way, the guy is finally left alone with his main goal. The young man quickly closes the distance and delivers a crushing blow, paralyzing the girl. A mad attack falls upon the heroine, leaving her no chance to counterattack. The young man mocks the archer's helplessness in close combat, pointing out her main weakness. The girl, pinned to the ground, desperately cries out to her mysterious ally, begging for help. The warrior releases a powerful charge of energy, demonstrating his complete superiority in this duel. The hidden boss blackmails the heroine with a grin, offering help in exchange for her hand and heart. Having received consent, the mysterious ally enters the battle, calling the girl his bride. The hero soberly assesses the new enemy, realizing that there must be some kind of catch behind the incredible power. The hero listens to the enemy's moralizing with mockery, giving him false hope of victory. The girl does not understand the young man's true motives, seeing in his sacrifice only blind obsession. A sudden betrayal befalls the heroine when an ally deals her a crushing blow in the back. Realizing that she has been cold-bloodedly set up, the archer looks in horror at her freezing silhouette. The mysterious ally drops his mask, confident that the young man now has no chance. An icy wave covers the boy, condemning him to a slow and painful death from the cold. Blinded and slowed by an enemy arrow, the hero finds himself in a deadly trap. Like vultures, other players decide to intervene to steal someone else's victory and glory. Pathetic attacks become the last straw a warrior needs for a triumphant transformation. Surrounded by a golden glow, the young man reaches a new level of power, completely changing the balance of power in the battle. The enemies look at the youth's transformation in bewilderment, arrogantly considering his latest trick useless. The hero accepts the challenge with a cheeky grin, ready to prove that his new power is not an empty bluff. The archer desperately tries to freeze the warrior, but his dark aura is already ready to absorb her defense. The girl watches in horror as her ice armor, her last hope, shatters into pieces with a single blow. Hidden potential awakens, turning the boy into a true battle demon with tenfold increased power. A deafening blow falls upon the heroine, and her desperate cry for help is drowned out by the roar of battle. The young man easily repels her weak attack, toying with her like a predator with helpless prey. A merciless series of blows crushes the girl, leaving her no chance of salvation. Completely broken and wounded, she begs for mercy with tears in her eyes, forgetting her pride. A cold refusal becomes her sentence, and the young man takes his reward, putting an end to this revenge. The magician is horrified and can't believe his eyes, because just a moment ago this guy was weaker than him. With a predatory grin, the young man turns his attention to the last target, anticipating an easy victory. A powerful blow falls upon the mage, proving that his vaunted defense is now nothing more than a myth. The mask shatters into pieces, revealing the haggard and frightened face of someone who thought himself invulnerable. The hero looks with contempt at the pitiful appearance of the enemy, realizing what a terrible price he paid for his strength. With the last of his strength, the enemy uses a weakening spell in a desperate attempt to buy himself time. The mage's final trump card is the Ice Tomb, which grants him temporary invulnerability and healing. Hiding behind an icy wall, he tries to sow doubt in the hero, pointing out the temporary nature of his power. The young man just grins, because the remaining seconds are more than enough for him to finish what he started. A frantic barrage of blows descends upon the icy prison, and the timer begins counting down to the verdict. Under a hail of blows, the icy prison cracks, and time inexorably melts for the magician locked inside. The defense shatters into pieces, and the enemy realizes with horror that his last hope has collapsed. The mage's face distorts with fear as he realizes that the hero's deadly power is not running out. In a desperate attempt to escape, the enemy falls into a dark grip that deprives him of all hope. The winning blow puts an end to the battle, and the young man receives a well-deserved reward for killing the boss. Just when the guy was ready to celebrate, his temporary boost wears off, leaving him vulnerable. A new player emerges from the shadows in shining armor, delighted by the amazing battle he has witnessed. The Golden Paladin, who turned out to be an old acquaintance, looks at the hero with respect, anticipating a new duel. The knight declares that this time he will personally ensure that the traitor does not have a chance to escape. Difficult memories and new threats weigh heavily on the hero, who realizes that he has become a target for everyone. The hero demands an answer in a rage, his cry full of pain and blame for the fate of his fallen comrade. The Golden Knight tells of the brutal massacre with a cynical grin, reveling in his impunity. Righteous anger awakens new strength in the young man, and his armor is shrouded in darkness in response to the enemy's hypocrisy. Blinded by a thirst for revenge, the young man launches a suicidal attack on the shining paladin. The knight, with the arrogance of a god, unleashes the full might of his divine justice on the daring warrior. A crushing blow of light should have incinerated the hero, but fate had a different outcome in store for him. Miraculously surviving thanks to a mysterious artifact, the boy withstands an attack that would break anyone else. The paladin is surprised by the enemy's resilience, but his excitement only increases in anticipation of a real battle. The sacred flame envelops the knight's spear, turning it into a weapon of divine retribution. The sudden discovery leaves the paladin frozen, as he recognizes the hero as the demon lord's forbidden power. The Golden Knight tries to stop the hero, warning him of the terrible disaster he could bring upon himself. Obsessed with revenge, the young man ignores all warnings and uses the forbidden scroll, ready to die rather than take revenge. The paladin bursts into laughter, confident that no demon lord would answer the call of a pathetic mortal. The knight's confident grin fades as an ominous signal pierces the sky, foreshadowing something terrible. A powerful deity emerges from the rift, its frightening appearance and red aura inspiring primal terror. Civilians scatter in panic, their cries for help drowned out by the chaos, convinced that the end of the world has come. The incredible pressure emanating from the alien binds both the hero and the paladin, forcing them to feel their own insignificance. The summoned creature looks with disdain on the forces of light and unleashes all its bloody fury upon the world. In mortal terror, the paladin activates the artifact, giving him a chance to escape from certain death. The knight looks at the teleportation timer in despair, not believing that even with divine protection he was on the brink of death. By using the forbidden oath, the paladin survives at the cost of great strength, but saves his life. The escaped knight threatens the hero with a total hunt, but the young man only laughs cheekily in response. Left alone with the summoned deity, the boy realizes that his life hangs by a thread. The demon lord looks with disdain at the mortal who dared to disturb his peace. A young man tries to direct the wrath of a higher being towards an escaped paladin of the forces of light. The enraged ruler decides that the pathetic mortal and his entire city must be wiped off the face of the earth. The hero panics and tries to justify himself, realizing that his cunning has turned against him. The demon reveals the true reason for his appearance. He was looking for the energy of an old friend here, but did not find it. A sudden revelation strikes the young man. He realizes that the demon's mysterious friend is his deceased mentor. The boy hopefully presents the artifact to the deity, introducing himself as the best student of his old friend. Recognizing the aura of his old friend, the demon lord freezes for a moment, giving the young man a false hope of salvation. A demonic laughter breaks the silence, as the former friendship has long since been replaced by deadly enmity and hatred. With chilling cruelty, the demon admits that killing his best student will be a consolation for him. Bloody energy envelops the deity, who declares that the boy was doomed from the moment he opened the scroll. Complete despair overwhelms the hero when he realizes that there is nowhere to run, and the demon's wrath will destroy the entire city. A stranger with turquoise hair suddenly appeared and easily stopped his desperate attack. The boy is amazed to recognize in the mysterious savior the legendary goddess of the sword, about whom legends are told. A mighty explosion shakes the earth as divine blade meets demonic power. Thrown back by the shockwave, the young man looks at the ruins in shock, not believing that the city could have been destroyed. As the rift in the sky closes, The young man thinks anxiously about the fate of the goddess who stood up for him. The hero runs up to the sword goddess with alarm, fearing that she has been seriously injured in the battle. The girl, with a mischievous smile, declares that now he owes her twice, turning the dangerous moment into a game. The young man, perplexed, tries to understand where the second debt came from, not grasping her cunning logic. The heroine coquettishly explains that she saved him not only from the demon, but also from herself, because she had to kill him as an enemy. Filled with gratitude, the young man notices her wounds and offers his help, showing concern. She dismisses his concern with a confident smirk, reminding him that a powerful goddess does not need the help of a mortal. The guy clarifies the outcome of the battle, and she confirms that she was able to drive the demon lord back into the darkness. A sudden fear grips the young man at the thought that now the angry demon will begin to hunt his savior. The goddess condescendingly dispels his fears, explaining that for such a creature he is nothing more than an annoying insect. Although her comparison hurt his pride, the hero sheepishly thanks her, and the girl only cheerfully apologizes for her frankness. Like a shadow, the sword goddess disappears, leaving behind only the reminder of 2 unpaid debts. Summoning her blade, she takes to the sky, leaving the young man alone in the middle of the ruined city. Her determined flight through the snowstorm embodies the grace and deadly power of a deity. The guy watches her with admiration, amazed by the incredible spectacle of flying on a sword. The system showers the hero with rewards for completing the task, but the joy of victory is overshadowed by the loss of an entire city. New notifications report global battles, but for the young man, his war is finally over. As he moves through the snowy forest, he realizes that his victory is only one of many in this cruel game. Anxious thoughts about the fate of his comrade, sent on the most dangerous mission, haunt him. Realizing his powerlessness, the guy decides to put his worries aside and focus on his well-deserved trophies. He starts with the loot he took from the archer he defeated, reliving his recent revenge. The first trophies turn out to be a real treasure, each item of which promises unimaginable power and wealth. The guy excitedly estimates how much money he can get for the legendary items he doesn't need. Burning with impatience, the young man moves on to the knight's spoils, anticipating the power of the secret hidden in the book. The new ice armor skill promises not only protection, but also deadly cold for any enemy. After studying the book, the young man is instantly covered in sparkling ice armor, feeling a surge of power. Under the influence of his dark essence, the ice is replaced by black flames, turning the defensive skill into something sinister. The warrior is delighted to realize that his unique class not only changes, but greatly enhances any ability. Now his gaze turns to the final loot, for the trophies from the dark gold boss must be truly priceless. The magician's treasures include rare reagents and artifacts, each worth a fortune. The real jackpot is the helmet from the powerful set, promising the hero incredible power in the future. With slight regret, the young man leaves the powerful artifact for later, focusing on the power available to him. The demon lord does not understand why the goddess stood up for the insignificant dark warrior. Her motives remain a mystery to him. Behind the demon's cynical assumption of a secret connection lies a cold calculation and a decision to retreat. The enraged goddess is not going to let her enemy go so easily. Her battle is not over yet. The demon dismisses her condescendingly, citing an old debt, but in reality only emphasizing her current weakness. The ominous threat to destroy the entire temple becomes the final warning, demonstrating his boundless cruelty. Her face contorts with rage, and she swears that their next meeting will be the last for the impudent man. Dressed in a new cloak, the guy feels incredibly cool, ready for new achievements. The unexpected boost to his own armor comes as a pleasant surprise, making him even more dangerous. Suddenly he remembers a forgotten trophy that was out of reach, but which could now become the key to new power. Having sorted out his loot, the young man pragmatically decides which treasures will strengthen him and which will bring him a fortune. Burning with impatience, he moves on to the main reward, because for the first kill of the boss, the system should give something special. A divine stone of unprecedented power falls into his hands, promising the power to unite and multiply talents. A daring plan is born in the warrior's head, because this artifact can elevate him to a completely new, unattainable level. News of his loyal allies' victories interrupts his thoughts, pointing the way to the next target and new battles. Looking with satisfaction at his increased stats, the hero realizes that he himself has become a formidable boss for other players. He returns to the secret hideout to triumphantly report to his mysterious mentor about the mission he has accomplished. The master greets his student with pride, admitting that even he did not expect such a stunning and chaotic outcome. With a satisfied grin, the guy reports his victory, hiding from everyone his main trump card, the intercession of the goddess. He coldly lies to his mentor about what happened, realizing that his connection with the demon is too dangerous a secret. Hiding the truth for her safety, the young man convinces his mentor with a smile that everything did not go according to plan. Hoping to receive invaluable advice, the boy cautiously asks the master about the mysterious divine stone. The mentor, with a sly grin, reveals the secret of the artifact, warning that luck favors only the brave. A daring plan matures in the hero's head. He decides to go after the treasure to hit the jackpot. Seeing his fatigue, the master, with fatherly care, offers his student a rest before going to the demonic treasury. Behind a grateful smile, the warrior hides his true state, because after brutal battles he can barely stand on his feet. The next day, full of strength and determination, the young man is ready to set off on new adventures. Burning with impatience, he asks his mentor when he will finally be able to master the skill of horse riding. The master's mysterious answer only fuels his curiosity, hinting at a quick and great transformation. An hour later, they arrive in an ominous city shrouded in demonic fog, where treasures and death await them. With anticipation in his eyes, the hero prepares to break into the legendary treasury, where unimaginable power awaits him. The young man is surprised to realize that he has found himself in an elite club of conquerors, as only the strongest bosses are awarded this honor. The mentor's chilling warning about the forbidden 6th floor casts a shadow over the upcoming treasure hunt. Half an hour later, a crowd of powerful creatures gathers at the entrance to the vault, eager to get their hands on the legendary artifacts. Even among the bosses, there are real giants, and the hero looks with awe at his colossal competitor. The master dispels his fears with a smile, suggesting that they split up so as not to miss the most valuable treasures. Gathering his will into a fist, the young man steps into the fiery portal, ready to risk everything for the only chance. A ruthless system announces the rules of a deadly game, where everyone has only 10 minutes and one try. Realizing that time is his main enemy, the guy makes a risky decision to skip the first floor. The second floor with disposable potions also does not attract his attention, because he is looking for something eternal and powerful. His gaze is revealed to immortal elixirs capable of granting unprecedented strength and eternal healing. The guy is shocked to realize that one pill can raise his strength to stratospheric heights, inaccessible to others. Suppressing the momentary impulse, the young man coldly concludes that the temporary boost is not worth the unique treasure. The third floor awakens new hope in him, as it is here that the perfect skill for his divine stone may be hidden. The first skill books turn out to be quite good, but his soul longs for something truly legendary. Suddenly, his gaze falls on a glowing book, promising him the crushing power of the legendary Dragon Slayer. Realizing that time is running out, he decides to make one last bet, but he holds a killer trump card in his hands. The fourth floor beckons him with scrolls of hidden classes, but none of them can compare to his unique path. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a giant orc, who, with a thoughtful look, selects a mysterious scroll for himself. A chilling horror pierces the hero when he realizes what kind of treasure has fallen into the hands of his powerful rival. The scroll of copying, capable of doubling divine artifacts, becomes an object of burning desire for the hero. A cunning plan is born in his head to trick the orc into giving up the priceless treasure. With feigned concern, the young man tries to convince the giant of the futility of his choice, calling them both cannon fodder. However, the orc turns out to be not so simple. He sees hidden potential in the scroll, capable of surpassing the power of any class. The boy deals a crushing blow to the giant's pride by declaring that they will not live long enough to use such power. The hero's words hit the mark, and the orc bitterly admits that for a simple warrior without treasures, a hidden class is the only chance. With a heavy heart, the giant changes his choice, and the young man can hardly hide his triumph as he watches him go. Having seized the coveted scroll, the warrior revels in his cunning, for now the path to divine power is open to him. Coldly returning the skill book to its place, he makes a final choice in favor of the artifact, which will change his fate. As the relentless timer begins to count down, the hero, treasure in hand, rushes towards the exit of the deadly trap. The deceived giant sincerely thanks his new friend for the advice, unaware of the insidious plan. Behind a hypocritical smile, the young man hides his triumph, because his trick worked flawlessly. An unsuspecting orc offers friendship with an open heart to the one who just deceived him. A firm handshake seals their alliance, one based on trust, the other on pure calculation. A powerful berserker promises his protection, revealing himself as a golden boss betrayed by the forces of light. The guy can hardly hide his admiration, realizing that he has unwittingly acquired an incredibly strong warrior as an ally. The mentor greets the student with a sly smile, already knowing that he has returned with rich spoils. With a satisfied grin, the hero confirms his success, but the mentor urges him to leave the dangerous place. Returning to his refuge, The master offers the young man a new, even more difficult task, testing his ambitions. The mentor connects the new task with the hero's dream of horse riding, promising him a worthy battle steed. The young man respectfully addresses his mentor, who appears to hold a very high position. The hero finally comprehends the scale of the global war that has radically changed the world. The mentor sheepishly asks the student not to call him by his formal name, and then gives him a new task. The master reveals to the hero the secret of a mysterious hidden world filled with rare creatures. A young man accepts a difficult task to search for a hidden world, anticipating a valuable reward. The guy with a sly smile decides to use the copy scroll to double the divine artifact. Upon activating the scroll, the warrior takes a quick look at his treasures, choosing the ideal target to copy. The divine stone glows in his hand, ready to reveal its incredible potential. The copying is successful, and the hero now holds 2 divine artifacts in his hands, increasing his chances. With 2 divine grace stones, the boy decides to take a risk to create a skill of unprecedented power. Enveloped in a golden glow, the hero prepares to take the decisive step that will determine his future. The choice is limited as his 2 most powerful and valuable S-rank skills are at stake. Realizing that if he fails, he will lose everything, the young man makes his bet without hesitation. Holding his breath, he looks at the blinding flash with desperate hope, praying for the greatest luck. An incredible success, his risky venture was crowned with triumph, gifting him with a legendary SS rank skill. Euphoric about his success, the guy can't help but burst into jubilant laughter as he celebrates his incredible victory. The new skill, War's Tread, turns out to be not just powerful, but a divine weapon of total destruction. With a predatory grin, the young man analyzes his new power, which has surpassed all his wildest expectations. Armed with new strength and confidence, he turns his gaze to the distant mountains, ready for new achievements. After half an hour of travel, he finally reaches his destination, the mysterious and wild city of Beast Clouds. Feeling a surge of new strength, the hero bursts into an ominous bamboo grove, ready to become a testing ground for his power. A predatory grin touches his lips when he realizes that he has found himself in an untouched world where no ordinary player has ever set foot. A sudden cry from the shadows takes him by surprise, and he realizes with alarm that he is not alone in this secluded place. His gaze is met by a strange pair of lazy snake men, descendants of the gods, indulging in idle pleasures. With feigned indignation, the young man interrupts their solitude, accusing them of indecent behavior in broad daylight. The enraged snakeman leaps to his feet, his idle calm giving way to deadly rage at the intruder. Without wasting a second, the warrior unleashes the full power of his new divine ability on the enemy. A crushing blow shatters everything around it, dealing colossal damage and proving the incredible power of combined skills. Even the young man himself was amazed by the result, because the skill he created turned out to be a truly destructive weapon. He looks in bewilderment at his stunned enemies, who seem not to expect such a swift and brutal reprisal. The description of the deadly snakes only fuels the hero's excitement, as he sees them not as a threat, but as a valuable source of experience. His title changes, turning words into weapons that can either strengthen or weaken any enemy. Armed with a new ability, the young man deliberately provokes a whole horde of monsters. He continues to hurl insults, driving the snakes into a frenzy and luring them deeper into his net. After 10 minutes of chasing him, a whole swarm of enraged creatures was already rushing after him, and the perfect moment to attack had arrived. With one crushing blow, he unleashes all his power on his pursuers, leaving them no chance. Like a reaper, he rushes through the ranks of enemies, and system notifications one after another inform him of his bloody harvest. The new skills complement each other perfectly, and the rapid leveling up becomes the best reward for the risk. Having achieved his cherished goal, he gains access to the Awakening Quest, which will open the path to true power. Burning with impatience, the boy contacts a friend to find out about the balance of power in the world and plan his triumph. The hero's ambitions know no bounds. He asks his friend for information about the strongest players on all servers. In a show of true friendship, his comrade offers him his guild as a reliable market for the sale of priceless trophies. As if casually, the young man shows off his extra belongings, each of which is the dream of any player. His friend stares at the treasure in mute shock, realizing that even the hero's useless items are superior to the best equipment in the game. A casual acquaintance is surprised to see the guild leader freeze while talking to the mysterious boss. Upon learning the hero's name, the boy freezes in awe, because he is speaking with a true legend. By giving his friend exclusive rights, the young man offers to buy the treasures before they go to auction. Without bargaining, the comrade makes a generous offer, because such artifacts are the key to the power of his guild. However, a real bargaining process ensues for the rarest robe, as its price goes beyond that of ordinary equipment. With an excited grin, the young man enters into a friendly squabble, knowing the true, exorbitant price of his trophy. Like an experienced salesman, he makes a final ultimatum offer that cannot be refused. His friend agrees with a grin, realizing that friendship with such a player is much more valuable than any money. The hero quickly converts virtual gold into real money, demonstrating the true value of his victories. The huge sum credited to his account becomes tangible proof of his success and changes his life. With determination in his eyes, he realizes that this game is not just entertainment, but his path to a secure future. However, behind the thirst for wealth lies true passion, for it is the adrenaline of battle that makes his heart beat faster. Information received from a friend about the strongest player on the server only fuels his passion and thirst for superiority. With cold confidence, he understands that his lead over the leader is not that great, and the speed of growth is incomparable. With a clear plan in his head, he decides to finish the cleanup and immediately begin carrying out his mentor's assignment. An hour later, the forest shakes with the roar of the creature he summoned, whose all-crushing power leaves no chance for enemies. Like an unstoppable whirlwind, he rushes through the forest, and each blow brings him a new, higher level. A sudden system notification cuts short his triumph, heralding the arrival of the angry master of these lands. From the depths of the grove emerges the mighty king of snakes, his fury a harbinger of impending death. The boss looks with disdain at the pathetic mortal, promising to sacrifice him to his dark god. With a cheeky grin, the young man walks away from the battle, leaving the enraged monster completely bewildered. Returning to reality, the guy cold-bloodedly decides to wait until the boss leaves, demonstrating his tactical genius. A short conversation with his mother in the real world reminds him why he is fighting and risking his life. After a short break, he returns to the task with renewed vigor, ready for any challenge. After making sure the boss is gone, he faces a new problem. He now needs to find the elusive hidden world. Drawing on his experience, he notices a suspicious tree that may be the key to solving this mystery. His hope of finding a clue is dashed when a scan reveals that the suspicious tree is merely an illusion. Suddenly, he notices a lone snake man, who appears to be the last survivor of his bloody harvest. The terrified monster recognizes him as a ruthless killer and decides to immediately report to his king. With a cold threat in his voice, the young man stops him, offering his life in exchange for one small secret. Burning with curiosity, he asks his main question, hoping that this pathetic monster will lead him to his goal. Fearing for his life, the snake man reveals the secret without hesitation, pointing the way to the hidden world. With a mocking grin, the hero gives the monster a head start, forcing it to count to 10,000 before running. By releasing the witness, he takes a calculated risk so as not to attract the attention of the Snake King prematurely. Following the instructions he received, the boy quickly finds 3 giant trees that serve as gates. He approaches the middle tree, and the system triumphantly announces that the entrance to the hidden world has finally been found. Having completed the task, the hero faces a new obstacle. The system deems him unworthy of entering the hidden world. With slight disappointment, he decides to postpone the invasion since the main goal, receiving the reward, has already been achieved. As he leaves, he realizes that without the cunning and interrogation of the weak monster, his search would have dragged on for a long time. 2 hours later, he returns triumphantly to his mentor, who is amazed by his incredible speed. The system generously rewards him for the completed task, granting him invaluable experience and a rare skill book. In his hands lies the legendary horsemanship skill he had long and passionately dreamed of. In ecstasy from the reward he received, the young man understands that all the roads of this world are now open to him. Happy and grateful, he cannot hide his joy, because the mentor has fulfilled his cherished wish. However, the master hints at a separation, since his new status as commander ties him to one place. As he leaves, he hands his student 2 mysterious scrolls, which will become the key to his future strength and new skills. The young man finds himself in possession of summoning scrolls, his last trump card in a deadly world. The mentor, with a sly smile, warns that his help will not be immediate, testing the student's endurance. The master explains that these scrolls are merely compensation for the impossibility of giving him new tasks for the time being. With a piercing gaze, he asks the main question, checking to see if his student's spirit has been broken on the dark path. Without a shadow of a doubt, the guy confirms his choice, realizing that this is the beginning of his true awakening. The last question, and the last step towards new strength, the readiness to turn one's blade against the whole world. Having received a firm readiness, the mentor officially recognizes him as worthy for the second awakening of the class. To the student's puzzled question, The master replies that his last task became the key to this transformation. Dark energy envelops the hero. His body and soul are transformed, preparing to accept a new, sinister power. He becomes a true dark warrior, a powerful and ruthless being with limitless potential. By becoming the first player to awaken, he receives exclusive rewards that further increase his lead over the competition. The mentor solemnly announces that his student has entered a new stage of development, where previously unseen skills will be revealed to him. The dark energy boiling in his veins so far allows him to master only two new but incredibly powerful skills: an ominous aura and a crushing blow. Each of these skills is capable of instilling terror and bringing death to any enemy. Despite the high price, the young man learns both skills without hesitation, because for him, strength is more valuable than any gold. The master, with slight reproach, reminds us of his ruined city, where he never became mayor. With cold restraint, the boy confirms that the demon he summoned did indeed cause total destruction in the city. The mentor, with paternal concern, advises the student to find a faction for himself in order to avoid unnecessary problems in the future. With confidence in his eyes, the young man assures his teacher that he already has a plan for this. Having mastered new skills, he says goodbye to the master, who goes to defend his city. Having said goodbye to this place forever, the young man decides first to appreciate his reward for awakening. The rarest pearl of enhancement falls into his hands, and he realizes that now is the perfect moment to use it. Without a shadow of a doubt, he chooses his trusty sword of bloodthirst to transform it into the perfect killing weapon. The blade flares with a new, sinister power, its stats skyrocketing, promising its enemies a swift death. His new passive ability makes him even more deadly, turning every kill into a source of power. Now his attack will increase with each defeated enemy, turning protracted battles into his personal bloodbath. With a terrifying power that surpasses all known bosses, he becomes a true nightmare for any opponent. The realization of his incredible power intoxicates him, because now it is only a matter of time before he rises to the dark gold level. With cold determination in his eyes, he returns to the purple forest to finish what he started and challenge the Snake King. He finds his purpose, and now nothing can stop him on the path to revenge and absolute domination. The hero's words, like poison, weaken the enemy even before the battle begins, turning insults into a deadly weapon. His title changes, granting him incredible resilience and turning him into an invincible Dark Lord. The stomp of war falls upon the boss's head, signaling the beginning of a brutal and uncompromising duel. A mad slaughter follows the first strike, each swing of his blade carrying pure, unadulterated fury. The Snake King retreats in shock, not believing that the pathetic coward who ran away from him is now breaking through his defenses. The new crushing blow not only deals colossal damage, but also significantly slows the powerful boss. Despite the hero's obvious power, the Snake King disdainfully calls his attacks pathetic monkey tricks. A deadly poisonous fog envelops the battlefield, condemning the young man to a slow and painful death. Realizing that he can't win with brute force, the boy relies on the vampirism of his sword to survive this attack. The boss's sudden attack catches him off guard, dealing critical damage and inflicting a weakening curse. Realizing that he is doomed in the poisonous fog, the hero makes a desperate decision to break through and escape. As if mocking his pathetic attempt, the Snake King calls upon his children to enjoy a bloody feast. An entire army of warrior serpents emerges from the mist, ready to tear to pieces anyone who challenges their master. For the young man, this army becomes not a threat, but a salvation, because each creature is a source of priceless health. Like a god of thunder, he unleashes all his might on his enemies, and every kill heals him, making him stronger. With his health fully restored and a sinister grin on his face, he's ready to continue the duel with the discouraged boss. In desperation, the Snake King calls upon his god, sacrificing his own speech for the chance of victory. With confidence in his eyes, the hero understands that even with divine power, his enemy is doomed due to his slowness. The tramp of war shakes the earth once again, and now victory in this grueling battle is only a matter of time. After 30 minutes of continuous carnage, he delivers the final decisive blows, completing his bloody dance. The final blow ends the battle, and the defeated Snake King crumbles into golden dust at his feet. Victory earns him a new level and the anticipation of priceless loot from the Dark Gold boss. Suddenly, he receives a new title and an exclusive reward for an achievement that no one else has ever achieved. He ends up with a scroll that can cause a duel to the death, where the winner takes absolutely everything. With cold calculation, he understands that for his unique class, this agreement is not so profitable. Putting the scroll aside for later, he finally begins to sort through the loot dropped by the defeated boss. The only trophy, a powerful blade, turns out to be beyond his level, and he angrily hides it in his backpack. A new system event gives him the perfect chance to safely infiltrate the enemy faction's city. As he leaves, he is surprised to stumble upon the very same Snake Man who had been obediently counting to 10,000 all this time. This simple-minded persistence touches him, and he watches with a smile as the faithful servant hurries to his king. With a cold smile, he announces the death of the king, giving his faithful servant one single chance at life. Having lost everything, the Snake Man, with tears in his eyes, swears allegiance to his new ruthless master. Seeing honesty in his eyes, the young man takes the oath, gaining his first, albeit strange, subordinate. With a submissive voice, the monster accepts his new fate, ready to serve his king's killer without question. With his gaze downcast shyly, the Snake Man introduces himself to his new master, revealing his ridiculous name. With difficulty holding back his laughter, the hero gives him his first task: to wait until he is needed for something important. The naive servant does not understand why such a powerful warrior still does not own a single city. With a devilish grin, the guy explains that his power is too destructive, but promises to make him a general. The simple-minded Snake Man blushes with embarrassment, enchanted by the promises of power and beautiful warriors. A sly smile never leaves the hero's face, as he already imagines how he will share all the trophies with his new general. Leaving his new servant to wait, the hero sets off to meet new adventures, knowing that he will return here again. He arrives in White Town, a neutral territory that will become his temporary refuge and a field for intrigue. To avoid attracting attention, he uses the skill of disguise, completely hiding his true identity and strength. To his horror, the clever system once again rewards him with a ridiculous nickname, turning him into a laughingstock. Disguised as a harmless bald newbie, he sets off in search of a registration point for the upcoming tournament. A crowd of players around a shining stone shows him the way, and he realizes that he is in the right place. He learns the rules of a brutal competition where the winner takes all and the loser is eliminated forever. The rewards for victory are so generous that even the most powerful players are willing to risk everything for them. Without a shadow of a doubt, he registers for the tournament, knowing that this is his chance to prove his superiority to the world. His low-level and unassuming appearance are the subject of ridicule from other players who do not see him as a worthy opponent. Hidden behind the mask of a rookie, the hero responds to the provocation with a cheeky smile, warning the overconfident fighter. The arrogant master is enraged by such impudence, not noticing that a real monster stands before him. Keeping his cool, the young man decides not to show his cards for a minor skirmish and simply leaves. At a bustling city market, he sees other players trying to make money by turning the game into a real business. His attention is drawn to the luring cry of a merchant who promises super rare mounts, the dream of any adventurer. Coming closer, he sees that the merchant is not offering a living creature, but only a stone to summon it. The super rare mount turns out to be a common donkey, and the guy can hardly contain his disappointed sigh. The merchant explains with a sly smile that in a world where there are no official merchants yet, even a donkey is exclusive. Despite the obvious deception, the young man decides to find out the price, because even the slowest animal is better than nothing. The merchant's sly grin widens even more as he asks an exorbitant price for a simple donkey. Like an experienced appraiser, he shatters the merchant's arguments to smithereens, pointing out the true value of his goods. He makes his offer, fair but humiliating for the greedy merchant who immediately begins to bargain. With cold indifference, the young man turns to leave, knowing that this is his last and most powerful trump card. In a panic, the merchant agrees to his price, realizing that losing his only buyer is pure madness. With a satisfied grin hidden behind his mask, the hero summons his first, albeit unsightly, steed. A stubborn donkey appears before him, whose pitiful appearance makes everyone around him laugh. Ignoring the ridicule, the boy happily jumps on his new friend because it's better than walking. Like a hurricane, he rushes through the city streets, scaring everyone in his path and enjoying unprecedented speed. Leaving behind the bustle of the city, he rushes with a joyful cry towards new, unknown lands. After 2 hours of mad riding, he finally enters the territory of the Dark Faction, where real trials await him. He arrives at the Celestial Sea City, which turns out to be the domain of his new acquaintance, the Berserker Fitch. Following his mentor's advice, the young man decides that this city will be the ideal base for his future operations. What appears before his eyes is a peaceful idyll, where residents calmly go about their business under the protection of the Dark Faction. With a satisfied smile, he notes that behind Fitch's rough exterior lies a talented and wise ruler. Without wasting any time, he heads straight to the mayor's residence to officially join the faction. However, strict guards block his path, reminding him that the mayor's residence is no place for outsiders. With cold confidence in his voice, he demands to be announced, knowing that his name will open any door for him. A conversation with the guard opens his eyes. It turns out that Fitch has become their liberator from tyranny. The mayor himself suddenly appears, and the hero, with a casual grin, explains the reason for his sudden visit. Fitch gladly accepts him, because the appearance of such a powerful ally is a real gift of fate. Suspicion creeps into the hero's soul when Fitch unexpectedly offers him the post of mayor of this city. He sees this generous offer as a clever trap, an attempt to get rid of him by someone else's hands. Stunned by such distrust, the berserker tries to explain his true, sincere intentions. With cold determination in his voice, the boy rejects his offer, threatening to leave and find another base. Fitch is perplexed as to why he refused, suspecting there are hidden motives behind it. Taking pity, he invites the young man to his residence to reveal his secrets to him in a calm environment. In the mayor's office, the young man is finally ready to listen to what is really troubling his new friend. Fitch begins his story with the history of his tribe, which suffered under the oppression of the hypocritical Church of Light. Their desperate uprising was brutally suppressed, and instead of freedom, they received only greater repression. With pain in his voice, he talks about his kidnapped sister, for whose sake he joined the dark faction. He admits that the capture of the city revealed to him the terrible truth about the fate of his kidnapped sister. The hero finally understands the true motives of the berserker, who is ready to give up everything to save a loved one. Fitch suddenly states that this case is directly related to the young man, which leaves him completely perplexed. It tells the story of the hero's past and that of his mentor, who, it turns out, were drawn into an ancient and dangerous conspiracy. The mentor's name strikes the boy right in the heart, because he had no idea about the scale of the mission he was drawn into. Fitch uncovers the legend of a powerful seeker whose power was divided into 9 parts after his death. He explains that the Church of Light is hunting for these parts in order to summon their merciless god into the world of people. The shocking suggestion that his mentor was only part of a greater power makes him question everything. With bitterness in his voice, the berserker admits that he only knows what the deposed tyrant told him before his death. Clenching his fists, he reveals the final, most terrible secret. The Church of Light is going to use his sister in a bloody ritual. A helpless rage distorts the berserker's face as he speaks of his 8-year-old sister, doomed to a terrible sacrifice. The young man understands that Fitch is heading towards certain death, and that is why he is so desperately looking for a replacement. Despite the mortal risk, the berserker is ready to sacrifice himself, because inaction for him is tantamount to betrayal. The hero's intervention activates a hidden quest of incredible complexity that could change the fate of the entire world. With a predatory grin, the guy decides that he cannot allow such a devoted and desperate person to die. With confidence in his voice, he offers his help, forming an unbreakable alliance with the berserker in the face of a common threat. He rejects the offer to become mayor, but vows to help save his sister, proving his nobility. Fitch's eyes light up with hope because he believed in this guy from the very beginning, seeing something more in him. Despite the lack of punishment for failure, the hero understands that there is more at stake in this mission than just a game. They have only 5 days to prepare for a suicide mission and challenge the Church of Light itself. Gratefully accepting the help, Fitch offers the hero all the city's resources to prepare for their mission. With a sly smile, the young man asks for an easy position so that he can have official status in the city. The system immediately appoints him as a court bard, which only evokes an ironic grin from him. Without wasting any time, he asks to show him a place to level up because he needs to become even stronger before the upcoming battle. Fitch, with a serious expression, warns him about the Ridge of Fire, the lair of powerful demons, where even bosses are afraid to go. This name immediately lights a fire of excitement in his eyes, because this is where he will be able to assemble his legendary set. Before the expedition, he buys 100 summoning stones, hoping to get himself a more worthy steed. With a bag of stones and a devilish grin, he heads out into the thick of things, ready to try his luck. Riding his trusty donkey, he arrives at the fiery ridge, whose landscapes resemble a real hell. His gaze is met with powerful fire demons, each of which is a serious challenge even for him. He understands that these elite monsters are a serious challenge that will require his utmost concentration and strength. With slight regret, the young man realizes that easy pumping is a thing of the past, and now he will have to fight for real. His thoughts are interrupted by the sudden appearance of a mysterious stranger who seems to know him. In the enraged girl with horns, he recognizes with horror a powerful boss from his past. Chilling memories of their last meeting flash through his mind, and he fears that she has come for revenge. In a desperate attempt to avoid conflict, he pretends not to recognize her, hoping for a simple misunderstanding. However, she angrily rejects his trick, because his name and image are forever etched in her memory. Panicked, he tries to stop her, realizing that he cannot stand against such power in an open fight. With a cold grin, she prepares to deliver the killing blow, inviting him to speak his last words. Gathering all his will into a fist, he offers her a fair fight, knowing that this is his only chance to survive and win. As if reading her mind, he sets a condition that turns their deadly duel into a fair fight. A sudden shout from the sky interrupts their tense conversation, causing both of them to look up in surprise. He realizes with relief that this intervention saved him from certain death in battle with the angry goddess. She reluctantly retreats, but promises to return once she has finished her business with the fire demons. With a cheeky grin, he challenges her to a competition, turning their feud into a high-stakes hunt. Her eyes light up with excitement, and she accepts his challenge with a predatory smile, ready to prove her superiority. He raises the stakes to the limit, offering a rare S-tier item as a prize, shocking his rival. Blinded by greed, she suggests to her father that they simply kill him and take the treasure, forgetting about honor. With feigned disappointment, he reproaches her for her ignoble behavior, further inflaming her passion. She accepts his bet with fury, and the system immediately records their deadly competition, which can no longer be avoided. With predatory smiles, they begin their deadly competition, where a priceless artifact is at stake. The system announces the start of the countdown, and the tension between the two rivals reaches its limit. Without wasting a second, the girl unleashes the full power of her water element on the first demon. Her attacks deal massive damage, proving that even at a low level, she remains a formidable opponent. He admires her strength and realizes that her water magic is the perfect weapon against the fire demons. Not wanting to be left behind, he throws himself into the thick of the battle, ready to demonstrate his own destructive power. With a bold challenge, he provokes the demons, forcing them to attack and expose their vulnerabilities. Like a mad berserker, he rushes into the crowd of monsters, whose roar only fuels his thirst for battle. She looks at his reckless tactics with doubt, not believing that he can handle the entire horde alone. Like an angel of death, he soars above the demon's head, ready to bring down his crushing blow upon him. His war stomp not only deals devastating damage, but also weakens all enemies around him, making them easy prey. The demons rush at him in rage, but their attacks are shattered by his impenetrable defense and steely will. Even the attacks of other demons become his weapons, and he easily dodges them, causing them to destroy each other. With cold confidence, he understands that these slow creatures are nothing more than a light warm-up for him. She watches his dance of death in amazement, amazed at how powerful the skills of a simple seeker can be. The girl realizes with annoyance that due to level restrictions, she cannot use her most powerful spells. After half an hour, the kill count speaks for itself. She's hopelessly behind, and her defeat is obvious. He admires her tenacity, because even in a hopeless situation, she continues to fight without giving up. It suddenly dawns on her that mounts could be the key to winning this competition. In an unexpected display of nobility, she tosses him a potion that restores his strength, not wanting to defeat a weakened enemy. Instead of gratitude, he throws a summoning stone at her, hoping to capture her like a wild animal. To his disappointment, the system declares failure, as the goddess cannot be tamed in such a primitive way. Enraged by his insolence, she can hardly restrain herself from incinerating the impudent fellow on the spot. After an hour and a half of grueling hunting, he is significantly ahead of her, proving his complete superiority. An unexpected stroke of luck, the defeated demon drops a piece of the legendary set he so dreamed of. The new bracers prove to be much more powerful than his old ones, bringing him closer to creating the perfect armor. When time runs out, the system declares him the winner, and he eagerly awaits his reward. With a devilish grin, he demands the promised S-tier item from the loser, reveling in his victory. She pouts and refuses to pay, declaring that she has nothing but her own life. The sudden appearance of her father interrupts their argument, and he reproachfully reminds his daughter of honor and her word. The guy is stunned when he meets a mysterious god-level NPC. A mysterious stranger with horns begins a conversation full of hidden hints. The hero plunges into memories, regretting his fatal choice in the past. The young man receives unexpected praise, which sounds more like an assessment of his potential. A powerful patron bestows a gift on a young man, blurring the line between defeat and reward. The hero finds himself in possession of an artifact with incredible power, but with one insurmountable condition. The guy's joy is replaced by bitter bewilderment due to the inability to use his newfound power. The young man senses a catch and demands an explanation, not realizing the true motives. The horned warrior reveals his first plan, seeing the hero as a profitable investment in the future. A sudden and terrible prophecy of impending disaster makes one look at the gift in a completely different way. The young man, in confusion, tries to understand the nature of the gift and the ominous prophecy. The mysterious patron only increases the intrigue, promising that answers will come with time. The horned warrior's sinister joke escapes his lips, heating up the atmosphere to the limit. The stranger's sudden seriousness hits the guy's pride, declaring him unworthy. The young man is confused, suspecting that a new gift is hidden behind the humiliating demand. A flash of flame reveals the hero's humble pet to the world, causing mocking surprise. The girl's caustic mockery offends the hero, but a spark of secret knowledge flashes in his eyes. The horned patron calms the donkey, mockingly promising him a parting gift. A mysterious power flares up in his hand, ready to change the pet's fate forever. A powerful bolt of energy is released onto the defenseless animal, triggering an irreversible transformation. Pain gives way to wonder when a system notification announces the birth of a new force. In place of the donkey now stands a majestic beast whose characteristics are astounding. The hero is stunned, realizing what incredible power his humble pet has acquired. The girl furiously reproaches her father for his wastefulness, not seeing the true meaning in the transformation. The generous gift turns out to be payment for a dangerous mission, which the young man accepts without hesitation. The new quest and the pet's absolute devotion come as a complete surprise to the guy. 100% fidelity means an unbreakable bond until death, making their union unique. The mysterious patrons disappear, leaving behind an ominous prophecy and a challenge for the future. The young man turns to his new ally with a grin, looking forward to the battles to come. With renewed determination, the hero prepares to single-handedly clear the area of fire demons. 2 days later, the boy stands on the verge of completing the quest, his strength having grown to its limit. The last element of powerful armor is already in hand, and only a few steps remain until triumph. The sudden announcement of a tournament puts the hero before a choice that promises glory and new challenges. Without wasting a second, the young man decides to try on the new set to assess his increased power. A full set of armor unleashes his hidden potential, turning him into a dark lord. The warrior coldly assesses his strength, realizing that this armor is only a temporary solution. With fierce determination, he launches a final attack to end the mission once and for all. The mission is accomplished, and the young man is immediately transported to the very epicenter of the coming battle. He finds himself in a death arena where, out of 1,000 fighters, only the 10 strongest will survive. The system hides his true face, giving the guy a chance to study his enemies while remaining in the shadows. The hero assesses his powerful rivals with apprehension, fearing a meeting with one of them. A brutal battle unfolds in the arena, where one of the fighters achieves a lightning-fast victory. Recognition flashes through the crowd, and the boy realizes that the old enemy is already here and thirsts for revenge. The interested warrior asks a question, but the young man only confirms the bad reputation of their mutual acquaintance. A demon hunter captain reveals gory details about a fighter whose brutality has become legendary. A friendly call interrupts the tense conversation, drawing the warriors to the spectacle of the coming battles. A vague memory pierces the hero's consciousness, but the system interrupts it, announcing the beginning of his own battle. With anticipation and a sinister grin, the young man prepares to move, expecting to meet old enemies. Appearing in the arena, he is immediately faced with the contemptuous gaze of his opponent, who sees him as easy prey. The huge barbarian raises his hammer with a sneer, ready for a crushing blow, absolutely confident of his victory. The barbarian's confidence crumbles to dust when his crushing blow proves completely useless. With one easy movement, the hero ends the fight, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. With cold indifference, the young man watches other fights, looking for a worthy opponent. The demon hunter captain is trapped, his attacks thrashing helplessly against the impenetrable defense. The shield knight mocks the enemy's futile attempts, reveling in his own invulnerability. With a contemptuous smirk, the warrior changes weapons, preparing to crush the arrogant walking fortress. A hail of powerful blows falls on the shield, and the once indestructible armor begins to crack at the seams. The captain ends the fight with a crushing blow, proving that the best defense is a merciless attack. The white-haired fighter looks at the winner with respect, realizing that he has found the most dangerous competitor. Suddenly, he turns his attention to the hero, showering him with contempt and issuing a bold challenge. A white-haired warrior, filled with a thirst for battle, promises to show the hero what true absolute power is. A sudden opponent, an arrogant magician, demands that the duel be ended quickly so as not to waste time. The hero's instant attack knocks the mage down, ending the fight in 1 second and leaving him prone. The stunned young man notices that his lightning victory has attracted crowds of new spectators. Meanwhile, the captain of the demon hunters enters the field to take revenge on the white-haired man for past grievances. The enraged warrior rushes into close combat, clashing with the captain's honed technique. The white-haired man taunts his opponent, pointing out the sudden ineffectiveness of his legendary skill. The demon hunter captain takes a devastating blow, dropping his health to critical levels. The warrior, in despair, realizes that his hope of revenge against the mysterious player is fading right now. A lightning strike from the white-haired fighter ends the fight, shattering the captain's last hope. Spectators discuss the fall of a strong warrior with pity, unaware that the main battle is still ahead. Fate brings them face to face, and the hero appears in the arena, ready to answer the daring challenge. The white-haired fighter greets him with disdain, promising to cruelly end his lucky streak. The crowd disperses disappointedly, confident of an easy victory for the favorite over the unknown newcomer. The enemy's arrogance reaches its peak when he offers the hero 3 free hits out of pity. A sudden and crushing kick ends the taunting, sending the braggart crashing to the ground. Shock and disbelief distort the warrior's face, unable to comprehend how the newcomer had knocked off 2/3 of his health. The audience freezes in amazement, realizing that they have just witnessed the impossible. The crowd's contempt gives way to delight and wild speculation about the mysterious fighter's hidden power. The defeated enemy looks up at the young man as the crowd demands revenge from their new idol. Recognizing the youth's talent, the warrior unleashes his most destructive and desperate technique. A devastating stream of lightning rushes forward, leaving no chance for salvation. The full force of his attack turns into insignificant damage, shattering the last of his confidence into pieces. The hero ends the fight with a contemptuous blow, demonstrating the colossal and humiliating difference in strength. Having won an easy victory, the guy leaves the arena, his thoughts already completely occupied with the upcoming task. Returning to the battlefield, the young man prepares to test his transformed steed in action. The incredible speed of the new pet gives the hero a feeling of intoxicating freedom and omnipotence. His eyes are filled with excitement, as now monster hunting will be much faster and more effective. Like a blue lightning bolt, he crashes into a crowd of enemies, mercilessly sowing chaos and destruction. 15 minutes later, the peaceful hunt is interrupted by the roar of a new, monstrous enemy. Reveling in his new strength after a fierce battle, the hero reaches a new level of mastery. Having cleared the territory of enemies, he sets himself a new, even more mysterious and dangerous goal. Without wasting any time, the young man arrives at the majestic sword pavilion in search of answers. He takes the legendary sword goddess by surprise by secretly observing her deadly training. The fierce warrior meets him with her blade, enraged by his brazen defiance. Her blow is so devastating that it leaves the guy on the brink of death. Miraculously surviving, he meets the girl's astonished gaze, in which shock and recognition are visible. Her irritation clashes with his seriousness when he tries to explain the reason for his secret visit. Her anger gives way to curiosity, and she demands that the nature of his mysterious case be immediately revealed. The young man begins his confused story about the prophecy, the gift, and the coming disaster. With a burning heart, the hero vows to disrupt the monstrous ritual, refusing to accept the sacrifice of innocent children. The sword goddess admits her powerlessness with pain in her voice, bound by duty and unable to help him in this battle. The boy's hope fades when he realizes that this time he will have to face the darkness alone. With fury in her eyes, the girl gives him a harsh sentence, calling him the true embodiment of evil. Her accusations stun the young man, who cannot believe such a monstrous injustice. A sudden clap of thunder shakes the skies, heralding the arrival of a new, unknown threat. Panic distorts the warrior's face, and she desperately begs him to run before it is too late. Grateful for her hidden concern, the young man quickly rushes away, leaving her alone. In the silence of his room, the hero decides to act at dawn to save the doomed. An unexpected phone call disrupts his plans, weaving another mystery into the story. In the silence of the night, the hero makes a secret call, entrusting his best friend with a deadly mission. A loyal friend agrees to the adventure, but he is tormented by vague suspicions about the young man's true motives. At dawn, the boy teleports into the city, torn between saving lives and the upcoming tournament. He finds his orc comrade, whose shocked look speaks volumes about the suddenness of their meeting. The young man ruins all their plans by announcing that they have only 2 hours to save their friend's sister from certain death. Rage and despair overwhelm the orc when he learns that the insidious enemy has suddenly changed the time of the ritual. With a grim determination on his face, the hero takes the blame for hastening the events that put everything at stake. Throwing aside apologies, the young man demands a ready-made rescue plan from his friend, because every second now counts. A fragile hope appears in the orc's hands, a teleportation scroll that requires precious time to activate. The hero reveals the final, most risky step of the plan, which depends on the will and courage of the captive. With cold determination, the friends take a step into the unknown, teleporting straight into the enemy's lair. A terrifying scene unfolds before them, a huge ritual circle ready to swallow up dozens of innocent souls. Their sudden appearance sows panic among the guards, turning a covert operation into an open confrontation. In a panic, the fanatics rush into the attack because failure threatens them with inevitable punishment from their ruthless leader. With icy calm, the young man assesses the enemy, realizing that every guard here is an elite monster. Screams of terror pierce the air as the magic circle flares, beginning its deadly ritual. The guards gloat, convinced that the deity itself is angry with the daring scouts. In a desperate situation, the hero instantly shares goals, entrusting his comrade with the most hopeless part of the plan. Consumed with rage, the orc rushes forward, ready to break through the line alone to save his sister. The steadfast knights close ranks, their fanatical faith turning them into an impenetrable wall of steel. Like a ghostly beast from the underworld, the hero's steed strikes terror into the hearts of his enemies with its very appearance. A merciless command bursts from the young man's lips, and a wave of pure energy sweeps away the first ranks of fanatics. The remaining guards desperately try to hold the line as the orc's fury tears through their defenses. Realizing the true threat, the knights desperately rush at the rider, hoping to crush him with numbers. A sly grin touches the hero's lips when he realizes that his faithful steed is taking all the damage. A spark of hope flares up in the hearts of the doomed captives, and they see the hero as their only savior. Weak streams of healing touch the young man, and he feels the desperate, though almost useless, support of the children. 10 minutes later, the knight's morale is broken, and only fear and bewilderment can be heard in their voices. 2 hours later, the field is strewn with the bodies of enemies. But the ominous glow of the ritual circle does not diminish. Victory in battle turns into bitter defeat when the friends realize they cannot break the magical barrier. In a desperate attempt, the hero throws his steed onto the barrier, sacrificing it for the sake of one last chance. At the cost of the life of his faithful beast, he only touches the target for a moment, leaving him with nothing. Amidst the chaos, a sister's scream is heard, and for a moment a ray of hope flares up in this hell. With tears in her eyes, the girl begs them to run, her gratitude mixed with horror at what is to come. Consumed by rage and love, the orc refuses to retreat and unleashes all his might on the impenetrable barrier. His desperate attack is thrown back, and the boy screams in horror that brute force is useless here. Utter helplessness and despair descend upon the warrior's shoulders when he realizes the futility of their sacrifices. The hero's comrade realizes that their enemy possesses divine power against which they cannot stand. Resigned to his fate, the orc conveys his last will to the youth, begging him to save himself and take care of others. The guy ends up with an object in his hands, and the system offers to complete the failed task, putting him before a terrible choice. Rejecting the tragic ending, the hero takes on the full weight of the decision, ready to sacrifice himself for his friend. A loyal comrade desperately tries to stop him, unable to allow his friend to die for his family. With fierce determination, the young man pushes his friend away, swearing that he does not intend to die and will find a way out of the trap. Without further ado or hesitation, the boy puts a bracelet on his wrist that will change their destinies forever. In the blink of an eye, he is at the captive's side, giving her an order that goes against her brother's sacrifice. Their last hope is dashed when a soulless system declares them prisoners, blocking any possibility of escape. Realizing they are trapped, the orc makes his last choice, desperately screaming for his friend to escape. In a blinding flash of light, the brother and sister bid farewell to the hero, their gratitude becoming a heavy burden. The true culprit of the tragedy appears from the light, his malicious gaze promising nothing but death. A merciless stream of golden spears falls upon the young man, ready to grind the last witness into dust. Blind rage distorts the face of the bishop, unable to tolerate the insolence of a mere mortal. A defiant grin touches the lips of the hero, who meets the threat of death with icy contempt. The enraged old man unleashes his might, but his attack is not only aimed at the impudent youth. A deadly light falls upon innocent children, their screams of terror filling the air with despair. Righteous anger flashes in the boy's eyes when he realizes the full enormity of the Light Church's ritual. The bishop's malicious laughter echoes across the battlefield, but a cold determination is born in the hero's soul. A sudden memory of the sword goddess's words illuminates his mind, revealing the only darkest path to salvation. With a mad grin, the young man turns to his enemy, for his cursed blood has become the last trump card in this game. Darkness erupts from his hand, and the hero grabs the shocked bishop, his whisper sounding like a death sentence. In a last desperate effort, the boy squeezes the old man's throat, putting his life on the line to ensure the ritual fails. In the clutches of a bishop who promises hundreds of painful deaths, the hero has no chance of salvation. Pain and shock pierce the young man as he realizes the monstrous, irresistible power of his enemy. The sudden announcement of a tournament becomes a lifeline, forcing the guy to make an agonizing choice. A bright flash of teleportation leaves the enraged bishop completely bewildered as the prey disappears from his hands. The world changes, and the hero finds himself in a new arena, where the rules of the next deadly stage have already been announced. Faced with a new adversary, the young man coolly decides to save his only trump card for later. One lightning strike decides the outcome of the fight, proving that in this arena he is on a completely different level. Hiding behind a mask, the guy realizes with slight boredom that the local fighters pose no threat to him. Another easy victory only highlights his aloofness as he mercilessly hacks his way through. But even after making it to the next round, he can't shake off the oppressive thoughts about the fate of those he had to leave behind. Like a ghost, the young man returns to the very heart of darkness, ready to meet his destiny. The bloody scene of the ritual's failure gives way to horror as he realizes the worst is yet to come. Before him appears a divine being whose crushing power leaves no chance of victory. The bishop, in a rage, accuses the hero of disrupting the ritual, not realizing that by doing so he has doomed himself to the wrath of God. In a moment of utter despair, when death seems inevitable, an unexpected signal becomes a life-saving beacon. Hope flares up with renewed vigor, and the boy, with a crazy smile, accepts the risky plan of his faithful friend. A sudden substitution stuns the bishop when his enemy is replaced by a random, unsuspecting victim. The unfortunate knight finds himself a pawn in someone else's game, his confusion only highlighting the genius of the deception. Safely away from the battlefield, the long-awaited reunion takes place, full of relief and tears of joy. The rescued hero is left perplexed, amazed at how cunning and mysterious his friend's plan turned out to be. Behind the life saved lies a cunning and ruthless plan by the sister, who sacrificed a random stranger for the sake of escape. The young man admits with a wry smile that her cunning move is worthy of the best adepts of the dark camp. Gratitude fills the hearts of those saved, and the orc hands the hero a priceless gift, swearing eternal loyalty. The guy ends up with an incredibly powerful artifact, whose name, faith, and oath hints at a hidden dark force. The girl's innocent question about the fate of the other captives makes the hero darken, foreshadowing the cruel truth. The brother and sister's faces twist in horror as they realize the terrible, unspoken fate of the other children. The young man reveals the bitter truth. Their enemies will not stop and will soon return to finish what they started. Rage drowns out fear, and the orc vows to destroy anyone who dares to threaten his family again. The fighting spirit of his friend lights a fire in the hero's heart, and he urges him to prepare for the inevitable coming battle. At the same time, in the enemy camp, an angry angel scolds the bishop, unable to understand how the swordsman penetrated their secret lair. The angry angel reveals that the ritual's failure has corrupted the divine plan and summoned the wrong one. In the bishop's pitiful babble, the deity catches a trace leading to the city from which the substitute adventurer came. An icy command bursts from the seraph's lips, launching a merciless hunt in the name of the humiliated lord. The priest is horrified to realize that the weakened angel intends to personally exact justice, risking everything. Bowing his head in submission, the old man secretly fears that the cornered beast will turn out to be more dangerous than it seems. The hero's actions shake the world, triggering a global event, and his name becomes a sinister legend. A system message hits his friends, and the boy realizes that his personal battle has become a war for everyone. A cheeky grin touches the young man's lips as the system presents him with a personal challenge of incredible difficulty. All the fun disappears when he sees his target, as the exclusive mission requires him to kill the god himself. The world narrows to 3 days when a new message announces the impending siege of an entire city because of his actions. A double task of unimaginable difficulty befalls the hero, condemning him to the role of the final boss in the battle for the city. A loyal friend tries to shield him from trouble, begging him to leave and not get involved in someone else's war. A furious roar cuts off his pleas, for the orc will not allow his friend to bear the burden of saving them alone. Old pain and a new thirst for revenge unite them, turning a personal tragedy into a common holy war. The alliance is sealed, and they decide to devote the last 3 days before the battle to desperate preparations for the inevitable. Left alone, the young man remembers the necklace he received as a gift, which may contain the key to victory. The final piece of equipment falls into place, and the divine artifact promises him the power of faith and the might of a curse. The necklace's hidden power awakens, and the system declares its rebirth into the prologue of darkness. The new title grants him an incredible 3-fold increase in health, turning him into an indestructible monster. With 4 million health, he realizes that he has become a real nightmare for any player willing to take on a fight. Anxiety distorts the young man's face when he notices his worried girlfriend running towards him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the girl hands the hero two modest gifts, which contain her last hope. Recognition and shock alternate when the boy sees in his hands an artifact with a dark past and a mysterious future. She hesitates, but firmly, and reveals the secret of the bracelet, which turns out to be not just a decoration, but a clever trick. In the hero's hands, a scroll that would be useless to many becomes an incredible boost, heralding new power. Warm gratitude and a tender gesture erase all worries, filling the moment with sincere, childish joy. With determination in her voice, she sends him on his way, promising that they will not sit idly by either. An ancient power awakens, and the faithful steed bursts into golden flames, beginning its transformation. The new power of his faithful beast is palpable, but it is only a drop in the ocean in the face of the coming storm. Even the acquired strength pales in comparison to the image of a divine enemy, whose power seems insurmountable. Memories of his past weakness force the hero to embark on a furious upgrade to become stronger. Just an hour later, he has already reached a new level, his determination bearing quick and tangible fruits. But even this is not enough, and the thirst for power pushes the young man to search for new, more dangerous territories. With a brutal siege looming, the young man decides to get rid of his excess gear by striking a lucrative deal. A quick agreement makes him a fortune, confirming his business acumen and strong alliances. The deal is completed, but the young man immediately gets to the main point, because in the coming battle, they will have to become allies. The leader of the Dragon Clan shares his concerns, as not only his life, but also the reputation of the entire guild is at stake. A friend's bold advice sounds like a challenge, and behind the friendly grin lies a warning about one's own crushing power. A tough day is coming to an end, but thoughts of the upcoming tournament haunt me, forcing me to prepare for new challenges. At dawn, the tireless warrior is already on the road again, his intuition leading him to unknown lands in search of new opportunities. In search of strength, the hero finds himself on the shore of a foggy lake, where a deceptive peace reigns. His suspicions are fueled by a lone fisherman who cannot possibly be an ordinary NPC in these cursed lands. Hiding his true strength, the young man decides to approach the old man to unravel the mystery of his presence. A piercing gaze from under his hat and a precise knowledge of his secret class immediately reveal the old man to be something other than what he appears to be. An unexpected fishing invitation turns into a systemic quest, drawing the hero into a strange competition. The guy is shocked to the depths of his soul, because the mysterious old man easily unraveled his deepest secret. An old fisherman with a sly smile offers to raise the stakes, turning a boring fishing trip into a game of chance. At stake is an incredible reward, the rarest fish ever caught in this mysterious lake. The terms of defeat sound like a simple favor, but the young man feels that there is some kind of catch hidden behind this ease. With an excited grin, the hero accepts the challenge, not knowing that this competition will test not only his luck, but also his destiny. In the eerie silence of the lake, the heroes prepare for a competition where more than just a catch is at stake. Before the game has even begun, a sudden outburst interrupts the deceptive calm. A lightning-fast dash and the first catch is already in the hands of the young man, whose incredible luck amazes from the very first second. An unexpected discovery about the magical properties of the catch forces the guy to take a new look at this strange competition. The old man, with icy calm, annuls his first success, reminding him that the real game hasn't even begun yet. A slight smile touches the hero's lips, who mistakes the stage for a simple eccentric who loves to have fun. With excitement in his eyes, the young man begins in earnest, and his very first cast brings another easy victory. With feigned modesty, he boasts of his talent, throwing down a bold and silent challenge to the old man. 20 minutes later, the old man figures out his cunning plan, seeing in the newcomer a cunning tiger pretending to be a simpleton. But instead of a fish, something incredible falls on his hook. A thunder turtle emerges from the depths of the lake. An incredible A-class catch with crushing bonuses makes even a wise man fall silent in amazement. The old man stares at the young man with a suspicious gaze, unable to believe in such an unthinkable and frightening success. With feigned innocence, the hero denies all accusations, but his heart beats wildly from the tension. The sage suddenly surrenders and acknowledges his victory, handing over the promised reward, the legendary emerald fish. The victory is overshadowed by an ominous prophecy, for the next catch in these waters will be followed by a painful death. A cold horror grips the boy when he realizes that something unimaginable is hiding in the quiet depths of the lake. The old man finally reveals his true nature, calling the hero a key figure in the coming whirlpool of fate. The lake turns out to be a prison for an ancient evil, and only a special prohibition keeps it from invading this world. Cryptic hints and a deadly threat force the young man to retreat, but he vows to return one day for answers. His departure does not go unnoticed, and the system announces the birth of a new, powerful enemy. A vague memory flashes in the hero's mind, and he tries with horror to remember where he heard this ominous name. A revelation pierces his mind, and he realizes that before him stands the seventh strongest warrior in the dark camp. The old man throws off his mask, placing the entire burden of the coming war between light and darkness on the shoulders of the young man. The boy looks at his powerful ally with suspicion, trying to figure out what game he is really playing. The sage only smiles, declaring himself a simple spectator in the upcoming performance, where the hero is assigned the main role. A cunning plan is born in the young man's head, but he is tormented by the fear of facing an enemy he cannot defeat. The old man dispels his hopes, warning that now the full power of the Light Church will fall upon him alone. With bitter irony, the hero realizes that without personal grievances, the powerful forces of the world will not interfere in his war. The modest gift becomes a symbol of support, and the sage leaves, leaving the boy alone to face the storm. His last attempt to get answers is met with a wall of silence as he faces his fate alone. In a last desperate attempt, the hero offers a deal where the price of a simple service is a legendary catch. But duty interrupts their conversation, and the system mercilessly tears him from this world, calling him to the tournament. 100 of the strongest warriors appear in the arena. Where to win, they must achieve 8 bloody victories alone. In the lull before the battle, he studies the gift of the sage, an artifact capable of turning the tide of any, even the most hopeless battle. The awareness of the fish's power gives him confidence, because now he holds the key to survival at the most crucial moment. His lightning-fast victory over the powerful mage sows terror, and a cry of astonished recognition rings out from the crowd. The sudden cry of his real name pierces the silence, and the young man realizes that his incognito has been revealed. The legend enters the game, and the spectators are already predicting an easy victory for him, dooming his opponents to failure. The mask is off, and before the terrified opponent stands not a newcomer, but the true nightmare of this tournament. With a contemptuous grin, the hero suggests that the enemy surrender, since his appearance is in itself a death sentence. Doubt is brewing in the crowd, but while everyone waits for proof, the real player remains in the shadows. Blind rage grips the hero when he sees how an impudent imposter steals his name and glory. The imposter's incredible speed stuns the enemy, leaving him no chance to strike back. The legendary reception becomes irrefutable proof, and the crowd explodes with delight, greeting their idol. Horror paralyzes the fighter's will, and in a pitiful impulse he surrenders, begging for mercy in the face of the legend. With a contemptuous grin, the imposter accepts the capitulation, reveling in his easy and undeserved victory. Riding the wave of someone else's fame, he immediately starts his own business, turning the arena into a platform for cheap self-promotion. The sudden appearance of the mighty Dragon Knight disrupts the triumph, his words full of contempt for the imposter. The young man looks in shock at the legendary warrior, whose appearance at the tournament changes everything. The Dragon Knight easily uncovers deception, because he knows the imposter's true limit. The thirst for a real battle burns in the Dragon Knight, who watches the imposter's cheap show with annoyance. An icy rage grips the hero when he realizes that he will have to forcefully reclaim his stolen name. A series of lightning-fast victories becomes just a boring routine for the young man on the way to a real challenge. Boredom and impatience distort his face, because after 6 rounds, he still hasn't met a single worthy opponent. The imposter revels in his undeserved fame, accepting pitiful pleas for mercy as his due. The sinister truth is revealed. His existence began as a joke, but has turned into a dark and lucrative deception. Chance gave him a legendary skill that finally cemented his alien, bloody fame. He proudly admits how he turned his stolen name into a source of wealth, forcing the powerful to grovel. Fate finally brings them together, and the imposter, with a confident smile, teleports to his doom. Blind in his arrogance, he does not recognize the true legend and contemptuously demands his immediate capitulation. As if pointing to a crack in the mask, the young man notices a tiny mistake in the imposter's name. The imposter's head is all confused, because he doesn't understand where the fake got his signature move, which he himself stole. With icy calm, the hero demands an answer, his quiet voice louder than any shout in this arena. With a mad grin, the imposter denies everything, confident that one blow from him will be enough to erase this obstacle. Doubt begins to creep in among the crowd, as no one has ever seen the real Yi Jian, and the truth is hidden behind a veil of rumors. In an attempt to prove his legitimacy, the imposter launches an attack using stolen legendary technology. But his pathetic copy is shattered by the indestructible power of the original when the hero responds with his own signature blow. With fury contorting his face, the boy pins the imposter to the ground, demanding that he tell the whole truth about his dirty lies. The crowd erupts in shock as a scandal unfolds before their eyes that will change the history of the tournament forever. The Dragon Knight stands in stunned silence as it finally dawns on him who truly stands before him. In a pathetic babble, the imposter tries to buy his way out by offering half of the stolen goods, but his fate is already sealed. With icy fury, the hero rejects the deal, promising cruel reprisals if his name is desecrated even once more. With a mad grin, the defeated liar throws him one last challenge, reminding him of the coming war, in which the hero will not survive. A contemptuous blow puts an end to this farce, and the young man proves that his honor is not sold or forgiven. Without wasting a second, he addresses the deceived audience, once and for all destroying the imposter's false legend. A flash of insight mixed with rage flashes through the crowd at how brazenly and cheaply they had all been deceived. Justice is served instantly, and the system bans the fraudster, returning the stolen goods to their rightful owners. Before he has time to enjoy his triumph, the system calls him to a new battle, where his next opponent is already waiting for him. The Dragon Knight greets him with a predatory smile, his long wait finally coming to an end. The legendary warrior rushes into the attack, because he dreamed of this fight from the very moment he saw the true strength of a hero. A sudden strike breaks the Dragon Knight's defense, dealing devastating damage and leaving him vulnerable. Instead of rage, a smile appears on the warrior's face, and he respectfully offers his powerful adversary friendship. The shock of the difference in strength makes him accept the offer, because he understands that he is dealing with a player of a completely different level. A new alliance is born from the ashes of battle, and the hero is already making plans to use this friendship to achieve his goals. With a slight grin, the guy finishes the fight, his victory becoming not the end, but the beginning of a new, powerful partnership. Having triumphantly advanced to the next round, he immediately teleports away, because another, more important matter awaits him. His return to the lakeshore is overshadowed by a premonition, for something ancient and powerful lurks in the turbulent waters. With bitterness, he admits his weakness, realizing that he is not yet able to challenge the monster sleeping in the depths. The sudden appearance of the sage interrupts his thoughts, and the old man announces that his part of the bargain is fulfilled. With gratitude and renewed hope, the hero accepts his help, and together they set off to meet a new destiny. Under the gray skies of Skysea Town, a short but welcome respite awaits them before the coming storm. Around the common table, in the circle of friends, peace reigns for a moment, filled with the aroma of victory and the spirit of camaraderie. A simple treat melts the ice in the sage's heart, and his sympathy for the brave young man soars to the skies. An incredible force surges through the hero's body as he tastes the turtle's meat, granting him a permanent and devastating boost. With cold calculation, the guy decides to save part of the magic dish. A wise elder shares valuable advice, reminding that even divine power has an expiration date. 10 minutes later, the temporary effect wears off, leaving behind only a pleasant aftertaste and a premonition of new battles. The sage's parting blessing sounds like a parting word, for he sees in the young man the hope of their entire dark camp. With renewed strength and old friends behind him, the young man says goodbye to continue his journey to the top alone. Without wasting a minute, he sets off for unknown lands, because only a few days remain until the decisive battle for the city. In the silence of the forest, the hero suddenly finds himself in a deadly trap, surrounded by a squad of elite goblins. The enemy's stats are astounding, transforming ordinary monsters into ruthless elite killers. The guy is shocked to realize that in this cruel world, even the weakest creatures can become a deadly threat. The sudden appearance of the mighty Goblin King changes everything, as he recognizes the youth as the legendary Dark Swordsman. The thirst for profit and betrayal is evident in his speech as he calls on his brothers to capture the hero for a reward. With a furious roar, the horde rushes to the attack, but the rider meets them with cold blood, ready for a bloody battle. His first blow crushes the king, momentarily paralyzing him and weakening the entire enemy army. With a contemptuous grin, the goblin chieftain prepares to strike back, seeing only childishness in the hero's tactics. A powerful blow from the axe falls upon the faithful steed, inflicting colossal, almost fatal damage. A cold rage flashes in the young man's eyes, as he realizes that in front of him is not just a monster, but a dark gold boss. In a desperate attempt to save himself, the Goblin King unleashes dark magic, enveloping himself in an aura of undeath. But the hero responds with a crushing blow that breaks bones and significantly weakens the mighty boss. With a victorious grin, he realizes that his unique skill is the perfect weapon against such enemies. In a panic, the goblins rush to protect their wounded king, creating a living shield from their own bodies. With a predatory smile, the young man greets their wave, because now they are all gathered in one place, ready to reap. The legendary tramp of war descends upon the horde, turning the battlefield into a bloody meat grinder. One crushing blow ends the battle, and the system declares victory over the dark gold boss. A golden glow envelops the hero, marking his transition to a new, even more powerful level. Among the trophies, he finds a legendary weapon, a thunder axe, whose power can shake the heavens. With a new, devastating weapon in hand, he is already making plans to arm his faithful ally. Among the trophies, the hero finds a priceless skill book, promising unprecedented power to his faithful steed. A sudden memory of an old treasure map makes his heart beat faster in anticipation of a new mystery. He ends up with a rare S-Class card that leads to untold riches and deadly dangers. The card flares with an ominous fire, warning of the incredible danger that lies behind its promises. The logic breaks down, because the difficulty of the reward is completely inappropriate for the level of the boss from which it was received. A bold guess is born in the hero's head, and he decides to take a risk, putting the fate of his main quest on the line. In search of answers, he turns to the forum, hoping to find at least a scrap of information about the mysterious fortress of the Fallen. Before him appears the image of a gloomy city, guarded by one of the most powerful demon magicians. The realization that the treasure is guarded by a fallen angel turns the adventure into a suicide mission. Casting aside his fear, he decides to first strengthen his steed, because in the coming battle he will need all the power he can muster. A new, unprecedented force is born in a pillar of golden flame, transforming the faithful steed beyond recognition. The humble beast evolves into a spiritual boss, its stats skyrocketing, promising devastating power. With tenderness and pride, the young man looks at his transformed friend, whose path from donkey to boss was incredible. Riding his new power, he sets out without fear or hesitation into the very heart of darkness, into the impregnable fortress of the Fallen. Ominous spires pierce the crimson sky, and the hero finds himself at the gates of a citadel where every stone is imbued with evil. The impenetrable 30-meter walls become the first test of his ingenuity and courage. Casting aside his doubts, he uses his most powerful technique to soar into the sky, overcoming the insurmountable. Like a dark comet, he rushes upward, his determination breaking the laws of gravity and common sense. Landing with difficulty at the top, he allows himself a moment's rest before moving on. But even here, at the top, a new threat awaits him. Faceless guardians whose true power is hidden under a veil of secrecy. Like a shadow, he glides across the rooftops, waiting for the perfect moment to penetrate into the heart of the enemy citadel. 5 minutes later, he stands in front of the ruler's residence, where certain death could await him behind every door. With a nervous grin, he realizes that the treasure map has led him straight to the lair of a powerful demon mage. Abandoning the crazy idea of the front entrance, he chooses a more cunning and safer route through a high window. Before he knows it, he finds himself in a luxurious bedroom, where the air is filled with danger and alien power. Suddenly, the mistress of the chambers herself appears before him, a fallen angel whose beauty is as great as her deadly power. Shock and horror overwhelm the hero when he realizes that the treasure map turned out to be a deadly trap. Trying to save his life, he awkwardly begins to justify himself, hoping that their shared dark past will become his shield. With icy calm and a predatory smile, she listens to his babble, her gaze promising not forgiveness, but painful reprisal. His heart skips a beat when he sees her name on the ranking list. In a desperate attempt to survive, the hero reveals his true purpose, hoping that the truth will save him. With a predatory smile, she questions his words, her piercing gaze seeing right through him. Confusion and righteous anger war within him as he tries to maintain his composure in the face of temptation and danger. Suddenly she agrees, but her mercy is just part of a cruel game where only she writes the rules. An ominous threat escapes her lips, and the young man understands that failure in this game will cost him his life. The new quest becomes an ultimatum, and he accepts it without hesitation, because refusal would be tantamount to suicide. With feigned politeness, he points to the place where, according to the map, the treasure should be hidden. Her mocking order sounds like a sentence, and the hero has no choice but to submit to her will. Half an hour later, exhausted and humiliated, he is still digging while she watches his futile efforts with lazy interest. With a devilish grin, she gives him some friendly advice, revealing that it is not treasure that awaits him under the floor. Despair overwhelms the hero when he realizes that the treasure map was just a cruel deception. With a predatory smile, she pronounces the death sentence on him, offering him only the choice of the method of his own painful execution. A sudden discovery interrupts her triumph, and genuine amazement flashes in her eyes. The young man finds himself in possession of not just a treasure, but a rare ore capable of creating divine weapons. The levelless ore, a priceless artifact, becomes both his salvation and a new curse. With a devilish grin, she snatches the crystal, revealing that this was all just part of her evil plan. An icy gaze and a quiet question make him freeze, because any wrong word will now cost him his life. She throws him a pitiful handout, mocking his helplessness and reveling in her power. Upon completing the quest, he receives a reward, the Feather of the Fallen, an S-class artifact full of secrets and hidden power. His new power grants him wings and incredible strength, but the price for this gift may be too high. The key to victory lies in the hero's hands, as flight gives him an absolute advantage over any ground enemy. The fallen angel smirks and calls the feather his support, reminding him that only she can grant wings at this level. The young man accepts the gift with feigned gratitude, realizing that this help is merely a way to satisfy her cruel curiosity. Her words are full of venom and truth, because without the crystal, inevitable death would await him, and the gift is just the price for the spectacle. With a nervous grin, he realizes that he has become the main star in a deadly show put on by two powerful NPCs. A sudden surge of fanatical enthusiasm takes hold of her as she imagines a mortal challenging a god himself. His embarrassment is drowned out by the anticipation of the battle, because what could be more pathetic than a trial of a deity arranged by a simple player? With feigned weariness, she throws him out, cutting off all conversations and bringing him back down to earth. A powerful gust of wind throws him out of the castle like a boring toy, leaving him alone with a new reality. Having escaped the storm, he decides to return to his friends to prepare them for the war that he himself unleashed. The city of the Sky Sea becomes an arena for brutal training, where every battle is a step toward survival. The tireless orc single-handedly holds back the onslaught of enemies, his battle cry a challenge to the entire world. Even after 50 victories in a row, he refuses to rest, because the protection of his new home and loved ones is at stake. A sudden call from his friend breaks him out of his battle trance, causing him to turn around in bewilderment and wariness. With a sly smile, the young man offers him a deal, holding in his hands a weapon capable of changing the balance of power. In the hands of the orc, the legendary axe comes to life, filling his body with crushing, previously unseen power. Seeing his friend's delight, the guy eagerly pushes him to make a decision, because the increase in strength is obvious and undeniable. With a heavy sigh, the warrior admits that his nobility does not allow him to rob the inhabitants or accept such a gift. The young man finds himself in an awkward situation when he realizes that his friend is trying to get a priceless weapon for free. Not wanting to put pressure on his comrade, he offers an alternative, hoping to find something equivalent to the thunder axe in his inventory. Reluctantly, the orc offers his only treasure, which he had been saving for the most important moment. The hero ends up with a divine-level artifact, the Pearl of Time, that can change the laws of the universe. Shock and bewilderment give way to suspicion, as he cannot understand how a humble clan could have acquired such a powerful item. Casting aside all doubts, the young man makes a deal, sealing their union not just with words, but with a brotherly handshake. A firm handshake becomes a symbol of their unbreakable friendship, where there is no place for ceremony or convention. But a shadow of doubt still gnaws at the orc, because he understands that his friend's priceless gift is incommensurate with the price of his life. In a desperate attempt to preserve both friendship and justice, the guy offers to borrow the artifact. The orc agrees to a risky deal, because the pearl in the hands of an enemy will become only a trophy. But in the hands of a friend, hope. To prove his honesty, he demands from the young man an unbreakable oath before God, where the price of a mistake is death. Without a moment's hesitation, the hero takes the sacred oath, and the system itself becomes a witness to their deal, sealed in heaven. With cold calculation, the hero admits that his persistence is driven only by a thirst for strength in the face of the coming battle. Memories of past defeats make him cling to any opportunity, because there is too much at stake. He sheepishly apologizes, admitting that his desire to defeat the deity has caused him to forget about honor and friendship. The orc's words convey the harsh truth of this world, where strength is the only thing that can protect those you love. An awkward silence hangs between them as the young man notices something more than just words in his friend's eyes. Once again, he is amazed at how alive and real NPCs can be, whose feelings and emotions are indistinguishable from human ones. Putting sentimentality aside, the guy decides to use the remaining time for one last training session before the decisive battle. The Pearl of Time glows in his hand, and he activates it without hesitation to gain new, unprecedented power. With a furious cry, he selects his most devastating skill, pouring all the power of the divine artifact into it. The system announces an incredible boost, and his legendary War Stomp becomes twice as deadly as before. The enhanced skill becomes an ultimate weapon, combining devastating damage, control, and ally support. The hero is shocked to realize the power of his new ultimate, which recharges in just 30 seconds. With a devilish grin, he sets out to hunt and test his new power on the unfortunate goblins. The thirst for profit blinds the monsters again, and they rush at him in a crowd, unaware of their terrible mistake. With icy calm, he stops them, mockingly suggesting that they gather closer for a more spectacular destruction. 5 minutes later, the forest echoes with the roar of the war stomp, which falls upon the doomed horde again and again. Horror and bewilderment flash in the eyes of the surviving goblin, because he does not understand how this is possible. Surrounded by a golden glow of a new level, the young man revels in his power, for he has now become a true nightmare. The next day, a new stage of the tournament begins, where only the top 10 will remain from the 100 strongest. The arena empties and the atmosphere becomes tense, as everyone who has made it this far is the elite of the elite. The very first opponent throws him a bold challenge, his confidence bordering on madness. With his eyes shining, the King of Thieves offers him a game of hide-and-seek, not knowing that this will be his last mistake. His vaunted stealth proves useless when Warstomp delivers a devastating area of effect attack. With a contemptuous grin, the hero ends the fight without even moving from the spot, his power leaving no chance. The crowd watches in shock as the swift massacre unfolds, realizing that the Dark Gold boss is a nightmare come true. A new opponent enters the arena, but instead of a challenge, he respectfully asks the legend for a lesson in skill. A condescending smile touches the lips of the young man, who sees in his enemy a rare and almost forgotten fighting spirit. But behind the mask of respect lies a cunning plan, and the Soul Master seizes the perfect moment to attack. Suddenly, chains bind the hero, and he realizes in shock that he has fallen into an ingenious mental trap. With a devilish grin, the enemy reveals the plan, as now all he has to do is push the immobilized body out of the arena. With a defiant grin, the hero releases his dark aura, which easily breaks the mental shackles. Shock and disbelief distort the Soul Master's face, as he believed his technique to be absolute and indestructible. A lightning strike breaks his amazement, and the system declares another easy and humiliating victory. With a touch of smugness, the young man reminds us of his uniqueness, because being a dark swordsman means having an ace up your sleeve. While he waits for his next fight, he scans the arena, looking for other masters worthy of his attention. His attention is drawn to a strange scene where a mighty warrior is scolded like a boy by his own subordinates. The guild leader, humiliated in front of everyone, furiously demands that his opponent put on armor and fight like a man. With cold contempt, he explains that armor is just a hindrance to him, slowing down the deadly swing of his blade. Despite his strangeness, he promises to take the fight seriously, and lightning envelops his body. Deeply offended, his opponent rushes into the attack, eager to punish the insolent man for his boundless self-confidence. With one lightning-fast strike, the swordsman ends the fight, his strength leaving the enemy no chance. The hero is shocked to discover that the strange warrior is the head of the first guild, whose power and reputation surpass his own. The swordsman's incredible speed and dodging technique leave the young man dumbfounded, causing him to doubt his own eyes. Even his loyal comrades shyly admire him, secretly wishing that their eccentric leader would finally get dressed. Recognition flashes through the crowd, and the hero greets with a grin the old acquaintance who once challenged him. The sudden appearance of the real Yi Jian causes panic and confusion, as no one expected to see him here. The arena is frozen in anticipation, as two legendary masters are about to meet in a battle that will decide everything. The swordsman greets the hero, his voice full of anticipation, having long heard of his exploits and longing for battle. With a predatory smile, he challenges, hoping that the rumors of the dark swordsman's strength will be true. With cold determination, the young man accepts the challenge, realizing that in this battle he will have to give it his all. A flash of teleportation throws the hero into the arena, where his most serious opponent of the entire tournament awaits him. The old acquaintance bitterly gives up, admitting that his hopes of meeting a true legend were dashed. But even after surrendering, he gives him a final warning, because even the dark swordsman cannot defeat their leader. The hero's curiosity is piqued when he realizes that his future opponent has a secret trump card. With a sly grin, he refuses to reveal the secrets, leaving the young man in the dark in the face of an unknown threat. He leaves the arena with anticipation, as the coming battle promises to be a true clash of titans. A sudden epiphany forces him to take a new look at his humble rival, whose secrecy intrigues him. A series of easy victories becomes for him just a warm-up before the final, which promises to be hot. With his latest victory, he enters the top 10 finalists, where the fate of the championship title will be decided tomorrow. But all his thoughts are occupied with only one thing: the mysterious swordsman whose mystery and hidden power haunt him. Having abandoned the search for information, the hero decides to try his luck and goes on a treasure hunt alone. 15 minutes later, his persistence is rewarded and he finally finds what he was looking for. What appears to be buried in the ground is not just a stone, but a priceless artifact capable of taming a top-class pet. With a satisfied smile, he takes his find, because even with the foggy prospects, this is already a great success. With his pockets full of treasure, he sets himself a new, even more ambitious goal: to kill the first spiritual boss. From a list of 5 unattainable targets, he chooses the weakest and closest one, anticipating an easy victory. 40 minutes later, he finds his target, an exhausted and half-dead old man lying on the ground without strength. Before him appears a spiritual boss whose tragic story and pitiful appearance evoke sympathy rather than fear. With a contemptuous grin, the hero evaluates his 0 characteristics, seeing him as nothing more than easy prey. But even in the face of such a weak enemy, he does not lose his vigilance and eats turtle meat to strengthen himself. A powerful blow falls upon the pathetic boss, but the joy of victory is replaced by horror from the consequences. All of his devastating damage is reflected back, instantly killing his faithful steed and leaving the hero in shock. With a pitiful groan, the old man rises, his feigned weakness only part of the death trap. The young man couldn't understand how such an ability could work constantly, making the enemy invulnerable. A new attack and a new wave of reflected pain that makes him scream from the hellish burning. With each attack, he only brings his own death closer, and despair begins to grip his mind. Suddenly, the boss goes on the offensive, his passive defense giving way to an absolute and guaranteed attack. In a panic, the hero tries to defend himself, but only one thought flashes through his head. What kind of impossible divine ability is this? The blow that promised to grind him into dust deals only 1 point of damage, turning the mortal threat into a pathetic farce. The boss's malicious laughter echoes across the clearing as the young man realizes he has fallen for the most humiliating bluff of his life. Even though it's reflected, his attack still slows the boss down, giving him at least a tiny chance to escape. Humiliated and angry, he decides to retreat, as fighting such a vile monster is a waste of time. Feigning fatigue, the boss gives up the chase, promising to deal with him tomorrow when he has gained strength. Suddenly, the system announces a new ability, the Aura of Sloth, and the young man freezes in bewilderment. He stifles a yawn as an overwhelming drowsiness begins to take hold of his body and mind. In horror, he falls to the ground, unable to resist the magic that makes him fall asleep right in the middle of the fight. Rage and helplessness overwhelm him when he realizes that all of this boss's skills are created solely to mock the players. A sudden realization hits his mind, and he realizes that if normal damage isn't working, there must be another way. Trying to wake him up, he resorts to provocation, reminding him of a more successful colleague who has already achieved everything. But even envy cannot break through his apathy, and the boss just brushes it off, preferring eternal sleep to any worldly vanity. In desperation, the hero yells at the boss, accusing him of laziness and irresponsibility, trying to get to the heart of the matter. His words hit home, dealing devastating mental damage and causing the apathetic spirit to shudder. With a victorious grin, the young man assumes the role of the ruthless taskmaster hired to force him to work. A stream of angry accusations falls upon the boss, each word like the lash of a whip causing unbearable pain. Rage and resentment flash in the spirit's eyes as he cries out about 20 years of slave labor and beggarly pay. But the hero mercilessly cuts off his complaints, because personal life cannot be an excuse for betraying the common cause. The last reproach breaks the spirit, and he crumbles to dust, unable to bear the weight of his guilt and shame. With slight sadness, the guy apologizes to the defeated enemy, regretting that he was unable to finish him off without humiliation. Victory brings him not only a new level, but also the status of the first player to defeat the spiritual boss. But the main reward is the awakening of his dark armor, which reaches the spiritual rank, granting him unprecedented power. The hero ends up with a book containing a skill that can trick the enemy into causing their attack to deal only 1 damage. With bitter disappointment, he laments the uselessness of the new skill, dreaming of the abilities of the defeated boss. But common sense prevails, and he understands that even such a modest skill in skilled hands can become a formidable weapon. Among the trophies are 2 more spiritual rank artifacts, a cloak and a staff, the power of which is not yet accessible. He looks at the new items with a thoughtful expression, realizing that their true value will only be revealed in the future. A sudden thought about his friend's sister and her priestess class makes him think of a new, clever way to use the staff. A devilish grin touches his lips as he realizes that his friend's family is a veritable treasure trove of divine artifacts. The final trophy, the Scroll of the God of War's Blessing, promises him an incredible boost to his chosen skill. Shock and delight alternate, because this scroll is the key to limitless power. But the choice can only be made once. Casting aside his doubts, he activates the scroll, ready to bet everything on the one most devastating skill in his arsenal. With a devilish grin, he makes his choice, turning his signature skill into the ultimate weapon of mass destruction. The system announces the birth of a new SSS-class skill, whose power has been increased by 80% and is capable of altering reality. He is filled with triumph and delight, as he has become the first player to achieve such a divine level of mastery. Burning with impatience, he rushes to the city to share his joy and new strength with his friends as soon as possible. He takes his friend by surprise, but instead of surprise, only a warm smile appears on the orc's face. He proudly talks about his successes, because the legendary axe helped him not only become stronger, but also become rich. With a warm smile, the young man gets to the main point. His innocent question conceals a cunning and far-reaching plan. The orc enthusiastically talks about the incredible talent of his sister, who became a priest in 2 days and is already performing miracles. Hiding his true motives, the hero learns where to find a young healer who treats city residents for free. With a sly grin, he reveals his plan: to give her a priceless staff to secure the support of her patron. With feigned indignation, the orc accuses his friend of trying to take possession of their family heirlooms, hiding his true gratitude. But his severity melts when he mentions the final gift, a scroll left for the darkest day. Before leaving, he gives his sister one last instruction, reminding her of the hypocrisy of the world and the treachery of its followers. In a circle of sufferers, a young priestess with a wisdom beyond her years completes her healing session. With a sly smile, the hero approaches her, his offer of exchange concealing something more than just a deal. Confused but intrigued, she offers in exchange her only treasure, a mysterious scroll from her ancestors. The young man finds himself in possession of an artifact capable of turning back time, the key to salvation in the most hopeless situation. With shining eyes, she begs him to accept the gift, because the life and safety of her family are more important to her than any treasure. An unexpected quest forces him to make a choice, but he refuses with disgust, not wanting to profit from someone else's misfortune. With a warm smile, he gives her the staff, setting in motion a chain of events that will forever change their destinies and cement their bonds. With a conspiratorial smile, the girl reveals her main secret. She, too, has a special hidden profession. Before him appears the Dark Singer, whose level 10 stats exceed all imaginable limits. Her gratitude envelops him in a divine blessing that increases all his stats for 3 days. Shock and bewilderment distort the hero's face when he realizes that this fragile girl can use a level 80 staff. With shining eyes, she reveals the secret of her power, for her blessing of darkness ignores all equipment requirements. With a devilish grin, he realizes that he has just rescued and armed a future demon mage whose power will be legendary. Meanwhile, in a secret room of the Church of Light, an angry angel undergoes a painful ritual of restoration. His body is shrouded in golden flames, and he struggles to regain his former divine power. The bishop obsequiously congratulates his master on his breakthrough, but fear flashes in his eyes. The angel promises that once he kills the Dark Swordsman, his own ascension to godhood will be a matter of time. Even in the face of a divine threat, the bishop cannot forget the former power of the Dark Swordsman. The priest's pitiful babble only increases the angel's contempt for the weakness of mortals. With an arrogance worthy of a god, he calls the hero a pathetic ant that can be crushed with one click. The next day, the tournament finals begin, and the arena roars in anticipation of the decisive battle. In a pillar of golden light, the hero appears in the arena, his aura speaking of a power capable of challenging the gods. The crowd is murmuring about his chances, but even the most ardent fans doubt his victory over the hidden masters. He surveys the arena with cold calm, not surprised by the number of spectators or the strength of his opponents. 2 new fighters appear opposite him, their auras of power indicating that there will be no easy fights today. One of them is the Stormcaller, his bewildered gaze concealing a power capable of manipulating the elements. The second is the Holy Knight. His confidence and steel armor promise a tough and grueling fight. A sudden memory of an old enemy and his generous patron makes the hero smile and relax. But there is no time to relax, and the Stormcaller unleashes the full power of his element on the arena. The Holy Knight takes the blow with ease, his body withstanding devastating damage without a single scratch. The crowd watches in shock as he simply stands in the eye of the storm, his health seemingly endless. With a sneer, the knight charges, His spear proving faster than the storm itself, the hero looks at the winner with respect, realizing that his next opponent is no slouch. A new enemy appears in the arena, his curses indicating that he knows who he must fight. The thief's lightning-fast attack is thwarted by the hero's incredible reaction, leaving the attacker completely bewildered. With a devilish grin, the young man decides to change tactics because he has a special move against stealthy enemies. Dark magic erupts from his hand, and the undead grasp rushes towards the enemy, leaving them no chance to escape. With feigned humility, the hero admits defeat, but in the eyes of his enemy, one can read only respect for his skill. A legend is born in the crowd, and rumors of his divine talent and incredible skills spread like wildfire. The young man looks around the arena with cold curiosity, wondering if there are any worthy opponents left. He watches other people's fights with slight boredom, realizing that the level of the local fighters does not pose a threat to him. He is looking forward to only one thing: a new meeting with the mysterious swordsman, whose technique challenges his own skill. The crowd's attention is drawn to a new pair of fighters as the Flame Priest enters the arena, ready to challenge the legend. A firestorm descends upon the swordsman, but he moves through it with ease like a ghostly dancer. With one elusive movement, he finds himself behind the priest, and his blow puts an end to this short and spectacular fight. The audience is shocked. They cannot understand how he managed to escape from the fiery hell without a single scratch. But the hero sees what is hidden from others, an incredible evasion technique. The sudden appearance of a mysterious stranger shocks the hero, as he recognizes him as his legendary predecessor. The ghost of the past reveals that he left a mark on the armor to test whether the new owner is worthy of the name of the Dark Swordsman. The realization that the previous Dark Swordsman is not quite dead causes the young man to take a new look at his own destiny. With a sneer, the spirit reveals its plan. It was waiting for the hero to find himself in a hopeless situation so that it could appear and laugh. In a final act of rage, he gives him the key to victory by revealing the secret of the Dark Swordsman's most powerful skill, the Wheel of Darkness. With a contemptuous grin, the young man brushes off his help, confident that he doesn't need anyone else's hints to win. A new opponent appears in the arena, his voice full of thirst for revenge for past grievances and humiliations. With fury in his eyes, he reminds the hero of the past, when his special care brought only suffering to his guild. But the young man already has the answer in his hands, a legendary skill that turns him into an invincible god of war for 5 minutes. He studies the description with a thoughtful expression, trying to unravel the secret behind this devastating yet dangerous force. The crowd grumbles, as the proud guild cannot tolerate such blatant disrespect for its leader. Fury blinds the knight, and he rushes into the attack, unable to bear the contemptuous silence of his enemy. But his blow is blocked by a ghostly hand, an undead grasp completely paralyzes him, depriving him of his will. A hail of crushing blows falls upon the defenseless enemy, each blow a step towards inevitable victory. But even after such a series of attacks, the knight still stands on his feet. His will to win remains unbroken. In a final, desperate effort, he activates the Shield of Holy, gaining brief but absolute invulnerability. His counterattack hits the hero, but he easily withstands the holy combo, his health barely fluctuating. The audience is shocked. They can't believe that the head of the Union of Heroes was able to withstand an even counterattack. Rage and resentment distort the knight's face, because of the hero, his guild lost everything, and now he thirsts for revenge. With a devilish grin, the young man reminds him that it was their blindness and greed that brought them to him to be torn apart. With contempt, he throws the truth in the enemy's face, because in this world only individuals survive, and flocks are doomed. With a predatory smile, the young man admits that he is one of those who prefers solitary hunting to boring teamwork. The final blow puts an end to this battle, and the system declares his unconditional victory. With bitterness and annoyance, the knight admits his defeat, but there is not a drop of humility in his words. The hero watches him leave with a slight grin, realizing that their paths will cross again, and then there will be no mercy. While waiting for the final, he watches the final fight that will determine his main and final opponent. The arena erupts in applause when the one everyone has been waiting for so long finally appears. What appears before him is not just a player, but a living legend, whose name inspires fear and admiration. The young man assesses his opponent with respect, realizing that the difference in levels is irrelevant in the face of such talent. Tension hangs in the air, as tomorrow's battle will be not just the tournament final, but a clash of two worlds. With a slight grin, the hero explains his refusal, because he is a loner who is alien to empty formalities. The swordsman unleashes the spirit of the god of war, his aura and stats instantly skyrocketing. He rushes into the attack, his speed and power like lightning, leaving no chance to dodge. But a dragon bursts out of the shadows, and its attack easily passes through the ghostly figure of the hero. With fury and passion, the swordsman continues his attack, but each of his blows meets with emptiness. The hero responds with his signature attack, but Undead Grasp also passes through the enemy without causing damage. Again and again, their attacks fail to achieve their goal, and a shadow of bewilderment and excitement appears on the young man's face. Even the swordsman was surprised by such incredible dexterity, because before this, no one could dodge his blows. With a devilish grin, the hero decides to up the ante by using his most powerful and fastest skill. But even War Stomp, with its incredible acceleration, cannot touch the ghostly swordsman, who seems to dance between blows. Shock and disbelief distort the hero's face, as his ultimate skill proved completely useless. The crowd cheers, admiring the incredible technique of their leader, who easily humiliates the legendary Dark Swordsman. Even loyal comrades doubt their idol's victory, as his characteristics are significantly inferior to the hero's power. One of them cuts off the argument with contempt, since judging a victory by bare numbers is the lot of primitive players. With icy confidence, he declares that their leader never makes mistakes, and this is what will bring him victory. In the heat of battle, the hero desperately tries to hit the enemy, but every blow he strikes falls on deaf ears. His breathing becomes labored and his confidence fades as he realizes that defeat is only a matter of time. With each passing second, he becomes more and more convinced that his opponent only used one skill to strengthen himself. He couldn't comprehend how he could dodge all of his attacks at such a breakneck speed. A familiar feeling of powerlessness overcomes him, and he realizes that he has become a victim in someone else's deadly game. He can't wrap his head around how such a cheating skill can exist at this stage of the game. Despair gives way to determination, because he believes that any technology, even the most advanced, has a weak spot. In the heat of battle, his indomitable spirit awakens a new, hidden passive that becomes the key to victory. A sudden memory of his predecessor's words illuminates his mind, and he understands that this is the very victory over the enemy. The swordsman's enraged cry breaks him out of his thoughts, as he has no intention of waiting for his opponent to unravel all the secrets. Suddenly, the young man notices that his enemy's elusive speed has begun to drop, giving him a chance to counterattack. Like a wounded animal, the swordsman launches into a final desperate attack, his eyes burning with rage and passion. The audience is shocked. They can't believe that their invincible leader has finally made a mistake. With a devilish grin, the hero realizes that his new passive is an accuracy buff that deprives the enemy of his main trump card. With renewed strength and confidence in victory, he rushes forward, ready to crush his weakened opponent. The swordsman realizes his mistake, but it is too late. His opponent has unraveled part of his secret. Again and again, his attack misses the target, and the young man realizes that his guess was wrong. Suddenly, the swordsman uses a new, unknown technique that makes him completely invulnerable for 10 seconds. With a slight grin, he admits that the hero was also able to awaken the hidden passive of his unique profession. Everything falls into place in the young man's head, and he understands that each unique class has its own secret trump card. The swordsman reveals the truth to him. Only a few with incredible talent and reflexes can awaken these skills. Putting aside all talk, he rushes into the attack again, his blade thirsting for blood, not empty words. The very first blow reaches its target, and the hero blocks it with difficulty, feeling the crushing power of his enemy. To survive, he activates the Black Flame armor, which gives him additional protection and durability. He's finally starting to understand how his new passive works. It gives him a sense of when an attack is coming, allowing him to react early. With cold calculation, the hero waits for the moment when his enemy is exhausted to deliver the decisive blow. Spectators watch the battle in suspense, where the advantage changes hands and the outcome is impossible to predict. The buff from the spirit of the god of death expires, and the swordsman is left without his main trump card, his body weakened. He understands that he has taken off more than half of the enemy's health, but now close combat will become mortally dangerous for him. Casting aside his doubts, he decides to take a risk, because since when did he become so indecisive and cautious? Suddenly, the young man freezes, his body enveloped in a barrage of invisible attacks that he is unable to repel. A female figure appears from behind him, and the swordsman realizes in horror that it is his own attack. He tries to stop the blow, but it is too late. His own power brings him inevitable death. A giant hand bursts out of the shadows and easily grabs the stunned swordsman, depriving him of his will. With a victorious grin, the hero declares victory, as his undead grasp has finally caught its elusive prey. The exchange of blows continues, each of them inflicting devastating damage, blurring the line between winner and loser. The final blow slows the swordsman, depriving him of his main asset, incredible speed and elusiveness. He realizes in horror that one war stomp will be enough to grind him into dust. 2 seconds of slowdown becomes a death sentence for him, because he can no longer dodge such a blow. A crushing blow falls upon him, and the ground beneath his feet cracks from the incredible force. Shock and disbelief freeze in the swordsman's eyes, as one single mistake cost him victory and, possibly, his life. With the final blow, the hero puts an end to this battle, his victory becoming a legend that will be retold for centuries. The crowd cheers, admiring his skill and tactics, as he was able to catch the most invincible one in a mistake. He accepts his victory with a satisfied smile, but his head is already swarming with questions about the mysterious mechanics of this world. The arena doesn't wait, and while he's pondering, the tournament continues, mercilessly weeding out the weak and leaving only the strongest. In the arena, 2 leaders clash, whose feud goes far beyond simple rivalry. With anticipation and excitement, the hero prepares for a battle that promises to become a true legend. The Holy Knight unleashes his power, his attack like sunlight, incinerating everything in its path. But the swordsman easily dodges his blows, his movements a dance on the brink of life and death. Despair grips the knight, because he understands that against such an enemy he has almost no chance of victory. In a last desperate attempt, he summons the Shield of Holy, but even divine protection cannot save him. With icy calm, the hero breaks through his defense, his blow putting an end to this short and humiliating fight. With fury in his eyes, the defeated knight gives him a final warning, reminding him of the coming battle with the god. With a contemptuous grin, the young man finishes him off, because he does not tolerate those who rely on others' help instead of their own strength. Clenching his fists in rage and humiliation, the knight swears revenge, for he will never forgive this disgrace. The tournament final brings them face to face, and the hero eagerly prepares for the decisive battle. With a cheeky grin, he sheds his armor, echoing the eccentric gesture of his mighty adversary. Cold irritation flashes in the swordsman's eyes as he sees this not as respect, but as mockery. But the young man explains that this is not posturing, but a desire to make the fight fair and test one guess. With an icy grin, he reveals the truth to him. Without armor, defense drops to 0 and speed barely increases. A sudden revelation pierces the hero's mind, and he realizes that it was this tiny increase in speed that was the key to victory. With new understanding and passion in his eyes, he rushes into the attack, his movements becoming even faster and more deadly. The swordsman unleashes all his might, calling upon the spirits of war and death to crush his daring foe. But the hero responds with his signature blow, and the stomp of war crashes down onto the arena, shaking it to its foundations. At the last moment, the swordsman uses his unique skill, and the peace treaty makes him invulnerable again. Horror flashes in the swordsman's eyes as he realizes that even his invulnerability has not saved him from harm. In a desperate attempt to defend himself, he activates the black flame armor, but this only delays the inevitable. By removing his armor, the hero becomes faster and is now ready to reach his enemy wherever he may be. The seconds melt away before his eyes, and the swordsman understands that he only needs to hold on until his saving skill wears off. He barely dodges the barrage of blows, his incredible speed allowing him to dance on the blade of a knife. The countdown in his head sounds like a prayer, because every second brings him closer to salvation. At the last second, the hero rushes into attack, his body engulfed in purple flames, leaving no chance of escape. Shock and disbelief distort the swordsman's face as he realizes his opponent was able to roll back his ultimate in a matter of seconds. With a furious cry, the youth unleashes all his power, and the mad execution falls upon the defenseless enemy. With his last breath, the swordsman admits his defeat, his respect for his opponent becoming his final tribute. With a victorious smile, he accepts the gratitude of his defeated enemy, his triumph becoming absolute. With a slight sigh of relief, he prepares for his final battle, but fate gives him an unexpected surprise. The sudden capitulation of his opponent and the announcement of his championship plunge him into complete stupor. The crowd erupts in rage, demanding that he be punished for his misbehavior and that his cheating skill be taken away. With a lazy grin, he brushes off their accusations, realizing that his opponent simply decided to make a graceful exit. But their cries grow louder, and the fury of the crowd falls upon him, accusing him of unworthy behavior. Ignoring the noise, he studies his award with interest, because first place gives him the right to choose. The system ignores protests, and generous rewards are showered on the winners, causing a new wave of indignation. Rage and helplessness distort his face as he realizes how pathetic and capricious people can be. With a defiant gesture, he challenges them, inviting all the dissatisfied to a showdown in the city of the Sky Sea. Threats are pouring in from all sides, But no one dares to take a step because empty words are worth nothing. With a sense of accomplishment, he leaves the arena to finally enjoy his well-deserved rewards. 2 new spiritual tier rings and the powerful Heart of Courage passive promise him incredible strength in the thick of battle. But the main reward is the S-Class skill book Star Rift, capable of crushing stars with a single blow. He realizes with delight that this skill is the perfect weapon for destroying even the most powerful enemies. With new rings on his fingers, he eagerly tests his stats in preparation for the battles to come. His stats skyrocket, turning him into a dark gold boss capable of taking on entire armies single-handedly. With cold determination, he accepts his fate, for he has done everything possible, and now the outcome of the battle does not depend only on him. Before going to bed, he decides to get rid of his old equipment, because tomorrow promises to be long and cruel. At dawn, the system announces the start of his main quest, and he enters the game as the final boss. With the activation of a new quest, the full weight of responsibility for the fate of an entire city falls on the hero's shoulders. He takes command without delay, giving orders and strengthening the defense in the face of the enemy. A loyal friend greets him, ready to fight side by side, but there is worry in his eyes. He shares bad news. The Camp of Light has betrayed them, and now they will have to stand up to the church alone. Even without reinforcements, the crowd of enemies seems endless, and hope for victory begins to fade. A sudden surge of concern takes the young man by surprise when his friend begs him to take care of himself in this hopeless battle. He asks him not to get into the thick of things, but just to survive. But the hero sees in this not concern, but mistrust. With bitterness in his voice, the orc admits that he cannot calmly watch his soldiers die in vain while he hides. But the young man interrupts him, demanding that he be given command, because only he can save as many lives as possible. With a heavy heart, but boundless trust, the orc obeys, handing over to him all authority over the city's defense. The sudden question about his sister makes the orc's face darken, as her fate lies in the hands of a powerful fallen angel. A vague premonition overwhelms the hero when he realizes that Sela could have foreseen their defeat and took List to save her. A vision from a past life flashes in his mind, where the orphaned and vengeful fox became a magical deity. With a bitter smile, he realizes that history repeats itself, and all events lead to the same tragic ending. But there is no time to think, and the system declares the beginning of the war, throwing the first wave of fanatics at them. With a furious cry, the church's army charges forward, their blind faith turning them into merciless killers. The young man gives orders with cold calculation. His tactics are the key to survival in this unequal battle. Under the command of the captain of the guard, the first wave of defenders moves into position, ready to meet the enemy. With righteous anger, the captain addresses his soldiers, reminding them of the church's atrocities hidden behind the mask of faith. But doubts arise in the hero's soul, because he does not know how the soldiers of light will perceive the call to fight against their own. With bitterness in his voice, the orc tells of the tragedy of the captain, whose daughter became an innocent victim of the church's cruelty. Rage and hatred boil in the captain's soul, because due to the enemy's formation, he is losing his advantage in battle. With icy calm, the enemy reminds him of his daughter's cries, stirring up old and unhealed wounds. Blind rage takes hold of the captain and he rushes at the enemy, forgetting about tactics and risking everything for the sake of revenge. The sudden appearance of the priestess and the announcement of a new wave of attack interrupts his mad rush. With a devilish grin, the enemy licks his lips, anticipating easy prey in the form of a defenseless healer. With alarm, the hero recognizes in the priestess the mentor of Lys, who remained to protect the city despite the danger. Her divine blessing envelops the wounded, giving them new strength and hope for victory. But even with the buffs, the defenders remain just cannon fodder for the invincible army of the church. The orc watches the battle with a heavy heart, knowing that the next wave will be his final and decisive battle. With fury in his eyes, the young man demands that the enemy be handed over to him, because revenge for the fallen has become a personal matter for him. The orc gives in with understanding, for he sees in his friend's eyes the same thirst for justice that burns in his own heart. A new wave of attack hits the city, and now the orc must single-handedly hold off an entire army of berserkers. With the wisdom of a true leader, he orders his men to retreat, for their lives are worth more than senseless courage. Like an indestructible rock, he stands guard at the gate, his cry a death sentence for anyone who dares to take a step. Recognition flares among the enemy ranks, and the thirst for profit clouds their eyes, for a generous reward has been promised for the ruler's head. With a furious roar, the defenders rush at the wall, ready to die rather than surrender their leader to the wolves. With one crushing blow, the orc shatters the gates, his power instilling terror and despair in the hearts of his enemies. With a devilish grin, the enemy commander sends his men to certain death, hoping that this will give him a chance. 20 minutes later, the field is littered with corpses, but the orc still stands, his unstoppable might shocking the enemy. He watches with admiration as his friend single-handedly holds off hundreds of enemies like a true god of war. But anxiety grips his heart when he realizes that the system could force his friend to fight to the death. He shouts at the orc to retreat, ready to take over at any moment and take the blow himself. With despair in his voice, he replies that the system has blocked his retreat, dooming him to certain death. Horror and disbelief distort the hero's face when he realizes that his best friend has become the victim of a ruthless plot-driven murder. With fury in his eyes, he jumps off the wall, ready to break all the rules and suffer any punishment just to save his friend. His reckless act causes panic, because now the system will punish them both by weakening the entire army for an entire hour. But he doesn't care about the rules, and with a devilish grin, he goes out onto the battlefield to fight an entire army single-handedly. Confusion reigns among the enemy ranks, as they do not understand why the final boss entered the arena ahead of time. But their leader, with icy calm, orders them to wait, because he sees this not as a mistake, but as a cunning and insidious plan. As one, the two brothers in arms rush into battle, their blades dancing in deadly unison. With one crushing blow, they destroy the first wave boss, but their triumph is overshadowed by a premonition. A new, even more powerful army appears on the horizon, led by the dark gold boss Shield of Fortitude. With a predatory grin, the hero shares the goals, entrusting his friend with protecting the gates, while he himself sets off to hunt for the main one. Mounted on his trusty steed, he races forward, ready to break through the enemy ranks single-handedly. Like a dark angel of death, he soars into the sky, his appearance sowing panic and terror in the hearts of his enemies. He comes down upon them from the skies, his sword like a scythe, mercilessly collecting its bloody harvest. With a devilish grin, he cuts his way through, mocking the pathetic efforts of experienced warriors. Fanatical faith blinds them, and they believe to the last that their vaunted light will be able to punish the darkness. He looks down on them with icy contempt, reminding them of the hundreds of thousands of years of inactivity of their all-powerful light. With its final breath, the dark gold boss crumbles to dust, its defeat becoming the stuff of legend. The players retreat in horror, realizing that they don't stand a chance against such a monster. Even his true friend cannot believe in his power, wondering if he can hold up an entire city alone. A new wave of attack is not long in coming, and an even more powerful enemy enters the battlefield. With a furious cry, he rushes into battle, his goal being to punish the traitor and restore the honor of the church. Like a dark comet, the hero soars into the sky, his war stomp ready to fall upon a new enemy. But his blow meets with an impenetrable defense, and he loses almost 1,000,000 health from one counterattack. Despite the failure, his skill grants him incredible strength, turning him into a true god of war. A hail of blows rains down on him, but he withstands them with ease, his health barely wavering. With a devilish grin, he offers his enemy a deal: 3 blows in exchange for his miserable life. The sudden appearance of a mysterious figure in a red cloak interrupts the battle, his calmness bespeaking unimaginable power. He looks upon his pitiful followers with icy contempt, seeing in their fear a confirmation of the Dark Swordsman's true strength.